Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Our Tale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at ourtale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
Oh! Hot spring training.
All I could do was let out a sigh. As usual, he had a strange way of seeing things. Daily workouts were indispensable for treasure hunters. Not even the prodigious grieving souls could get away with slacking. In fact, it was often said that a hunter's level was directly proportionate to the amount of training they had done, and my childhood friends all had a manic obsession with training. Their renown wasn't for nothing. The only member not training regularly was me. You could even say it was part of their lifestyle. I learned this when I saw how Liz, Citri, and Tino all wanted to train even during our vacation. Energetic as ever, Luke's eyes sparkled as he swung the wooden sword Lucia had recently made for him. Nothing about him suggested that he thought of it as a chore. I had considered stopping him but dismissed the idea when I saw how much he was enjoying himself. Instead, I just let out a yawn. What training did you have in mind?
Well, if I'm gonna train, then there's gotta be a waterfall.
This man really liked his waterfalls. He was always making them part of his training, but I had my doubts if it worked. I had never stood beneath a waterfall, so I couldn't say for certain, but I had trouble imagining what use it could be for a man who could cross blades with mirages. Noticing my look of confusion, Luke smiled boldly.
By standing beneath a waterfall and becoming one with nature, you can cut the world.
You can? That's nice. You can. That's nice. In spite of it all, he was one of the foremost swordsmen in the imperial capital. There's nothing passion can't triumph over.
Today, I think I'll go for 100 degrees Celsius.
Huh?
And the water's gotta be faster than your average waterfall. Put it as high as you can. I'm training endurance, so make it something that could leave a crater in the ground.
Is it still a waterfall at that point? And wouldn't that be boiling water?
Maintaining that for a long stretch will be my own form of training.
G-Good work out there?
Leader, while you were idling away in the bath, washing in Sem's back, and dozing, I did nothing but control the water.
Yeah, Good job, Grand Magus. Lucia #1.
Oh, for crying out loud!
Magi were often the most versatile members in a party, and Lucia wasn't called an archmagus for nothing.
Hey, Crybaby, T and I, we're gonna train by running across the water.
Me too? Oh, okay then. Me too. Oh.
The water's gonna be scalding, so you better bring your A game.
What?
Much to Tino's horror, Liz clearly wasn't taking no for an answer. It's not a competition, you guys. Would there really be a day when that sort of training proved useful? And how do you even run across boiling water in the first place? I had a lot of questions, but I mostly wanted to know why Liz seemed so giddy at the idea. With a grin, Citri casually shuffled up to me.
I'm going to work on my hot spring golems.
What for?
After that, I can't think of any training I can do that's particular to a hot spring. I suppose I'll try holding my breath.
Why? You don't need to. You don't need to push yourself so much. Just relax and have fun. I've never heard someone say, I suppose I'll try holding my breath.
Oh, sounds good. I'll hold my breath too.
Good idea, City. Simon T, we're gonna hold our breath.
You too, Killiam.
Kill!
It looked like the breath-holding idea really resonated. I just felt bad for Tino. What sort of training are you going to do? He had been silent up until now. Unlike his sisters, Ansem was a quiet man, but something about him prevented those silences from becoming uncomfortable ones. He was worthy of the title immutable, but as his longtime friend, I knew that he didn't disdain having conversations. He grunted in response to my question. It wasn't on his face, but I could tell that something was bothering him. Good thing Citri always knew what to say in these situations.
In a place like this, there's not much my brother can really do in the way of training.
If we tried to injure Ansi, we'd just break the hot spring.
And Ansem's already fine without breathing much.
I had trouble wrapping my head around the fact that our most reliable member was also our most freakish member. And already fine without breathing much. That's another string of words I had never heard before. Still, And Sem seemed a bit lonely. Did he really want to train that badly?
Why don't we intensify our training? That way, and Sem can heal someone if they collapse.
That's it!
These people are too much for me. And if anyone here is going to collapse, it's going to be Tino, isn't it? I heard Tino let out a small shriek as she hid behind my back. For hunters, there was nothing unusual about spending a few days trudging through monster territory. It was a good way to polish survival skills, and our Citri could take every little detail, leaving us wanting for very little. Even still, I was a semi-retired hunter, and our trek left me fatigued, which was a little pathetic, considering I just sat around in the carriage doing nothing. I loved taking baths so much that I had a tub installed in my office at the clan house. Liz and Tino had played in the lake, but I was too afraid of alligators to hop in. All I could do was wipe myself down with a wet towel. When we arrived in Souls, I was ready to get in the water as soon as possible. I want a manju. Even chocolate would be fine. Just something sweet. Tids. Being a popular tourist destination gave Souls a different atmosphere than the imperial capital. The streets were lined with trees, rocks, and other natural objects that hadn't been removed. It was sort of exotic. There weren't many other travelers, which made me think it must have been the off-season. I don't think anybody here will recognize me. This is a perfect hiding spot. A quiet place like this might not be to Liz's liking, but we've had too much commotion since leaving the capital. Let's take it easy here for a bit. That way, Tino and Black, White and Gray can all heal. I walked back to Citri, who was finishing up the paperwork necessary for our entry.
Well, what do you think? This town?
It's good. I like it. It's perfect for a short stay, and it looks like it's not too crowded. Festivals and other bustling events were nice, but I also enjoyed a quiet town. Really, I was fine, as long as fire wasn't raining down on my head. We had lost Arnold and company back in the Galest Mountains, so I figured there was zero chance of us running into them again. I watched Liz, that old wild child, drag Tino behind her as she went to see the town. Just a few days prior, she was still bedridden from her battle with Arnold, yet she had already recovered. I decided to expect a souvenir from them.
I've heard the hot springs here are very rejuvenating. Sometimes wounded hunters come here.
Next to her, Killiam and Drink were both exuding excitement. They elicited some odd looks from others, but they were far more mellow than Liz. They also did what they were told. Rejuvenation. That sounds nice. I had never once been critically injured, and Sem would heal the wounds of the other party members. It only made sense that I wouldn't care about the idea of a rejuvenating hot spring, but something about those words had an appealing ring to them. Being able to travel on a whim was a privilege enjoyed almost exclusively by hunters. It would be a waste not to take advantage of that privilege. Citri and I began to stroll around the town together. Seeing all the different springs made me wonder just how big a water supply the town was blessed with. Just wandering the town was enjoyable. The rising puffs of steam kept the whole place warm, and walking around the town felt like enough to heal my fatigue. It seemed like the sort of land where you could start digging just about anywhere and quickly hit upon a spring. I considered moving to Souls once I quit hunting and was no longer bound to the capital. Just one thing bothered me. The town was a little too quiet. It wasn't a large locale, but it still seemed a tad lonely. We might have just come at a bad time, but I felt such a fine hot springs town could do to be a bit more lively. It would have been too much to expect Citri to have a safe house in Souls, but she did manage to find us lodgings for the week despite our sudden arrival. It was an inn reputed to have fine springs and good food, and catered not to hunters, but to wealthy tourists. Unlike the utilitarian inns meant for hunters, there was some effort put into making the building's exterior look nice. I was angry with myself for not bringing a camera.
At the front desk, they asked if we're newlyweds.
I'm pretty sure that was just flattery, I think. Why would newlyweds want a room big enough to host 8 people? I elected to not tell Citri about the look I received from the desk clerk. The look that said, "How'd this guy end up with her?" We were just some hunters and some extras. The inn's interior lived up to the expectations set by the exterior. Our room was spacious, floored with tatami, and smelled quite nicely, all of which were things you couldn't say about rooms made for hunters. Hunters were habitually covered in blood, oil, and dust, so their rooms were meant to be entered with footwear on. They were also designed under the assumption that their tenants would be performing maintenance on their gear. Even in the capital, tatami rooms were a rare thing. Before I became a hunter, staying in such a room was a dream of mine. After starting my career as a treasure hunter, I stayed in many tatami rooms, and it never got old. What's so great about tatami flooring? Being able to roll around wherever you want. That's what's so great. I once considered having tatami flooring in my room at the clan house, but Eva put a stop to that. She wasn't in the wrong. It would get dirty in a heartbeat. I might mention that tatami wasn't cheap in the Empire. Assuming that those mats cost the same in Souls as they did in the capital, our room probably cost 10 times what a normal one would have cost. I'm sure Eva would have been angry if she learned we rented something so luxurious.
I'm so glad the room's to your liking. What luck that it was vacant. Normally something like this would be much prissier and require a reservation.
That is lucky. Is it because it's the off-season?
Indeed. I imagine all the tourists fled because of this town's proximity to the Gladys Earldom.
Oh, because of the wait, then it's not the off-season? Does the Earl's territory get closer or farther depending on the season?
Apparently the Earl's having a fair bit of trouble with a rampaging group of bandits. It appears that caused the reduced number of visitors.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of trouble. It wasn't a rare story in the Empire. Just as Zeebrudia was home to legions of powerful hunters, many of its criminals were also quite fearsome. The knights did a fine job maintaining order, but they couldn't keep up with the criminals, who popped up like bamboo shoots. Lord Gladys had a capable bunch of knights at his command, so I figured their bandit troubles wouldn't last long. I don't think we need to worry about those bandits. Really, I think it's good luck. It allowed us to get such a nice room.
Being a tourist destination, this town doesn't have much in the way of defenses. I bet that made most travelers feel uncertain.
When Citri mentioned that, I noticed that the outer walls of Souls were made of wood and very simple compared to those of Elan and Gula. A town like this probably wanted to prioritize scenery, even if that left them vulnerable to dangerous monsters and scoundrels. Still, those tourists were worrying too much. Bandit squads only really targeted travelers and foolish merchants who forgot to hire guards. Even if it was a small one, a town was still a town, and that gave it a layer of defense. If that wasn't enough, Zeebrudia was a powerful empire. You couldn't attack one of its towns and expect to get away with it. Not to mention there was the possibility of powerful hunters passing by. Attacking a town just wasn't worth the risk. Yeah, but bandits don't attack towns anymore.
In matter of fact, indeed. If you want to wipe out a town, smart application of a poison will do just fine.
Citri, that's just plain and simple terrorism. It seemed she wasn't too concerned about the bandits either. I rolled around some more, stopping close to where Citri was sitting. I feel like I'm rolling around all the time. Maybe I should add that to my resume. The tatami, it saps my power. My body grows heavy. I can't do anything. Before I know it, I'll be one with the floor. My eyes met Citri's, and she smiled bashfully while patting her knees.
Go right ahead.
I gratefully placed my head in her lap. Citri's legs were wrapped in thin stockings and unbelievably soft, even though they were thinner than Liz's. I kept meaning to reward Citri for all her work, yet here I was, the one being rewarded. I yawned, and she placed a hand on my head.
I think we have time. Let's rest and wait for the right opportunity.
Yeah, I was unable to resist my sleepiness, my consciousness drifting away. The last thing I saw was Citri's mellow smile.
You have gotta be kidding me.
Dazed, Ake squinted and looked at the castle resting atop the cliff. Arnold felt the same as his right-hand man. Everyone in Scorching Whirlwind was pale in the face. Gilbert had never let himself be intimidated by Arnold, but even he was wide-eyed with shock. Chloe looked quite grim. A bizarre, ominous chill had crept over them once they got within a few kilometers of it. Once it entered their vision, their anticipation gave way to certainty. Night Palace. This was a level 8 treasure vault not found in Nebulanoobs, and it was beyond anything Arnold could have expected.
I don't buy it. You mean that man went in there with such a small party?
Night Palace was the result of an immense supply of mana material packed into a comparatively small area. It affected the local climate, causing rain to pummel the ground like a constant waterfall. Blinding bolts of lightning constantly struck the many spires, and unidentifiable shadows could be spotted between the gaps in the clouds. They couldn't spot any monsters nearby, but that wasn't strange in such apocalyptic scenery. The treasure vault before them was clearly beyond the scope of what falling fog could handle. A member of Scorching Whirlwind was unable to endure the eerie atmosphere and began to vomit as they fell to their knees. No one scorned them for it, even for the highest-level hunter present, Arnold. This was too much. For a level 3, looking at Night Palace must have been like getting a glimpse of hell.
What should we do?
The treasure vault before them was something barely manageable to a party of 6 hunters of Arnold's level. With their current lineup, they were certain to die. Some of them might even be crushed by the pressure before they even reached any monsters. The problem was that the same should have been true of the 1,000 Tricks. His party also had its share of deadweight. Even at a distance, it was clear Night Palace wasn't a vault you could get through, just because you had a level 8 with you. If the 1,000 Tricks was going through the vault, it meant the levels of those deadweight members were much lower than they should have been. Arnold recalled how the 1,000 Tricks received his attacks without any armor or other defenses, as he let that junior hunter fight for him. Arnold made up his mind.
Damn, we'll fall back, think up a plan, and prepare ourselves. I don't believe it. I don't goddamn believe it.
The sky was such a perfect shade of blue I almost couldn't believe it. A refreshing breeze blew through the wide-open carriage window. I smiled as I watched the mellow scenery roll by.
Too bad we couldn't meet up with the others.
I let out a yawn before replying to her. Yeah, these things happen. Rumors didn't do justice to the imposing sight of the level 8 treasure vault, Night Palace. In my experience, treasure vaults designated with a high level had an unmistakable aura of danger. Night Palace was no exception. Its towering figure rested atop a cliff. Billowing thunderclouds coiled about the castle's numerous spires. Solemn, gigantic walls surrounded the outer perimeter, making it look unlike anything produced by nature. But what struck me as the most hellish of all was the constant downpour. The skies were clear just a short distance away from the vault, meaning the rain was most likely a product of mana material. In spite of the treasure vault's gloomy atmosphere, not a single monster prowled around outside. This was a sign of just how dangerous Night Palace was. As they were sources of mana material, most treasure vaults would attract powerful monsters to their premises. A level 8 treasure vault would normally have plenty of monsters skulking around both inside and out. If there weren't any, then it could only be that the vault's phantoms had killed them. Simply put, this was no place for a fraudster with an inflated level like me. This was a genuine living nightmare. Even with Liz, Citri, and Tino at my side, I couldn't be sure I could enter such a vault and come back alive. Having not seen many high-level treasure vaults, Tino stuck her head out the window and looked like she had the wind knocked out of her. Her fight with Arnold had already left her exhausted, but Night Palace's aura alone was enough to make her nauseous. Being accustomed to these sights made a difference, but that wasn't the true cause of her nausea, nor my lack thereof. The real reason was that people with sharper senses were more vulnerable to external influences. Tino's reaction was the same as Ciri's tenured trio of black, white, and gray, meaning her reaction was normal for hunters. If they're not here, then we can probably assume they got out just fine.
Well, we had already explored the vault in its entirety and thinned the phantom population.
That was right. I didn't think much of Liz leaving the vault by herself, but Citri was a thorough girl. She probably wouldn't have departed from the vault early if she hadn't deemed it safe to leave the others behind. Staring avariciously at Night Palace like some sort of maniac, Liz asked me a question.
By the way, Krai baby, does this mean we've fulfilled our objectives?
Only about half of them.
Huh? Only ha. Hola. You
Before Tino managed to finish her sentence, her nausea got the better of her. Perhaps she needed to rest. Our vacation had 3 broad objectives. The first was to meet up with Luke and the others, but we had already missed our chance to do this. I knew this one was a long shot, so I didn't fret when we realized we had missed them. The second was to go to a hot spring and relax. This was what I planned to do next. The third was to not be home in time for the gathering of the White Blade. Needless to say, this was the most important of the 3. In summary, our vacation had no real objectives. No matter what, I wasn't going to be attending the gathering of the White Blade. We had been gone for a week, and it would take about that long to return the capital. We had to wait yet another week before turning around. Even if I managed to meet up with the others, go to a hot spring, rest, and thank everyone for all their hard work, I still wouldn't head back to the capital if there was time remaining. Dancing around a bonfire with Arnold and his party sounded more appealing than going to that gathering of freaks. If I hadn't had a party and a clan to look after, I would have simply fled abroad by myself.
It's your vacation and all, so you can do what you want, but I think Night Palace is still more than T can handle.
Well, I never planned to enter in the first place. If the other members were still inside, I would have just waited for them outside. I'd be inviting my own death if I entered a level 8 treasure vault. I like to believe even I had that much common sense. I looked at Tino and saw she was pale as a ghost and on the verge of tears. We won't do anything dangerous. I mean, from the start, I never planned on us doing anything dangerous.
Master, I don't see what's so funny.
I didn't think it was funny either. But looking back, I felt Arnold was responsible for everything that had happened. We had many close calls on the road, but we only came in direct contact with danger when we crossed the mountains. But if Arnold hadn't been chasing us, we never would have been forced to brave the mountains in the first place. It's all Arnold's fault.
Shall we dispose of him?
No. All I wanted to do was soak in a hot spring and forget about it all. About a week spent like that seemed like it would be enough. Arnold's pursuit had me on edge, but I didn't think I'd be seeing him again. I couldn't imagine the same coincidence happening again and told Liz not to give him more hints. I figured if I were to run into him at a hot spring, then I would just have to accept my fate. There weren't too many relics I could bring with me into a bathing area. Our next destination is a hot spring. We just need to make sure we don't set foot in the Gladys Earldom. We were pretty close to his domain. We had to be careful.
Hey, Krai baby, do you have something against Earl Gladys?
Liz had a funny look on her face. She had probably figured out as much as she could glean off intuition alone. I trusted her and Citri. I like to believe I could trust Tino. Tell you the truth, I received a named quest from Earl Gladys.
Really? From that hunter-hating Earl? Wow, what kind of quest is it?
I didn't know. I never accepted the quest brief. I never even decided to accept the quest. Actually, I decided to do the opposite. I wasn't going to accept the quest no matter what. I felt bad for Chloe, but I wanted her to just turn around and go home. Nothing good could come from a named quest issued by a family of warriors. Unlike Liz, who had a twinkle in her eyes, Citri solemnly accepted my reasoning.
Very well. We'll avoid the Gladys Earldom. Near his territory, there should be a small town famous for its hot springs. However, going there would place us dangerously close to the Earl's domain.
Citri unfolded a map and pointed. Just like she had said, the town wasn't necessarily in the Gladys Earldom, but it came awfully close. No point in worrying about every little possibility. I guess this is fine since we aren't actually stepping over the border. Even if they find us, I can just make it clear to them that I don't want to accept their quest.
So has this place got mixed bathing?
Goodness, Lizzie, there's nowhere with mixed bathing in this day and age.
Ah, whatever.
I guess that's...
I feel bad that Luke and the others can't join us, but if it turns out to be a good spot, then we can just bring them along with us another time. Oh, I should release Black, White, and Gray once they've had a chance to relax at the hot spring. I rubbed my eyes and let out another yawn as I hyped myself up for a long overdue visit to a hot spring. Eclair Gladys sprinted down a carpeted hallway. She narrowly avoided colliding with a maid and received a scowl from a young knight, but she didn't stop. She reached the furthest room in the mansion and practically slammed into its heavy door as she pushed it open. The head of the House of Gladys, Van Gladys, furrowed his brow at his daughter's brazen discourtesy.
Tell me, Father, is it true you have issued a name quest to the 1,000 tricks?
Eclair, as a daughter of the House of Gladys, you must show some grace.
Please, answer me. Why the 1,000 tricks?
I don't see any need to explain myself, but as a man of the nobility, I cannot permit myself to remain indebted to a hunter.
His sharp glare reminded Eclair of her role in creating that debt. She bit her lip. A named quest from a noble was proof that a hunter was among the best out there. A Zebrutian noble establishing relations with a hunter was a significant thing, all the more so when that noble was famous for despising hunters. Renown. It was among the most valuable rewards a hunter could ask for, and it was what nobles paid out. A quest, offered by a large trading house, could pay in gold, but clear renown wasn't so easy to come by. In the incident with the auction, Eclair became indebted to the 1,000 tricks. In the complicated world of the nobility, it would reflect badly on the House of Gladys if their means of repayment was insufficient. However, a high-level hunter would already have plenty of wealth, power, and renown. Lord Gladys sunk into a brief silence before continuing.
But I cannot pretend I have no interest in that man. He became a level 8 hunter before Ark Rodan. This is a good chance to see just what sort of feats he's capable of.
The House of Gladys was well known for its distaste for hunters, but this wasn't some blind hatred. They simply had absolute confidence in their strength. and that of the knights at their command. Even hunters would be shown respect by the House of Gladys if they were considered worthy, and true to form, the house did maintain relations with the House of Rodan. But there was no denying the fact that earning the respect of nobles was very difficult.
And so you asked that man to exterminate Bandit Squad Barrel?
Who did you hear that from?
Monta told me.
If there's one thing I'd change about that man, it's his weakness towards you.
Lord Gladys sighed at the thought of his right-hand man. Montour was most likely just trying to make sure Eclair understood the consequences of her mistakes. Or perhaps he just thought Eclair might find the subject interesting. Bandit Squad Barrel. They were cruel and bold, strong and cunning. A band of 100-some men, criminals of all sorts, chose to avoid the domain of Earl Gladys, but Bandit Squad Barrel ran rampant, attacking towns and villages. Knights had been dispatched many times to stop the bandits, but each attempt was in vain. If a large number of knights attacked, the bandits would flee. If a small number of knights attacked, the bandits would fight them off. Nothing could be more humiliating for an earl known for his strength on the battlefield. The bandits chose underhanded tactics, but that didn't mean they were weak. They had even managed to fight off groups of high-level hunters. Normally, this was no time for a noble to be attending an auction, but Lord Gladys's status had obliged him to show up. However, at this rate the reputation of his knights was going to erode. Previously, the plan was to enlist the aid of Ark Roden and send him along with the Earl's knights to crush the bandits. A joint operation with knights would be a good opportunity. It would be a test of both strength and character for the 1,000 tricks. If his strength was genuine, then even the knights who looked down on hunters would be forced to recognize his talents. For better or for worse, the name Rodan was well known and carried its own baggage. The 1,000 tricks, however, was a newcomer. A show of his strength just might affect even some like Lord Gladys, who had a deep-seated disdain for hunters.
Father, when will we arrive?
I received word that he's left the capital. He should be here shortly. Cast aside your previous animosity towards that man, and prepare to offer him a cordial welcome.
Yes, Father!
Eclair's animosity had already faded. What she harbored towards the 1,000 tricks was fear. As his daughter lowered her head as though trying to make herself smaller, Lord Gladys began to show the first signs of apprehension. We spent a day traveling while making sure to avoid the Gladys earldom and reached our destination, a town named Souls, without incident. Souls was a small town nestled among some mountains. The distinct scent floating from the town suggested that Citri wasn't lying when she said the place had famous hot springs. We got out of the carriage, because Arnold was chasing after us. This was the first time in a few days that we stepped inside a town. There really isn't anything better than a vacation. With all my assailants behind me, I rolled around on the floor and appreciated what a great thing tranquility was. At heart, I was both a pacifist and a lazy bum who didn't want to move any more than I had to. I just frequently found myself at the center of trouble. The sun had set and I continued to space out, but then Liz spoke up.
Hey, do you want to go slay a hot spring dragon together? I heard about it while walking around the town. Apparently, there's a nest nearby.
I think I'll stay here. And just like that, my relaxation was brought to a halt. We were at a hot spring. Why did she have to go exterminating monsters? And what kind of half-assed name was Hot Spring Dragon? Our inn was a high-class one that catered to merchants, and it showed in every detail. Our room was large, our bedding was soft, and our food was made with the best ingredients from both the land and sea. The spring water was straight from the source and never recycled. There was a large tub, and then each room had its own open-air bath. If you wanted to, you could comfortably spend a whole day without leaving your room. Why should I go fight a hot spring dragon on the very first day? Citri's lap pillow had let me recover all my lost energy, but I planned to save that energy for the hot spring. That energy wasn't something I could use on just anything.
Simu! How often do you get to fight a big monster? What did we even come here for?
Really? I think we've been running into way too many big monsters lately. Even though she spent the day walking around Sulls, my tiny childhood friend was full of energy. Liz pursed her lips, grabbed my arm, and shook me. Without Luke and the others, I was her only playmate, and I wasn't up for that role. If she wanted something to play around with, Tina wasn't doing anything. Let me say it right now. I don't plan on doing a single meaningful thing while I'm here. For the next 2 weeks, I'm going to eat, bathe, sleep, and wait.
In other words, you've already made your move.
Huh? Yeah. Exactly. It's all according to plan. Leave it to Citri to back me up even after saying something so pathetic. I guess you could say I had made my move. We had our bumps on the road, but my vacation was more or less going as planned. We were at a hot spring. Warm, luxurious baths were an arm's length away. What could be more important than that? I was going to forget Arnold, the gathering of the White Blade, the named quest, all of it. I would leave it in the hands of future Krai. At some point, Citri had changed from her alchemist robes to a blue yukata with a floral pattern. It didn't show any more skin than her usual outfit, but something about it was refreshing and a bit alluring compared to her usual bulky gear. She had good posture and the yukata almost seemed tailor-made for her. No doubt, Citri had worked harder than anyone else during our vacation. I hoped she would at least rest her wings for the last stretch. There were also male yukatas available, but I couldn't wear one of those and keep all my relics equipped. Keeping myself alive was my top priority. I even kept my rings on when I got in the bath. Killiam, however, had chosen to don a yukata and began striking poses. The yukata didn't really match its ripped figure. I wondered if maybe it was a more playful fellow than I had realized.
City, when did you change? And where's mine? Don't tell me you think you can use this as a chance to seduce my Krai baby.
The only one here who would do that is you. Besides, how many times do I have to remind you that he isn't yours? You can get a yukata from the inn employees, so why don't you go do that?
Liz, if you put on a yukata, then you can't really go around kicking things. Liz looked conflicted, setting aside whether she might even need to kick anything at a hot spring. She had always hated wearing clothes that were hard to move in. However, her disciple was glancing about like she was eager to try one on.
It appears there aren't many customers, so I'm sure we'll have the place all to ourselves.
That's good to hear. I didn't mind if there were other customers, but if I was alone, then I could swim around in the tub. But more importantly, this meant Liz was less likely to get into any altercations. Liz and Citri both looked like endearing girls, and so they often received various solicitations at inns. Then Liz would beat said solicitors to a pulp. Sure, they had it coming, but I still wanted to avoid those incidents if I could. Then, I remembered I had something to ask Citri. What happened to Black, White, and Gray? I didn't see them when we were eating.
Matter of fact, per your instructions, I secured them a room, and they should be receiving meals. Anything more than that isn't my concern.
What a dry response. But if we're in the same inn, then I suppose I'll run into them. Then I can remove their collars and set them free.
Master, how do I look?
She steeled her resolve and twirled around. She was in a navy blue yukata and wasn't wearing her usual ribbons. The dark blue fabric beautifully contrasted with her pale skin. It suited her quite nicely. Citri must have given her a hand in choosing the outfit. Tino had been 10 years old when we'd first met her shortly after arriving in the capital. Years later, I still couldn't help but see her as a child, but seeing her like this caused me to reconsider. With minor exceptions, her body was more developed than Liz's. I almost forgot there were only 4 or 5 years between us. Unlike Citri, Tina wasn't showing any more or less skin than she usually did, so why did she seem so much more alluring? I observed her with close scrutiny, but that made her cheeks flush. Yeah, you look nice. Very cute. So much. It's a shame only I can see you like this. After all, I'm the one always causing so much trouble for you. My overblown compliment caused Tino to grow an even deeper shade of red, and she averted her gaze. Her lips were pressed tightly. She was clearly pleased. Liz wasn't really the type to dole out praise, so I wondered if maybe I should pick up the slack.
Oh, Master.
Tino's vocabulary seemed to be failing her.
Krai, Tino may be cute, but that hardly excuses your ogling.
Was that what I was doing? Maybe Citri has a point. She's a girl. She's in a better position to understand how Tino feels. She's a junior hunter to Citri as well, and those two are closer in age. Maybe they think of each other as sisters.
City, I don't really...
Are you all right, T? Krai doesn't mean to be so discomforting, but I'll protect you. Besides, Krai, before you go complimenting T, don't you have anything to say to me?
Just gonna say it outright? She was only joking, but her point still stood. Just because we were friends was no reason for me to throw courtesy out the window. I gave Citri another look. Rows of white flowers lined blue fabric. It was a good match for a mellow person like her. Her appearance was pure and gentle, yet also somewhat seductive. Perfect. Treasure hunters would become more charming as their levels increased. Mana material did more than just strengthen their bodies in mana pools. It didn't outright alter their faces, but something about them would change. There were a few tales of hunters who strongly valued beauty and developed devilish charms that brought countries to ruin. The inn employee had been right to look at me funny. There was a strong mismatch between Citri and someone like me with no mana material. If I hadn't gotten used to the sight of her after growing up around her, then I might have completely fallen for her. Not that I was good enough for her. Still, our clan sure has a lot of beautiful faces. Sorry. You look very pretty, Citri. You look good in your usual robe, but this is nice too. She was easy on the eyes and she had a nice pristine aura to her. I'm sure her doting older brother would have been thrilled to get a picture of her. The difference between her and myself was night and day. Citri gave me a hostile look. She stepped forward so she was right in front of me, and, before I could say anything, wrapped her arms around me. Her body was pressed right against mine.
A city?
Is that your honest opinion? I could tell when you're lying, Krai.
I felt something soft against my chest. I thought I could feel Citri's heart beating through the fabric of her robe. If I had the senses of a treasure hunter, then I would have been able to tell for certain, but as I was, I couldn't tell if it was her heartbeat or mine. Something smelled sweet, my head felt hot, and I became dizzy. She looked up at me through pink translucent eyes that threatened to pull me in. I was used to skinship with Liz, but with Citri, it was unfamiliar and unsettling. If this was a joke, it was a bad one. I was technically a man after all. With nowhere to go, my hands dangled uselessly. I couldn't just push her away. Tina returned to her senses and let out a cry. She grabbed Citri by the arm and attempted to pull her off of me. She moved without hesitation. I guess that's what happens when you've trained to fight people. Tino easily pulled Citri off and looked at me with puffed cheeks, an unusual expression for her.
City, you can't just do something like that. I'll tell Lizzie what you did, and you, Master, to think you were just saying how nice I looked.
Yeah, That was disgraceful, considering I had just complimented you. I'm really sorry. I'll take you out for cake later, so forgive me. Citri let out a bewitching sigh and nodded with satisfaction.
Your heart was pounding, as it should have been, so I'll forgive you for leering at Tino.
Yeah, of course it was pounding. And I wasn't leering at Tino. Any man would do the same. Well, I guess Luke wouldn't have. But he dedicated his soul to the path of the blade and gave up on worldly desires, so we can consider him an exception. As I took a deep breath and calmed myself down, Citri nonchalantly grabbed my left arm.
Shall we head to the hot spring? We don't know when we might find ourselves in a battle once more. Nor do I think we'll get much peace and quiet once Lizzie gets back from her search for the hot spring dragon.
Tino angrily puffed up her cheeks and jumped at my right arm.
Master, don't let yourself be done in by Citri's jokes. Be your usual proper self.
When have I ever been proper? Tino and Citri were both pretty enough that I could get a big ego by having them at my side. I should have felt blessed twofold under these circumstances, but, for some reason, I just felt incredibly uncomfortable. I was pretty sure Ark was always in situations like this. Hell only knows how he managed to keep a smile on at all times. Maybe that was also a matter of character. That joke of Citri's was unusual for her. Maybe being in a hot spring is causing her to loosen up. It happens. It's not a bad thing. I'll just go along and enjoy it. Citri was in a good mood. Tino was in a foul mood, and both were holding one of my arms. As we went off to the hot spring, I felt like a criminal escorted by 2 guards. They were in a room at a high-end inn, the sort of place normally out of reach for the average hunter. A tough-looking man and woman put their heads together and talked in hushed tones.
Are we really going to do this?
This man was once feared as a criminal, now he was breaking out in cold sweat. Black thought it pretty likely that she was making a similar expression as him. But despite their fear, they couldn't afford to delay any longer. If we don't do anything, our lives will be over. It's do or die.
But the 1,000 Tricks said he was going to let us go.
Don't be stupid. Do you really believe that? He said he'd let us go, but then where did he take us? Night Palace, that's where. A treasure vault avoided even by the craziest hunters. God damn it. Even from a distance, Night Palace was more horrifying than rumors could do justice. Black thought she felt her heart stop just by looking at it. If she had been ordered to enter that treasure vault, she would have sooner jumped from the carriage and fled. She probably would have been killed for it, but it was a worthy risk. Black, White, and Gray were all fairly competent hunters, but there was nothing they could do against a place like Night Palace. It was a tough journey that they had been forced to go on. They had been forced to drive the carriage and look out for monsters. In towns, they hadn't been allowed to rest and had to watch drink and the carriage. In the forest, they had been forced to fight off all sorts of monsters. They had even been chased by a level 7 hunter. Many times they had thought it would be better to just die than go on like this, but that treasure vault was something else entirely. Even after traveling with 1,000 tricks, they didn't have a clue of what sort of powers he had. But Black, White, and Gray could all agree on that one point. The man was insane. This was a vacation, but it was a level 8's idea of a vacation. It wasn't something they could keep up with. They were at what appeared to be a hot spring town, but the 1,000 tricks said they had only accomplished half of their objectives. It was hard to believe, however. It was very possible that Black, White, and Gray might get swept up into something even worse than anything they had yet been through. After all, back in the forest, one of those maniacs had mentioned something about them still being useful alive. It was then that Gray entered the room. His face looked completely drained of energy. He never had a healthy complexion to begin with, but now he looked almost like a corpse. His face twisted when he heard Black's proposal.
I want out.
What? If you stay, it's a slow but certain death.
I don't think I can stand against those guys. Don't worry, I won't say a word about what you're doing.
When did you become such a coward? Gray shrugged his shoulders and left the room. This was unexpected. Black, White, and Gray were all more or less equally skilled, but put to it, Gray was probably the smartest of them all. Yet the man Black and White just saw displayed not a hint of courage or will to resist. Perhaps he wouldn't return to a life of crime, even if he made it home alive.
What do we do?
We'll play the cards we've been dealt. It's our only choice. Maybe they'll let their guard down if one of us stays behind. They didn't have to worry about being snitched on. Their captors weren't so kind as to reward Gray for doing so. Gray bailing on them was an unforeseen turn, but they had already formulated a plan. They didn't intend to fight the 1,000 tricks. Even if they caught him by surprise, he could annihilate them with just his pinky finger. The only thing still standing in their way was their collars. Destroying them would be difficult, and they could still get shocked, no matter how far they ran. It was truly an invisible shackle. At first, the ignoble held the key, but now it was in the hands of the 1,000 tricks. They said we'll be here for a week, maybe 2. I think we should act early. We'll succeed. We've gotta. They're not keeping a close eye on us right now. This is our chance.
Got it.
They didn't know much about the 1,000 tricks. They knew he looked like a benign guy. He seldom worked. He said pathetic things all the time. He constantly had his guard down, and he wasn't remotely imposing. And yet everyone was desperate to stay out of his way. It was possible he was just putting on an act, but there was one thing only Black, White, and Gray knew. The 1,000 tricks is getting complacent. He's not keeping an eye on us, and stealing is part of our way of life. When it comes to that key, it's better that he has it rather than the ignoble. Citri, that terrifying woman, knew what an overwhelmingly advantageous position she had been in, but she had never shown them the key. They never had the faintest idea where she kept it. But that was the right thing to do when controlling slaves. However, the 1,000 tricks was different. He was overbearing, but also showed the sort of generosity you could offer when you had the upper hand. He brought out the key right in front of Black, White, and Gray. Maybe he just wanted to nip their escape plans in the bud. Maybe he really planned to release them. Either way, they had a good idea as to where he kept the key. He carried it around with him. If that was the case, they were certain they could steal it. After all, he didn't pay any attention to them. No more than someone might mind a bug on the ground. The 1,000 tricks was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if they didn't have the collars, they wouldn't be able to take him down. But that man was still a human, not some infallible god. This meant there was still hope for them. Fortunately, they were at a hot spring. There were changing rooms.
I've checked the locks on the lockers. They're a bit complex. I can get them open. I'll just need a minute. They don't worry about clothing theft in these fancy places.
Right. Let's do it. They were up against a fiend, but that didn't mean Black and White were just going to sit quietly and wait to be crushed. As they stood up, the two of them tried to hide their fear through twisted smiles. I was all alone in the main bathing area's changing room. It seemed like there really weren't any other guests at the inn. It all felt very luxurious. I hummed a tune to myself as I walked up to the lockers. Seasoned hunters never neglected thorough preparations. I knew that, even if I wasn't among their ranks, I was weak, to put it nicely. Without my relics I was just a normal guy, and so I rarely removed them unless I was in my own room. That didn't change just because I was on vacation. It didn't feel good entering a hot spring with a bunch of jingling relics, but I didn't have any other choice. Luke and Ansem would protect me if they were present, and that would let me keep the number of relics to a minimum. But I was by myself, so I couldn't make any compromises. There might be thieves. I removed the relics I wore over my clothes and then removed my clothes. Having my hounding chain around my waist would be uncomfortable, so I activated it. It arranged itself into a dog-like sitting position. I only had so much room on my fingers, so I kept my excess rings in a bag. I took those rings out and hung them on the hounding chain. Semi-automatic relics were really convenient at times like these. Bracelets, necklaces, pendants, circlets. They all went to the hounding chain in that order. Then went the key ring I kept at my waist. All those keys were also relics. Key-type relics were pretty popular. As I searched my pockets, I found a golden key. It took me a moment to remember that it was for the collars on black, white, and gray. I considered taking it with me, but the key wasn't made of mana material. Relics didn't rust and were rarely affected by their surroundings. But a metal key might rust, and I didn't see any reason to bring it with me. I put the key in the locker, grabbed a towel, and headed to the bathing area with my hounding chain. Most hot springs didn't allow pets in the baths, but the hounding chain was more chain than hound, so I figured it was fine. Then again, I wasn't actually sure bringing a chain with me was okay. I opened a frosted glass door and felt a rush of dense steam and the particular smell of hot springs. I took a good look around as I walked across the marble floor. My hounding chain wiggled its relic-covered tail as it followed me. The main bathing area was a work of art. It wasn't exceptionally large, but you could tell that attention was paid to every detail from the floor to the ceiling. The variety of facilities and their quality left no room for complaint, even from a hot spring maniac like myself. There was no space for washing off blood, but this wasn't an inn for hunters, so I guess that was normal. Even in the bathing area, I didn't see any other guests. Not at the showers, nor at the tub itself. It was a Krai Andri solo performance. If no one else, black, white, and gray should have been at the inn. Perhaps they were just resting in their room? I lightly waved my hand as I aimlessly walked around the edge of the bath. Just the feeling of relinquishing the added weight from my shoulders revitalized me. In the bath, hot water poured from the mouth of a statue shaped like a dragon. The walls were engraved with a relief which was entirely incomprehensible for someone like me, who had no interest in art. Unfortunately, the bath wasn't big enough to swim in, but I didn't mind. I was old enough that swimming around just because no one else was around felt childish. This is perfect. There's even an open-air bath. I made up my mind. I would move to Sul's once I retired. I walked up to a glass wall and aimlessly glanced into the open-air bath. Soaking in the rock-carved open-air bath was a bright sky-blue dragon. Huh? I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but the dragon was still there. Overall, it had a fancy, round outline. It had big doe eyes. It was about 3 meters tall, but that was on the small side for a dragon. Hot water overflowed from the tub. Large droplets splashed against the glass wall as the dragon shook its wings and wagged its tail with pleasure. My hounding chain ran in wild circles around me. It probably would have been barking if it was capable of it. I stood in a daze for a moment before I decided to pretend I hadn't seen anything. I went off to the showers and took my sweet time rinsing my body from head to toe. My heart was still pounding. It was a different sort of pounding than when Citri pressed herself up against me. Putting a dragon in a bath. There's no understanding the tastes of the rich. Once my body was squeaky clean, I fearfully glanced at the open-air bath from a safe distance. I saw the vague shape of something blue. Of course, it was still there. I thought about what to do as I slowly sank into the water. It was fairly hot, but that was all the better. My body began to relax, like my fatigue was dissolving in the water. Covered in relics, my hounding chain loyally sat nearby. But all I could think about was the dragon. I had come all this way to a hot spring, and I couldn't even enjoy it. I had seen all kinds of dragons, but that one was new to me. It didn't even make sense. No one would believe me if I told them about it. Even I wasn't certain of my sanity. I continued to soak in the warm water while giving occasional glances towards the open-air bath, but the dragon wasn't going anywhere. It was frustrating. With the dragon in there, I couldn't enjoy the open-air bath. Maybe I should have brought Killiam with me. but that would have been discomforting in its own way. Then a thought occurred to me. Maybe I could join the dragon? When I really thought about it, it seemed like there was no way a dangerous creature could enter the open-air baths of a high-class inn. Hot water poured from the mouth of a dragon statue inside. Maybe dragons were a sort of signature of this place. Dragon baths, is it? I think I prefer normal baths. I saw the dragon's neck sticking out of the water. It looked quite pleasant. I didn't know anything about the facial expressions of dragons, but it looked relaxed. The dragon was a tad large, but there was still plenty of room. I could easily fit in if I wanted to. I had been through all sorts of experiences, but bathing with a dragon would be a first. Not that I had ever felt the desire to. Maybe I should just give up on the open-air bath. This was a dragon we were talking about, and I had no mana material and couldn't hurt a fly. Even if the dragon didn't mean to hurt me, I could still get tossed across the room if it bumped into me by accident. After sitting with warm water up to my neck, I began to feel dizzy. I had completely forgotten about my plans to give the sauna a visit. Now I didn't have enough time for that. Should I join the dragon or not? Can I? Is it safe? Is it dangerous? No. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. I am a dragon. I'm relaxing in a hot spring and a human comes along to bathe. The human is weak. Unlike those monstrous hunters, this one has no particular powers. I am a dragon. There is next to no chance that I might be hurt. Would I really bother to attack under those circumstances? No. With my mind resolved, I stood up. Surely the dragon was a signature part of the inn, like a pet. I had nothing to fear. Showing fear might only make things worse. I opened the door to the open-air bath and stood before the dragon with my arms crossed in a bold, assertive pose. Then, for no particular reason, the dragon hit me and sent me soaring. I crashed through the glass wall and stumbled into the main bath. My safety rings prevented me from taking any damage from the blow or from the broken shards of glass. The sky-blue dragon glared at me, its doe eyes glinting in a way that shouldn't have been possible. My hounding chain stood in front of me, as though trying to protect me. I was confused, but I still managed to let out a shrill cry. Amatri, there's a dragon, there's a dragon. I was wrong. It seemed so content that I figured the dragon must be special, but it was just a wild beast. She couldn't help herself. With sparkling eyes, she gasped at the scenery before her. Tino Shade had only left the imperial capital a few times. She was always busy training, and most quests she undertook didn't require her to go beyond the capital's walls. Hunters spent more money on equipment than on lodgings, and she had never stayed at an inn that catered to anyone but hunters. It was also her first time seeing such a large hot spring. She had been through a lot since leaving the capital, but what lay before her made her glad she came along on the vacation. Even the warmly lit changing room made her feel a bit uncomfortable with it all. She turned towards City and, with some hesitation, asked the question that had been on her mind.
City, regarding the cost.
Oh, you don't need to worry about that, T. Don't be shy. We earn much more than you do. In fact, it would show a lack of faith in us if you felt the need to hold back on our part.
City's words were nonchalant, but projected a certain confidence that wouldn't take no for an answer.
Thank you very much.
City had a point. Tino was an intermediate hunter, but a famous party like Grieving Souls could easily have had an income hundreds of times greater than hers. Lizzie had gone off to look for the hot spring dragon, so it was just City and Tino in the changing room. Tino was a bit hesitant. In some ways, she found City to be even scarier than Lizzie, but City seemed unconcerned as she undid the sash on her robe.
I'm sure you're quite tired, T. Be sure to rest well. You never know when something might happen.
Oh, okay. Right.
She undid her robe. Tino had undressed around Lizzie many times, but never around City. A bit flustered, she undressed hastily, but City showed no signs of trepidation. What she saw caused Tino's eyes to widen, and she held her breath. City was very pretty. Tino had seen Lizzie in the Altogether before. Lizzie had a boisterous personality and a devil-may-care approach to life, and would often bathe in mountain streams in her underwear. She had an excellent figure that carried not an ounce of excess fat. Her tanned skin had an untamed beauty. But City was different. Tino didn't know quite what to expect, because City always wore a thick robe. But her figure still caught Tino by surprise. Her skin was white as snow, and without a single wrinkle. She was slender, but still had very feminine curves. One thing Tino had over Lizzie was bust size, but City surpassed them both in that regard. It was strange to think those two were sisters. The work of a thief required different talents than that of an alchemist. It was only natural that the two would paint a different silhouette. Still, the small sense of superiority Tino held over Lizzie was crushed by City's figure.
What's the matter, T?
Nothing. Your gear really hides your figure, doesn't it?
City suppressed a giggle and looked at Tino with a perceptive glance. Embarrassed, Tino wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. She was still growing, but she felt she could give up on ever getting ahead of City. If only there was something she could do about that. Briefly, the image of evolved greed, the mask she got from her master, flitted past her mind's eye. She batted it away. Covering as much of herself as she could with a towel, she shut her locker, but then she noticed City up to something.
Is that for...
She blinked as her voice trailed off. City was fastening belts carrying potions to her arms. Those vials secured to her contained multicolored liquids unlike those that Tino used in treasure vaults. She looked at City's odd pre-bath preparations with wide eyes.
I don't need to remind you how Lizzie always keeps Apex roots on at all times. Hunters need to be prepared for combat at all times.
Then, is something going to happen?
Maybe, maybe not. Part of preparation is accepting both possibilities.
I see.
Not sure if she actually understood or not, Tino forced herself to accept City's words as truth. Tino had never seen someone make such thorough preparations, but City was leagues smarter than her, so surely she couldn't be mistaken. This was probably normal among top-tier parties. Not to mention, City was an alchemist and alchemists fought with items. So maybe she simply had to stay armed at all times? City pulled out one last item, a pink squirt gun.
Thank you for waiting. Shall we go? I'd very much like to chat with you, T.
Following City, Tino timidly stepped through the door. A pleasant billow of steam fell over her, just like the inn itself. The baths were unlike anything she had ever seen. The floor was made of smooth stones and felt nice to walk on with bare feet. A subdued yet intricate engraving adorned the walls, and a tub large enough for multiple people was filled with transparent water. Tino and City were the only two present. The only noise in the area was the sound of flowing water echoing off the high ceiling. It gave Tino an odd sense of freedom. With City's words still on her mind, she strained her eyes and checked the open-air bath, but that was empty too. Sanitation was a constant source of trouble for hunters on the move. Generally, their only options were to wipe oneself down with a wet towel or to bathe in a spring if there was one available. Mana material prevented hunters from getting too dirty, but that mana material didn't prevent stress from accumulating. For someone who was still on edge after just recently crossing a mountain range, this hot spring was like a slice of heaven. This is what luxury looks like, Tino thought. But I can't let myself get accustomed to being indulged by Master. She headed to the showers, where she found a wide selection of fine-smelling soaps. These were probably normal for noble girls and the daughters of rich merchants. With just a little bit of anticipation, she picked each one up and gave it a sniff. Her usual soap was the sort meant to mask a body's scent, which was only a matter of course for a thief, but she saw no harm in trying something fragrant once in a while. She sat down, but just as she was about to start lathering, she heard a voice from behind her. A slender arm was thrust out right before her eyes. Held by fingers thin and silver like tiny fish was a glass vial filled with something light purple.
Here, T. This soap will be far more appealing to Krai than any regular variety.
Huh!
Tino turned around. City grinned as she looked down at her. It was obvious that City cared deeply for Krai. Maybe not like a lover would, but those two no doubt shared a deep bond. What could motivate her to lend a helping hand to a mere disciple?
Care to give it a try? I'm always synthesizing more. But if you're not interested, then I suppose that's fine.
What a devious temptation. Tino didn't know why City made something like that, but she didn't go around lying without reason. And her potions were of a quality that anyone in First Steps could vouch for. But if she was always synthesizing more, didn't that mean she was always using it? Tino's cheeks flushed and she shrunk back a bit. When it came down to it, she wanted it. She wanted to give the soap a try. She wanted the praise of her master more than that of anyone else. He might not spare much thought for her, but now a means to draw his attention was right in front of her eyes. But she couldn't get the words out of her mouth. With a burning sense of agitation, she cast her eyes downward. City grinned and sat down behind Tino. It wasn't like she was exposing her back to an enemy, but she still felt an odd shiver run down her spine.
That's right, you're tired, aren't you? Here, I'll wash you. You can just relax and let your worries fade away. Rest assured, I'm quite good at massages. Just don't take your mind off me.
This was bad. Very bad. Alarm bells were blaring inside Tino's head. She couldn't help but let out a small yelp when City's fingertips brushed against her shoulder. Her heart was beating like a drum. She had to run, but her legs wouldn't respond. Even if she did run, what good would it do her? This was a danger unlike any she had ever dealt with. She realized she had made the wrong decision in coming here. Reflected in the mirror before her, Tino could see a smile on City's lips, but her eyes were cold like a surgeon's. Tino should have refused. She should have said she didn't need any soap that City most likely made for her own purposes, and flatly refused while looking at City like she was deranged. City's clever maneuverings were far scarier than Lizzie's bouts of violence. Tino tried to stand up, but a hand pressed down and kept her still. Using just her right hand, City removed the lid on the glass vial. A thick purple liquid rocked back and forth. City poured a dollop onto her hand and reached for Tino's shaking back. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, they heard a screaming voice. Citriive, there's a dragon! There's a dragon!
A Dravgon?
Faced with certain peril, Tino's anxiety was reaching extraordinary heights when she heard those words of rescue. They didn't make any sense to her, but City's hand stopped and her smile disappeared as she let out a brief sigh. She quickly rinsed off her hands.
What could be going on over there? That's the men's bath, but our aid's been requested and that means we must go. As I recall, the quickest way is through the open-air baths.
Huh? Ho! Okay. Ho!
How could there possibly be a dragon? They were rumored to be the most powerful mythical beasts out there. Their strength varied, but even the weakest dragons could butcher a human with ease. There should have been a panic the moment a dragon even got close to the town. Tino was still in a state of bewilderment, but just about anything seemed better than letting City wash her, so she got up and followed after the alchemist. The open-air baths were in the same direction as the men's baths and cordoned off by a tall and sturdy wall. Then something occurred to Tino.
City, we're both naked.
And what of it? Does that hinder your strikes?
Tino paused at this unexpected yet perfectly sound objection. City wasted no time removing a potion from a belt on her arm and hurled it against the wall. It didn't make any sense. Being attacked by a dragon in a hot spring definitely ranked among my life's top 10 most bizarre experiences, and it happened in a populated town. Just what was the insecurity doing if a dragon managed to sneak in? I wasn't entirely surprised to see it wasn't satisfied with just batting me away. The dragon rose out of the bath and came towards me, menacingly spreading its wings. I was reminded that a dragon was still a dragon even if it was a small one. The sight of its spread wings was pretty intimidating. When you really think about it, it was silly of me to imagine that a hot spring might adopt a dragon. I should have realized that before I tried to enter the open-air bath. I guess the allure of the hot spring did me in. Walking on two legs, the dragon's feet crunched the shards of broken glass on the floor and stepped into the indoor bath. It must have been a really extravagant dragon if it wanted to eat and bathe at the same time. I decided that if the inn staff asked me about my stay, then I'd tell them they need sturdier glass panes in the bathing areas. If I got out alive, that is. I forced my weary body to get up and just barely managed to put some distance between the dragon and myself. My safety rings, still close at hand, were useless unless someone came and fought off the monster. My hounding chain bravely stood in front of me, but unfortunately, it had next to no attack power. The rational part of my brain was telling me to hurry up and run inside the inn. But then the hungry dragon would follow after me. I didn't want to see such a nice building get destroyed, and as a hunter, even if in the most basic sense of the word, I wanted to prevent any civilians from getting hurt. Besides, a dragon wasn't something you could easily escape no matter how much you tried. I had called for Citri, and was certain she would come running. As the dragon slowly closed in on me, I held out the palms of my hands. I calmed myself and tried to buy some time. Relax, can't you see? Look at all these relics I'm wearing. If you eat me, they'll definitely get stuck in your throat and you don't want that. What a pathetic bargaining attempt it was. Definitely entered into my career's top 10 most pathetic negotiations. While I began to lose my grip on reality, the dragon opened its jaw as though to let out a sort of roar. Its maw was lined with fangs sharp as daggers. This monster had been enjoying a nice soak in the hot spring, yet it still had all the usual features of a dragon. What a cruel joke. I looked around. We were in a hot spring, so of course there wasn't anything that could be used as a weapon. Even if there was, I wouldn't have been able to do much with it. All I saw were warm baths that I hadn't even been able to enjoy yet. Without any better options, I got in the water. The dragon cocked its head as though it were looking at something very befuddling. The strangely human-like gesture caused me to laugh out loud. I was completely desperate. The dragon slowly stepped into the bath and began to corner me. It paid no mind to my hounding chain as it coiled around one of its wings. Scores and scores of people made their living as hunters, but I was fairly certain I was the only one who'd ever bathed with a dragon. I was definitely going to brag about it once I got back to the capital. Then, my goofy train of thought was cut off by a sudden flash outside. For a moment, all I could see was white light. The remaining shards of glass were blown away, and a noise shook me to my core. A wave formed in the bath and came crashing down on my head. I wiped the water off my face and opened my eyes. The dragon twitched and turned around. The open-air bath was barely recognizable. Stepping over a destroyed wall were Citri and Tino, both wearing towels. Citri spotted me and gave me her usual grin. I nodded back like this was all perfectly normal. Oh, come on, what kind of vacation is this? After breaking into the men's bath with Citi, Tino failed to comprehend what she saw before her. Her master was bathing with a sky-blue dragon. She forgot that she was supposed to be on edge and simply rubbed her eyes while making sure not to drop her towel. It seemed she really wasn't hallucinating. Half submerged in the hot water, her master looked perfectly calm. He wore the smile of someone content with the world. The unfamiliar dragon growled when it saw Citi and Tino. He called us, but not because he wanted to be rescued. What's he doing? Tino wondered. When she really thought about it, it didn't make any sense for the strong to ask for help from the weak. She also recalled her master's words. He had cried out, but he hadn't actually mentioned anything about rescuing. She had assumed that shouting about the presence of a dragon must be a call for help, but the Thousand Tricks was a dragon slayer. She brushed aside her bashfulness and took a step back as she prepared for a potential dragon attack. Tina was almost completely unclothed. Only a small towel was wrapped around her. She didn't have her usual knives, nor was she wearing shoes. A hot spring wasn't a place you normally expected to find a dragon. Even though she was largely defenseless, Tino was relatively calm. That was because Citi was at her side. At first, Tino struggled to understand why Citi had brought potions with her into the hot spring, but she shouldn't have doubted a seasoned hunter. The potion used to destroy the wall was far more deadly than any ordinary concoction. Alchemists were supposed to be ill-suited for combat, but apparently that didn't apply to the best of the lot. However, even such a seasoned hunter couldn't have predicted this situation. Citi blinked and asked the exact question that was on Tino's mind.
What are you doing?
Isn't it obvious? No, Master, it's not, Tino thought. Dragons tended to have strength proportional to their size. The sky-blue dragon was small for its kin, which meant it wasn't one of the stronger varieties. Maybe this was one of those hot spring dragons that Lizzie had gone to look for. But it was still a dragon. A wheat dragon was still a dragon. A monster among monsters. King of the mythical beasts. In all lands and ages, the accolade of Dragon Slayer was a sign of might. But in the whole wide world, Tino's master was probably the only person to casually bathe with a dragon. How do you even find yourself in such a position in the first place? The dragon seemed to recognize Tino and Citi as potential threats and spread its wings as it rose from the bath. Piping hot water splashed against the floor. Blue wings shimmered and scales sparkled. The hounding chain wrapped around the dragon's body appeared to give up and stop fighting. After some brief deliberations, Citi clapped her hands.
I've got it. Well then, take it from here, T.
Huh?
The dragon lumbered forward on two legs. Citi gripped Tino's shoulders and hid behind the panicking thief. In an instant, the dragon turned and swung its long, sleek tail like a whip.
A dragon this big shouldn't be too much for you, right, T?
Huh?
Tino instinctively took a few steps back. Citi was supposed to be using her as a shield, but the two didn't collide. She must have anticipated Tino's movements and dashed to the side. Tino caught a glimpse of Citi in her peripheral vision. The alchemist took advantage of the opening left by the dragon's attack to dash past the creature and hop into the bath.
Citi?
Good luck, T. I'm rooting for you.
It seemed Tino's protests fell on deaf ears. Citi wrapped her arms around those of Tino's master and grinned. Tino had been betrayed, but it was too late for her to do anything about it. The dragon had been able to swing its tail with terrifying swiftness. Tino didn't know if it could fly, but she saw it had all the usual trademarks of a dragon, such as wings, fangs, and claws. It moved slowly, but it wasn't going to be easy to fight while keeping her towel from slipping off. Kicking was off the table, but maybe that wasn't a good way to attack a dragon in the first place. Perhaps she could defeat the dragon if she had all her equipment and was in perfect condition. But her lack of gear gave her a serious handicap, and this was her first time fighting a dragon.
Master, wasn't this supposed to be a vacation?
What do you mean, T? You got to bathe in the hot spring, didn't you?
No, not yet.
As Tino was being overwhelmed with tension, confusion, and a bit of embarrassment, the dragon swung its head upwards, a sign that it was about to attack with its breath. Tino swiftly rolled out of the way, and then she saw the attack. She saw the dragon shoot hot water from its mouth. With immense power, the jet of water erupted and smashed into the spot where Tino had just been standing. Droplets splashed in every direction, and a small gash was made in the floor. Carrying the momentum from her roll, Tino stood back up.
What is this thing? Is this some kind of joke?
Perhaps you should quit shrieking and hurry up. It's just a hot spring dragon.
Tino was shocked by City's cruelty, but she couldn't let that hold her up. The farcical dragon puffed out its chest as though trying to display its majesty. Even if this earned her the title Dragon Slayer, she'd be too embarrassed to use it. Tino's only lifeline was her master, but was still as a stone and looked as content as the Buddha. She accepted the reality. This was a trial, just as City had said, probably. Most likely. Her master was doing this for her.
It's too much, Master.
Tino fought back her tears and took a desperate step towards the farcical dragon. The sky-blue dragon slid across the floor and rolled onto its back. Nearby, Tino was kneeling and covering herself with her hands.
I can't believe you, Master. I can't believe you, Master.
Whoa! Tino, were you always this strong? She wasn't wearing the mask like she had during her fight with Arnold, but her movements had been perfect. The sight of someone small, like Tino, kicking about a stubby dragon was like something out of a comedy routine. Tino's shredded towel was discarded nearby. I couldn't blame her for deciding it wasn't worth the trouble. I didn't know if that was related to the fact that her movements then became fast as lightning. I intended to step in and say something if things got serious, but the battle ended without that being necessary. Don't worry, I made sure to look away. I was a pro when it came to not seeing things. Citri, the war criminal of the hour, returned from the changing room with a towel. Tino blamed me for what had happened, but I had assumed Citri would do something. I bore no fault. Well, maybe I shared some of the responsibility. Oh, you fought really well, Tino. Good job, good job.
Huh. Damn you, Master.
She wrapped her arms around herself, but to little effect. Citri draped the towel over Tino.
Have you learned the importance of preparation?
With tears in her eyes, Tino didn't say anything and simply nodded vigorously. Citri stroked Tino's hair, but was she really in any position to do that? I looked over the ruined bathing area and the twitching dragon on the floor before letting out a sigh. But most people don't anticipate dragon encounters in a hot spring. Tino looked at me incredulously. There was no need for that. I loved hot springs, but even I wouldn't enter one if I thought I might get attacked by a dragon. Looks like my only option is the open-air bath in our room.
Let's get started.
His party roared in response. Only faint traces of fear could be found in their determined expressions. Chloe watched them with uncertainty. After resting in a nearby village, Arnold made his decision. They would press forward. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. This was no longer a matter of simple revenge. The hunters of Falling Fog all had a glint in their eyes. Standing next to them, Ruda and the hunters of Scorching Whirlwind all wore stony expressions. This was hunters doing what they were born to do. They knew there were smarter ways to go about this. However, the pride and mutual trust among the members of Falling Fog simply wouldn't permit them to turn tail before a treasure vault that the Thousand Tricks had been able to fight his way into. For similar reasons, the much lower-level hunters of Scorching Whirlwind chose to come along. All that was left for them was to put their might and mettle to the test. And if that was their decision, Chloe couldn't turn around either. Not an iota of animus remained in Arnold's eyes. Night Palace wasn't so easy that it could be challenged by a mind weighed down by negative emotions. The towering castle before them was just as imposing as it had been a few days prior. The churning thunderclouds, the eerie calm that pervaded the eye of the storm, it was all still there. That meant this gloomy state was normal for a level 8 treasure vault.
This will settle it.
The meaning of this wasn't lost on Chloe. These hunters had come to terms with the difficulty of the vault before them. They would gain first-hand experience of a treasure vault that the Thousand Tricks had likely delved into with only a small handful of allies. By doing so, they would both regain their respect for the hunter and allow them to move on from their dispute with him. A abruptly furrowed his brow as a doubtful look formed on his face.
I don't see a carriage. Are they really in there?
Everyone looked around. They had an unobstructed view of the surrounding plains and couldn't spy a single monster, to say nothing of a carriage.
They should be there. There were no signs they were bluffing. Not that it matters any longer.
A forced a smile to his lips and laughed.
No need to tell me. We'll follow you wherever you go.
The massive gates opened, almost as though to welcome Arnold. A cold breeze rushed over the hunters. And so the crashing lightning and falling fog began their endeavor.
Ruda endured the pressure weighing down on her and desperately assessed her surroundings. Naturally, she listened closely, but she utilized all 5 of her senses. Night Palace was a level 8 treasure vault. A vault's level was generally proportional to its accumulation of mana material. Higher reserves of mana material also meant stronger phantoms and more of them. A level 8 would likely have many times more phantoms than in White Wolf's den, a vault she had recently gone through. But Ruda couldn't detect any signs of life. Falling Fog was at the front of their formation, and that party included Elie, a thief of a higher level than Ruda, but he looked just as apprehensive as she did. There were no traps and no enemies. Ruda had never before entered a castle-type treasure vault, because they were rare and tended to have levels on the higher side. She had heard the phantoms, and these could be very well coordinated. But to not encounter any phantoms was almost unbelievable. Maybe she had made a mistake in coming here. The moment she saw the treasure vault, her instincts strongly urged her to turn around. She somewhat wished she had listened to those instincts, but she knew it was too late for regrets now. From the start, she had a feeling that Falling Fog's objectives hadn't quite matched up with everyone else's. But she and Scorching Whirlwind were hired to escort Chloe, and they felt they should try and stop the crashing lighting and the Thousand Tricks from coming to blows. Ruda couldn't begin to imagine what might happen if a level 7 and a level 8 hunter clashed. She sensed more raw power in the former but knew the cunning tactics the latter could have in store. No, be honest, she told herself. She didn't know about a one-on-one fight, but she believed Grieving Souls would beat Falling Fog. She wasn't certain just how powerful Krai was, but she could see who had the stronger allies. The hunters of Falling Fog were certainly nothing to scoff at, but none of them could match what Ruda saw when she first encountered the stifled shadow. Falling Fog had just recently been held off on that lakeshore with just 2 members of Grieving Souls. If the whole party assembled, then Falling Fog wouldn't stand a chance. Ultimately, Ruda's job would most likely be to step in after Falling Fog had lost. Falling Fog were a rowdy bunch and behaved how civilians imagined all hunters did, but they weren't bad people. On their journey, they never cast Ruda and Scorching Whirlwind aside, no matter how dire the situation. She felt she should return the favor. Krai also had Tino at his side. Ruda alone might not be enough, but if she and Tino begged and pleaded, the Thousand Tricks might at least spare the lives of Falling Fog. So went her original line of thinking. Now she thought those ideas were hopelessly naive. She was confident Krai would acquiesce to her pleas for mercy, and not even the stifled shadow would defy him. But first, they would have to actually confront Krai, and they might die before that even happened. Night Palace was more daunting than she had even imagined. She hadn't yet encountered any phantoms, but she could still tell that even White Wolf's den was heaven compared to this place. Pale as a ghost, Ruda desperately tried to concentrate. Behind her, the members of Scorching Whirlwind all looked even worse off. Their group was far bigger than any of them were used to, but that didn't make them feel any better. For the likes of Ruda and Gilbert, the phantoms of this infernal space were beyond what they might have any chance of damaging. Their only hope was the Thousand Tricks. That docile yet manipulative man surely knew that Ruda and the others would follow after him. After coming this far, they sure hoped that was the case. After looking around, A had said he didn't plan on dying in a place like this. The density of mana material was more than Ruta had ever felt before. Slowly but surely, she could feel herself becoming more powerful. It was a good experience for her. If only she could think of it as that and nothing more.
After entering the treasure vault, she saw Night Palace had an unexpected majestic aura. The outer walls and gate looked brand new and were built from stone in a way that let them harmonize with the surrounding scenery. The doors that automatically opened for them seemed to be made of metal and had a bizarre texture. They took this as proof that every part of the castle was constructed from mana material. The doors and gates seemed unimaginably durable, yet perhaps not invincible. Under the pounding rain, A carefully scanned their surroundings. A room that would normally be packed with soldiers was unoccupied. The unused chairs and table, the still burning lamp, it was incredibly unsettling. After peeking into the room, A posed a question to Chloe.
Miss, do you know anything about this place?
I'm afraid there are very few records of expeditions into Night Palace. The Explorers Association was greatly looking forward to whatever information grieving souls might bring back.
This caused Arnold to scowl. Hunters preferred to avoid treasure vaults that were still poorly understood. A lack of solid information probably contributed to the lack of expeditions into Night Palace. Anyone who calmly entered such a place was either a champion or an idiot. Beyond the gates stretched multiple paths laid with smooth stones. Narrow paths branched off to the left and right, and a wide one went straight forward. There was something unnerving about the equally spaced, well-maintained trees that surrounded them, and the rare shimmers of light managed to make it through the dense clouds. Arnold gripped his sword and prepared to be attacked at any moment.
There's no signs of battle.
It's possible they were covered up.
The downpour might wash away footprints, but traces of combat didn't fade so easily. They had only just passed through the front gate. It was strange that they hadn't yet encountered any foes, but it stood to reason that the main attraction started once they got inside the castle. Arnold looked grim, but his pace didn't falter. He looked up and saw black spires cloaked in storm clouds.
Just how far did he go? They hoped he hadn't entered the castle, but there was no telling what the thousand tricks might do. Krai, the two sisters, the Chimera, and that weird monster should be fine, but she worried about Tino as she was probably being dragged along against her will. Tino was strong, and Ruta had been amazed when she fought Arnold one-on-one, but the small thief clearly wasn't ready for a level 8 treasure vault. Maybe she was at this very moment sobbing and enduring some terrible ordeal. Ruta really should have been more concerned about herself, but she thought her nerves might get the better of her if she didn't keep her mind busy. If there were going to be any phantom encounters, then she hoped they happened as close to the gate as possible, preferably outside the castle, and if only one appeared at a time, all the better. The best-case scenario would be for them to run into Krai before running into any phantoms, but she just somehow couldn't see that happening.
Hey, are you guys all right?
Yeah, juste l'état.
Cape haven't even seen any phantoms after all.
So they said, but they looked completely exhausted. A wondered if he looked the same way.
Are you okay, Nis?
Yes, but I'd like to get out of here as quickly as possible.
Ruta would do whatever was necessary to come home alive. She realized that this assignment wasn't much more than an errand, and who wanted to die on an errand? As she pulled herself together and took a deep breath, the head of the group, Arnold, stopped in his tracks. The members of Falling Fog swiftly spread out and got into formation. Shadows writhed in front of them, roughly 10 meters out. Chloe drew her sword. The noise intensified. The faint spots of darkness coalesced into one and took shape and color. Standing behind Falling Fog, Carmine's eyes bulged, and he took a step back.
Are those phantoms forming?
I thought they weren't supposed to form in front of us like that.
I guess the mana material here is just that strong.
He was breaking out in a cold sweat, but still managed a strained smile. Phantoms were generally believed to form when a set amount of mana material accumulated. If hunters entered a treasure vault, then they would absorb the mana material, and thus preclude any phantoms from forming nearby. It wasn't unheard of for a phantom to form right in front of a hunter, but it was an extremely rare phenomenon unique to high-level treasure vaults. Falling Fog's Magus began to mutter an incantation, and Scorching Whirlwind's Magus quickly followed their example. Seeing her allies prepared for combat, Ruta calmed her nerves.
It was unexpected, but when she thought about it, a phantom forming right before them was actually a stroke of luck. This way, they could attack before their opponent was ready. They might even slay the phantom before it could manage a counterattack.
The darkness converged and then a knight appeared. It was about the same height as Arnold. A black helmet covered its head, armor hid every inch of its body. A black sword hung at its waist, and then she realized there wasn't just one, there were two black knights.
This didn't look good. Arnold was the only member of their group who could be considered a sufficient level for Night Palace. Everyone else, including those from Falling Fog, was well below that. They didn't know how strong the phantoms were, but running into two at the first encounter was rotten luck. But maybe encountering two was just fine. Arnold could take on one and everyone else would handle the other. It was do or die, and they all understood that. This wasn't the first time these hunters had put their lives at risk.
Get 'em!
Two parties. In the spur of the moment, the two magi had both chosen fire spells. Just as the Black Knights started to move, they were struck by blades of blue flames and a storm of projectiles made of compressed fire. The Black Knights didn't even attempt to evade.
Did that kill him?
Not a chance in hell.
Before verifying the results of the attack, Arnold began to move. He was a massive man with a massive sword, but he still charged with incredible speed. With crackling bolts around him, he had the magnificence of a lightning deity. The light faded. With a roar, Arnold swung his greatsword. There was no time to stand around in shock. A slipped behind the other knight and kicked it in the back of its knee. The direct hits from the spells hadn't even caused the Black Knights to flinch. Their armor didn't even show any scorch marks, much less actual damage. To Ruta, those spells looked like they would be sufficiently powerful. If she had been hit by such an attack, she would at least be seriously wounded if she survived at all. What impervious armor it must be if it went unscathed? She had learned back in White Wolf's den that phantoms had sturdy armor, but this was on a whole other level.
Don't just stand there.
The Black Knight made a swipe with its sword. It was so fast that Ruta's eyes struggled to track it. Arnold angled his sword, blocking the high-speed strike with only the slightest of movements. The resulting sounds overlapped and sounded like one. Arnold's face was red and strained, but the Black Knight didn't waver in the slightest. However, the real issue was the Black Knight that A had attacked. Theirs was a completely one-sided fight. The Black Knight would attack and A would dodge. The Knight's full-body armor deflected any of A's blows. Even his first surprise attack had almost no effect. Even still, you could argue A's efforts were successful. The thief didn't let up because even Arnold would have a difficult time taking on both Black Knights at once. One of the Knights focused on chasing down A and didn't make any effort to support the other. The Black Knight could swing so fast that its blade appeared as a mere blur, but its lumbering body allowed A to somehow avoid getting hit. Every time he got behind the Knight, the Phantom had to turn around. If he stepped back, the Knight would have to come after him. Unlike the stifled shadow, most thieves relied primarily on skillful positioning and never took a foe head-on. Three swordsmen from Falling Fog backed A up by taking advantage of the openings he created. Surrounded by three burly warriors, the Black Knight paused as though analyzing the situation. The movements of Falling Fog were fluid and carried out with explicit communication. The hunters of Scorching Whirlwind, including Gilbert, couldn't keep up.
Shit, this goddamn thing's one of the weaker ones?
He took a swing at the Black Knight. A smiled. Sweat covered his brow, but he gave a spirited reply.
Yeah, they're really something, but we can beat it like we can any other phantom.
The swordsman let out a resounding yell of approval. While A and the others were locked in a stalemate with their Black Knight, Arnold's fight was growing increasingly more intense. With its blinding attacks and magic-resilient armor, the Knight had the upper hand.
A greatsword was a weapon that emphasized the power of an individual blow. Limited to wide swings, which were still easily mitigated, Ruta and Gilbert both thought that Arnold appeared to be locked in a brutal struggle. They hadn't expected the battle to unfold like this.
After A received his backup, the Magus needed a new task to focus on, so they directed their staff at Arnold.
Here you go, Arnold. Greater acceleration.
A white beam of light pierced through Arnold. This was a spell that enhanced physical capabilities. Spells of this variety were a double-edged sword. The sudden change in senses, particularly amongst spells that affected muscles and reflexes, made them undesirable to most hunters. Ruta herself had tried one of these enhancements and found it quite startling. She figured Arnold's body must feel incredibly light. So light he would struggle to control his sword. She gasped. She saw no changes in Arnold's stance. With as brief a movement as possible, he blocked a lightning-fast swing. At first, Ruta thought the Magus must have failed their spellcast. Then she realized she was mistaken. Arnold was used to it. He was used to abrupt changes to his senses. Accelerating to such a discomforting change required backbreaking effort. He had probably practiced countless times. Over and over, letting himself be enhanced by magic so he could manage the change when he really needed to. Following the speed enhancer, he received spells for strength, stamina, and defense. Arnold looked like someone fighting back a fiery rage as he simultaneously blocked an attack and received enhancement spells. The Black Knight being held back by A and company seemed to realize what was happening and changed its behavior. It went purely offensive and struck with such speed that the receiving swordsman couldn't hope to block it. The hunter's formation fell apart, but the crashing lightning didn't budge. Gilbert moved to put himself between the Black Knight and Arnold, but A immediately put a stop to that.
Don't get any closer. Stay back and don't come until we need you to. We've still got this.
Gilbert stopped and bit his lip with frustration as he stomped on the ground. Ruta could empathize. It didn't feel good to know your strength wasn't enough. Carmine and the others probably felt the same way. The movements of falling fog were well practiced. A was right. It was evident that outsiders wouldn't do much more than create more openings.
Damn it, isn't there anything we can do? What's Arnold doing? He's got all those enhancements.
Hold on, isn't that?
The Black Knight facing off with Arnold stopped for a brief moment. Arnold used that moment to press up on the knight, pushing it back. Phantoms generally had far more stamina than humans, so it wasn't possible that the Black Knight could be tired.
Ruta thought she might be imagining things, but that wasn't the case. The Black Knight's movements were gradually becoming less precise. It paused, its center of gravity became unstable, and its knees seemed to spasm. The advantage had suddenly shifted to Arnold. The knight's attacks were losing their edge. Arnold's attacks hadn't changed, but now he was able to keep a steady stance, blocking any incoming attacks.
Ah, so it's his sword?
Gilbert looked at Arnold's electrified greatsword. Ruta also managed to piece it all together.
It was the electricity. It would pass from the greatsword to the Black Knight's blade, damaging the Phantom in the process. The knight was fully armored, but even that wasn't enough to protect against electric shocks. This was generally considered a merit of lightning magic. Arnold must have been waiting for this. He was biding his time as the electric damage piled up until the Black Knight eventually made a fatal mistake. It was quite clever. It was an almost underhanded method, something entirely unimaginable for a man of his size and choice of weapon. But to Ruta, it was a show of a seasoned hunter's pragmatic strength.
This was a level 7. These were skills obtained through experience and refinement. At last, the Black Knight wavered and fell to its knees. With the opening he had been anticipating, Arnold let out a roar. The air shook. The other Black Knight paused. Arnold raised his sword, which shimmered and sparkled with golden light. Being in close proximity caused his body to grow numb. This was lightning. It wasn't like the natural kind, it was golden, like what some dragons might blast from their mouth. He hadn't even resorted to this during his battle with Tino. This must have been his trump card.
Crashing lightning!
It was just like watching a striking thunderbolt. The Black Knight tried to raise its sword, but was enveloped in golden light. The blade not only cleaved through the knight's armor, but also demolished a few meters of the stone floor as its energy dispersed. Arnold's victory was undeniable. After being fixated solely on the sight of the crashing lightning, Gilbert inhaled as though he had been forgetting to breathe.
Up.
Thus far, they had only witnessed Arnold being toyed with by the 1,000 tricks, but only a champion was capable of what he had just done. Lightning still crackled around him, giving him a faint yellow glow. He didn't relish in his victory. His narrowed golden eyes just searched for their next prey. A and his allies began to give their Black Knight a wide berth. Then, the thunderous champion flew at the Phantom. The fight was over in a matter of seconds. Arnold swung with a speed and force far beyond his previous attacks, and he split the Black Knight in two. The rest of the group almost found it hard to believe they had just been fighting for their lives. Arnold finally lowered his sword once he was sure neither of the Phantoms was getting back up. A let out a sigh of relief after checking on the swordsman who had been blown away.
No major injuries over here. We did it, didn't we, Arnold? I figured a vault like this wouldn't be easy, but...
But this isn't what we came here for.
The glow around Arnold faded. He didn't show even a hint of joy. Ruta could understand why. Anything that appeared in such a barren arena probably wasn't the boss. Arnold's constant vigilance was a sign of vast experience, but they had just toppled phantoms in a level 8 treasure vault. She didn't see anything wrong with celebrating just a little bit. Then something occurred to her.
Way to go, old man! How'd you do that move? You think I could learn it?
Now's not the time for idiocy. Now is the time for idiocy.
With scrutiny, A looked down at the remains of the phantoms. They weren't letting their guard down, but they did have the sort of slackened tension unique to soldiers after a battle. Ruta felt a sense of shock just as intense as Arnold's attack. Her eyes widened. It was déjà vu. She had been in this situation before. They escaped certain doom, healed their wounds, took a breath, and... She looked at Gilbert, who had also been there. The red-haired young man looked back at her with a blank expression.
Gilbert, do you remember White Wolf's Den?
What's this about? Wait. Hold on.
The color instantly drained from Gilbert's face. He must have figured out what Ruta was getting at. The experience had left a distinct impression. The strength of the phantoms, the events prior to the battle, that was all different, but the situation was still eerily similar. This included the fact that they had reached this point after getting involved with Krai. This was one of his trials.
We're in deep shit, old man. More are gonna come. That's what happened last time.
What do you want about? Have you lost it?
Gilbert's thought process probably didn't go any deeper than his babbling, but Ruta still appreciated his energy at times like this. He was right, more would come. That's how it went the previous time. After just barely managing to overcome a tough foe, 4 more attackers, all with different weapons, had appeared. If Krai hadn't come to the rescue, they would have died in that treasure vault. And with a level 7 at their side, there was no guarantee any help would come this time around. And with a level 7 at their side, there was no guarantee any help would come this time. Maybe it was their imaginations. Maybe they were just worrying too much. But the possibility was too dangerous to ignore. A was taken aback by Gilbert's sudden panicking, so Ruta also offered a suggestion.
Gilbert's right, we should start moving. Last time we were in this situation, reinforcements came.
What do you think, Arnold?
Arnold looked at his companions and growled.
So we can either leave or press forward, huh?
Arnold was an undeniable champion. He was a proud man and inflexible on certain matters, but he could make the right call when it mattered. They had battled phantoms, survived, and gauged the strength of what they were up against. This time, they had only encountered a few, but if they continued on, it was all but certain that someone would suffer a critical injury. It was inconceivable that he hadn't already figured this out. Arnold was much smarter than he looked. Ruta stepped forward and looked up, straight into Arnold's eyes. She was following her instincts and couldn't offer veritable proof for what she was about to say. She felt she knew a thing or two about the 1,000 tricks, even if it was all second-hand knowledge passed down from Tino.
I think we should press forward.
What?
Arnold's eyes bulged. Gilbert, Carmine, everyone looked at her with disbelief. But she knew that the 1,000 trials weren't something you could run from no matter how hard you tried. You could bet that the 1,000 tricks fully understood what sort of person Arnold was. This all drove Ruta to make the unconventional choice. It was all based on her own intuition, but sometimes you just had to follow that instead of reason. Indeed, if the 1,000 tricks was involved, then there would most likely be enemies lying in wait on the path behind them. But she didn't know how that information might be received by someone who hated the 1,000 tricks as much as Arnold did.
My intuition is telling me that there are powerful enemies behind us, and we should move forward. If we're going to turn back, I think we should first press onwards, and then take a long loop back. We only need to press on for a bit, so please believe me.
It's absurd, but that sort of intuition has saved parties before.
Staying alert to their surroundings, the group moved forward as if something were hot on their heels. Arnold felt there was truth to Ruta's words and chose to believe in her. If it was possible for phantoms to approach from off the path, then it was also possible for them to attack the group as they made their retreat. Ruta had been a solo hunter, and solo hunters had senses fine-tuned for detecting danger. Hunters couldn't do their job if they sidestepped every danger, but at the same time they couldn't just blindly charge headlong into peril. Arnold saw enough value in Ruta's words that he was willing to bet their lives on their veracity.
Hell yeah, nothing's coming. We made the right choice.
He had been frantically checking the group's 6. Just how traumatic had White Wolf's den been if his concern was based on the same experience as Ruta's? Following the path took them on a straight route to the castle. As they got closer to the pitch-black structure, they became steadily more unsettled by it. Not even Arnold had any idea what might be residing inside. The castle doors came into view, and the surrounding scenery shifted as the trees flanking the path began to thin out. Ruta let out a small scream when she saw their new surroundings. Gilbert grew pale, and Arnold couldn't help but gulp. They were in a circular forecourt, one paved with stones. With almost nothing to obstruct their view, they could see far and wide. Just beyond the open area was the castle. But the source of their shock was the black mountains piled outside the edges of the forecourt. Gilbert quietly stepped up to one of the piles and began to tremble after giving them a close examination.
What happened?
The piles consisted of corpses created in all varieties of manners. What shocked Gilbert was that black armor and weapons made up the vast majority of the piles. Even at a cursory glance, it was clear that there was no unifying cause of death. Some were burned, others had been crushed. Some had been frozen or ripped apart along with their armor. From the shape of the remains, they managed to discern that they were from something human-shaped. But it wasn't just that. The armor was that of the phantoms they had just fought.
Holy shit, what happened here?
He said with a grimace as he searched the mountains. He extracted a severed octopus-shaped head impaled on a sword. It was black and covered in mucus, its two green eyes muddled and without a flicker of life. The knights they battled earlier had been scorched by Arnold, so they had been unable to check inside the armor. Apparently, the knights weren't human. Ruta tepidly inspected a pile of cadavers, and every one of them had a face or body not quite human. The color drained from Chloe's face, but she maintained a veneer of composure.
It seems there was a whole army of these aberrant soldiers.
Looking around at the mountain range of corpses, Gilbert whispered,
Did the 1,000 Tricks do all this?
The forecourt was expansive. There must have been at least a couple hundred piles lining the perimeter. Phantoms would immediately dissolve once their life was brought to an end, and the strength of their mana material directly affected how long it took them to fully disappear. If this many had been killed, it made sense that they had only run into 2 phantoms so far. It hardly seemed possible for a human to kill so many phantoms when it took so much effort from Arnold to defeat 2. It was unbelievable, but what other explanation could there have been? Who else could have created such a scene? The moniker, 1,000 Tricks, made a lot more sense when looking at the many different ways the phantoms had met their end.
Arnold, look, in the center, those are the remains of a bonfire. What sort of lunatic would do that out here?
Arnold's heart pounded, and he felt something cold run down his spine. He realized what that feeling was, but kept his surprise from showing on his face. This emotion he hadn't felt in so long. It was terror, absolute terror, at the unfathomable, at absolute power.
I'm afraid to even challenge him.
He had considered defeat to be a possibility, but only in a battle between parties. He had been confident he could win a one-on-one against the 1,000 Tricks. Arnold had been confident in his supremacy, even after the stifled shadow had ambushed him and even the time the 1,000 Tricks had forced him to the ground. For reasons uncertain, the 1,000 Tricks didn't give the slightest impression that he had even an ounce of strength. But such a direct display of might made it crystal clear that Arnold's evaluation of him was mistaken. Arnold felt his heartbeat. He exhaled, and once again glared at the mountain of corpses. This was what a level 8 could accomplish. The road to catch up was a long one. The 1,000 Tricks hadn't been alone when he did this, but even still, Arnold couldn't picture himself triumphing over that man.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
He clenched his teeth and gripped his sword. It was no use. He was lacking. In his current state, he was far too lacking. He didn't even know what it was he was lacking. A looked at Arnold with concern etched upon his features. A leader needed to stand at the forefront and look strong. Chloe also turned her eyes towards Arnold. A leader needed to be able to push through adversity by sheer tenacity, to be able to maintain a dauntless facade. A wiped the unease from his face. Arnold's performance didn't fool him. In all likelihood, A could tell how his party leader felt and knew he was doing his best to not let it show. So he forced himself to relax a bit and be the same vice party leader he always was. This was no time to be distracted by their discord with the 1,000 Tricks. What they needed to focus on was a way to make sure everyone got out of this hellish treasure vault in one piece. Even if he was losing his will to fight, Arnold had a duty to lead the party no matter the circumstances. Only death could relinquish him from this responsibility. Would he decide to wait for the 1,000 Tricks and lower his head, or would he decide to loop around and look for the exit? Then A widened his eyes. He was startled, but managed to take a deep breath and speak in a low voice so only Arnold could hear.
Bad news. They're coming. A whole damn swarm of 'em. It's way too much for us.
What?
A was looking in the direction they had just come from. Something black was writhing on the horizon. It was still in the distance, but it was headed for them like an encroaching tidal wave. No, it wasn't something. Those were knights. A legion of those grotesque knights in black armor. Arnold and A couldn't tell exactly how many there were, but it was undeniably more than they could manage. It was about as large as the orc pack they had fought not too long ago, but orcs paled in comparison to the phantoms. Arnold probably couldn't slay half of them, even if he fought until his very last breath. Ruta's eyes bulged when she noticed the incoming swarm.
1,000 trials. 1,000 trials.
This was a trial?
Goddamn insanity.
He looked around the forecourt. It was too late to run, but they had no shot at victory if they chose to stay and fight. In this wide-open space, they would be surrounded and crushed. Everyone began to lose hope. But you should never give in. Arnold calmed himself and looked for a way out of this perilous situation. If they stayed in the forecourt, not a single one of them would make it out alive. Suddenly, he looked at the obsidian castle that lay beyond the forecourt. This was where the treasure vault got its name. It was likely to be much more dangerous than the outer sections, but perhaps it would be better than being swallowed up by a wave of phantoms. The grotesque army was steadily closing in. There was no time to waste. The group had recovered from their shock and were awaiting Arnold's orders, and so he made his decision.
Please accept our sincere apologies.
It's totally fine. Stuff like this happens to me all the time. It seemed it wasn't just me. The inn employees had also never heard of a dragon trespassing in a hot spring. When I left the baths to report the situation, I found inn staff all kowtowing before me. It turned out the sky blue dragon was one of those hot spring dragons that Liz had been going on about. They were indigenous to the mountains near Souls, and their name was derived from their affinity for hot springs, but they usually hid out in the mountains and rarely approached human settlements. Of course they didn't. You couldn't run an inn if you had dragons dropping by for the occasional visit. The inn staff knew of the dragons, but most of them hadn't even seen one before. They all looked at the unconscious dragon with trepidation.
This hot spring dragon is still young. The young ones are very inquisitive. Maybe it saw that visitors weren't coming because of those bandits and its curiosity got the better of it.
I see. Well, it happens sometimes. Accidents were normal for hunters. Run-ins with roving dragons, roving ogres, roving cyclopes, and roving treasure vaults had left me prepared for any mishap. My luck was just that awful. Sometimes I became outright delusional and began to think they were attracted to me or something. It could have been worse. It could have been an adult dragon. If any non-hunters had been present, someone might have been killed. But there were no fatalities, so the inn just needed to focus on making sure something like this didn't happen again. What I was concerned about was Tino's mental health. Even after putting on some clothes, she still had that exhausted look in her eyes. I repeatedly tried speaking to her, but she never responded with her usual smile. The battle happened spontaneously, so I thought it was unavoidable that she had to fight the dragon while naked. Not to mention, I had done my best to look away. I guess it was still a shocking experience for a girl her age. It seemed my senses had grown dull due to Liz's nonchalance.
Oh, that's right. Let's have boiled dragon tonight.
This pulled Tino from her sullen silence.
You're going to eat it.
Dragon wasn't a common dish. The creatures were rare, and their blood, flesh, and bones all sold for high prices. But our party wasn't one to worry too much over profits. If we caught a dragon, eating a portion of it was the norm. I couldn't remember what started that habit, but our feral children, Luke and Liz, would eat anything, including centipedes and spiders, so they might as well eat dragons too.
You like dragon too, don't you, Krai? This is Tino's first slain dragon.
Tino looked bewildered. It seemed Citri was trying to turn this into a positive experience, so Tino might forget the bad parts. Or maybe she just wanted to eat dragon. I still eagerly went along with her.
Yeah, dragon's delicious. I can't wait.
Anything Citri prepared was delicious, and we didn't need to eat like we were camping out, but I kept those thoughts to myself. I also thought it was silly for her to do any cooking when we were at an inn, but, again, I held my peace. You're incredible, Tino. Great job back there.
You flatter me.
She was looking at the ground and seemed both embarrassed but also pleased. It seemed like she might agree with just a bit more praise, and Citri smoothly backed me up.
You fought that dragon without weapons or armor? T, you were adorable?
Yeah, uh-huh. Huh?
Tino had finally gotten back on her feet, but now she was quaking again. Red to her ears, she hung her head and backed away from us. No, I didn't look. Not at all, I swear. How could I kick back and enjoy the scenery when a dragon was rampaging about? I didn't do anything or let it show on my face, but I was pretty frantic back there. Citri winked at me like we had just accomplished something. I wanted to tell her off, but Tina was right there, so I just sighed.
A hot spring dragon was here?
After returning from her search for a hot spring dragon, Liz listened to our tale with shock. She had gone to the mountains, but her hunt turned up nothing, whereas we found one without even trying. What a funny thing life was. With her legs folded beneath her, Tino sat on the tatami floor. She shrunk back and looked at her mentor with upturned eyes. She seemed to think that Liz would be angry because her prey had been caught by someone else, but Liz wouldn't do that. Liz had a stern expression as I told her about the dragon. But when she heard that Tino fought the dragon while naked and still emerged victorious, she smiled and jumped at her apprentice. Tino let out a small yelp as Liz embraced her and rubbed her head.
Woo! Congrats on your first dragon tea. Now you're also a dragon slayer.
Huh? What?
We gotta eat the dragon and celebrate. Right, Krai baby?
Yeah, uh-huh.
You think so?
She seemed entirely taken off guard by her mentor's reaction and looked at me. This first dragon business was new to me, but if Liz said it was cause for celebration, then it probably was. She was happier than I had seen her in some time. She must have been truly proud to see her apprentice grow. It was also a sign that she was growing as a mentor.
But if you were gonna kill a dragon, I wish you would done it while I was around. It's such a big occasion.
Lizzie, if you were there, then you would have slain the dragon yourself, wouldn't you? We've already killed enough that one more hardly matters.
Well, someone had to defeat the dragon if we wanted to get home alive. Tino was surprised to see them talking like the cute apprentice had been seated. The chance to fight a dragon. Citri probably wasn't serious about having slain that many dragons. She was organized and ready for anything. But that didn't mean she was enthusiastic about direct conflict. She usually made sure to have Luke, Liz, or Ansem in front while she stayed in the back.
Seema new. How about we go back to the baths, Crybaby? I want to fight a dragon.
Yeah, not happening. They said they'd be enhancing the town's security, and I didn't think there would be a second dragon. The main bath wasn't even open due to the damage, so we would be making do with the open air in our room. If a dragon appeared in that small bath, then I would just give up. No one had ever said they wanted to fight a dragon, and I never told anyone to go ahead and do that, but Liz still looked at me with pursed lips.
Huh? Tino always gets special treatment. Aren't you playing favorites with her?
Indeed. Be clear. Who's more important to you, me or T?
Liz could only think about the dragon. Citri was taking advantage of the situation, and Tino was completely thrown for a loop. I was sure she was thinking something like, I'm being favored. Once you got wrapped up in the Smart Sisters' lines of thinking, there was no coming back. But fortunately, they stopped before that happened to Tino. Liz suddenly began to look at her apprentice with suspicion.
Kay, since when were you strong enough to fight a dragon barehanded? Have you been holding out on me during our training?
And no, Lizzie, that was,
I had been wondering the same thing. Tino was talented and had been enduring Liz's torturous regiments. But she was still a level 4, and this was her first dragon. Dragon Slayer was given out as an accolade because all dragons surpassed a certain degree of strength. Even if that one in the hot spring was weak for a dragon, it still shouldn't have been something you could defeat sans clothing. Tino's lips quivered for a moment before she looked at me and spoke in a small voice.
You see, Master, after wearing that mask of yours, my body has felt lighter. Or maybe it'd be better to say I've learned to control it better.
For real? I know that mask draws out latent powers, but does it also have lasting effects? Super Tino had been a sight to behold. She had grown taller and become strong enough to be a match for Arnold, a level 7. She was conscious when she wore the mask, so it wasn't strange that she remembered those moves even after she removed the mask. Maybe that was Evolve Greed's main use? What the hell? You can't be serious, draw out my latent powers too.
so it has lasting effects. That's kinda unfair.
She had given the mask a try back in the capital, but apparently, it rejected her for security reasons. Citri sat quietly and smiled. I didn't know what the mask had said to her, but she had also been turned down when she tried wearing Evolve Greed. But by the sound of it, there are restrictions to the latent powers Evolve Greed can act upon. It was still an excellent relic. Its compatibility varied. I just wished it was compatible with me.
That's right. It didn't work for you, Master.
I guess it's a Tino exclusive. Granted, my case was a bit different. Unlike Liz and Citri, I couldn't use the mask because my latent abilities were too low. And I didn't think it could necessarily draw upon all of one's latent powers. Liz had recognized Tino's talents. I didn't think there could be much of a gap between the powers they had in store. Citri then clapped her hands as though to move us onto a different subject.
For now, let's set aside the matter of the mask and focus on celebrations. Today we'll be feasting on boiled dragon made with hot spring dragon.
Those weren't words I was used to hearing. It almost sounded like the meat was boiled in a hot spring, but I wasn't going to object. Overriding misfortune with fun was the way of the hunter. We took Liz to the courtyard so she could see the dragon, and her reaction was quite something.
What the hell is this?
Lizzie, don't laugh so hard.
Huh, you're gonna become a dragon slayer after defeating this? Holy shit!
Liz was right. It seemed scary when it was rampaging around, but now that it was knocked out and lying on its side, its round body and bright colors made it seem almost like a plushie.
Sure, it's an abnormal dragon, but it's a dragon nonetheless.
It was a tougher dragon than its looks might lead you to believe. After all, it demolished the inn's prized main bath. Its hot water breath didn't look like much, but it could have killed me in an instant if I hadn't been wearing any safety rings. Having had her fun, Liz wiped the tears from her eyes.
But I heard hot spring dragons are much fiercer than this thing.
No, Liz, it doesn't look like much because it's unconscious. It's plenty fierce.
Still, according to the proprietress, these dragons rarely approach human populations, even ones situated around a hot spring.
She said as she picked up a large billhook borrowed from somewhere. The dully glimmering blade was simple but unnerving.
I hope this blade can cut through. Too bad I can't call for Luke.
Some monsters and mythical beings had skin more durable than metal. Citri raised the billhook with ease and swung it at the dragon's neck. At the same moment, the sky-blue dragon opened its eyes.
I dodged it.
The dragon dodged the incoming blade with unbelievable swiftness. The shining cutlery dug into the earth. Tino let out a brief screech and was about to hide behind me, but stopped when she realized Liz was watching. The hot spring dragon stood up on wobbling feet. It saw Citri wearing a faint smile, Liz grinning, Tino frantically preparing for another fight, Killiam standing with its arms folded, and me standing still as a board. It let out something resembling a scream. I might mention that Tino didn't finish off the dragon earlier because Citri said dragon tastes best when killed right before you cook it. Tears welled up in the doe-like eye of the hot spring dragon as it started at Liz.
Look, Crybaby, our dinner's crying, so even some dragons cry.
No need to cry now. I'll end it with one swing. It only hurt for a moment.
I won't let you hurt, Master.
Kill! Kill!
The dragon was strong, but we had the complete advantage with Tino backed up by Liz, Citri, and even Killiam. Its fate was sealed. It seemed to understand the predicament it was in and frantically looked around. Unfortunately, there was nowhere for it to run. But then its gaze fell on me. Yeah, there is a weak link in our group, but I have my safety rings. The moment you attack, Liz will slug you and then it'll all be over. It won't do you any good, so don't try attacking me. The dragon flung itself at me. Even I could dodge that if I tried, but it would just make more trouble, even if I successfully evaded it. Without any better options, I just decided to let it hit me. Resigned to my fate, I held my arms wide open, but the dragon rolled over. Wha! Ooh. The hot spring dragon cooed as it rolled on its back and showed me its belly. It looked at me with teary eyes. I was at a loss for words. Tino looked at me like I was something more than human.
The dragon's showing you its tummy, so it's surrendering. You never fail, Master.
No, there was clearly something off about this dragon. Besides, I was pretty sure the dragon was trying to appeal to my weakness, not submit to my strength. Still, on its back, the dragon wiggled its way towards me. It didn't show a speck of the pride that marked an apex predator. Then it made a mewing noise. No way that's a normal dragon sound. It had been trying to kill me not too long ago, but now I had it in the palm of my hand. I experimentally placed my foot on its stomach, but it didn't react. It seemed to think this was better than being eaten. I suddenly felt a strong affinity for the dragon.
Krai, what shall we do?
Good question. It seemed Liz and Tino were also ready to follow my lead. Even if it was acting docile, a dragon was still a dragon. Maybe it would be best just to kill it? There was no point in waiting until after it caused an incident. I steeled my soul and touched the surface of the dragon. It was smooth and warm like a hot spring. It was a really pleasant sensation. Well, I don't see anything wrong with forgiving it. Nobody died or anything. I was certain I'd sleep well if I used this guy as a pillow. This thing can definitely understand what we're saying.
Even as he looked back, he struggled to understand where he went wrong. Work was work. He knew what he did was dangerous. He thought he knew what he did was dangerous. Sitting by himself absent-mindedly in the corner of a luxurious room, Gray thought himself a fool. When he turned down his chance to get in on Black and White's escape plan, they looked at him with disdain, but he didn't care. He was a bad person. After being too unruly even for treasure hunting, he became a criminal and committed a number of heinous acts. He had seen all sorts of things in the imperial capital's underbelly. There was the terrifying, the ugly, the pitiful, and that which no human should witness. He came across some people who had no regard for human life. But the Thousand Tricks, he was something else entirely. He was no mere hunter. Something unnerved Gray when he first saw the Thousand Tricks. Even among the criminal world, Gray was an exceptionally perceptive one. It was how he had lasted so long, despite his lack of other notable strengths. That man didn't have the distinct bearing of those who had overcome gauntlets. He didn't have the distinct shadow of those who had seen the darkness. Most of all, unlike the stifled shadow and the ignoble, he didn't have the trace of blood. Even if they weren't especially bloodthirsty like the stifled shadow was, all treasure hunters got the smell of blood on them, to some degree or another. That trace, as Gray referred to it, wasn't something that could be washed out with any sort of soap, no matter how hard you tried. Until meeting that man, Gray had never met a hunter who didn't have that trace. That caused Gray to misread the situation and show the wrong attitude. Looking back, that was a stupid thing to do. It seemed unthinkable that a man could reach level 8, all while leading a party of butchers and not be involved in any bloodshed. That completely unfathomable side of that languid young man was exactly what made him someone Gray didn't want to mess with. Gray saw multiple examples of that man's strange behavior during their trip. He never did anything of note, but that's what made him so strange. Gray knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Before they departed on their trip, Krai hadn't shown a hint of malice when he was about to have Black, White, and Gray done away with. This meant that he saw their lives as things just as insignificant as rocks on the side of the road. It was the stifled shadow who had captured them, but that was likely because that task was simply beneath the Thousand Tricks. Black and White had their suspicions, but to Gray, it looked like they would be let go as long as they didn't do anything. Gray shrunk down and sat in silence like someone waiting for a storm to pass. He kept his mouth sealed like a clam and pretended he was a rock. This was his surest means of survival for someone in his position. They hadn't done anything wrong to that man, anything he would consider wrong. They hadn't done anything worth his intervention or his interest.
Gray found himself concentrating, but he didn't hear the screams of Black and White. Of course not. Even if something happened, they would be dead before they could make any noise. Black! White! Are you there?
Huh?
Gray thought his heart might burst from his chest. For an instant, he wondered if it was a despair-induced hallucination, but the sounds and voices didn't go away. Gray frantically stood up. His knees threatened to give out on him, but he managed to pull through and unlock the door. The locks on doors in an inn like this, one would have meant nothing to a level 8, and not opening the door wasn't an option in the first place. Black and White had gone off to steal the collar key from the Thousand Tricks. Gray didn't know how their attempt fared, but he didn't think it was a coincidence that the Thousand Tricks was calling their names. And if he was only calling for Black and White, that meant he was actually calling out to Gray. The door opened. The young man gave Gray a peculiar look. His stance was as defenseless as ever, his body seemingly incapable of violence. Behind him was his opposite, Citri Smart, a woman who exuded a savage aura. She looked at Gray with her usual bone-chilling smile. But what bothered Gray the most was clinging to the young man's feet. A sky-blue dragon. It was small, and its bright color seemed like some sort of joke, but something clearly dragon-shaped was rubbing its head against the man's feet, as though in an attempt to curry favor. Gray couldn't help but stand stock still. Don't worry about it. It's become domesticated. I guess it really doesn't want to be eaten. Gray struggled to believe that nonchalant utterance. It was unimaginable that a mythical beast would submit to a human. The Thousand Tricks just shrugged his shoulders with resignation. By the way, is it just you, Gray? Where are Black and White? Gray came to his senses and instinctively pressed his lips together. The Thousand Tricks could see right through him. Nothing in his voice or expression was unnatural, but that wasn't going to fool Gray. Normally he would start yelling, but all that escaped Gray's lips was a weak, trembling voice. His heart was pounding like a drum. He was certain the Thousand Tricks had no interest in him, but it was only natural to be afraid of scary things. Obedience was the only recourse for the weak. Gray had no idea what this man might say or do, and that's what made him so terrifying.
I told them not to. Black and White, they went to steal the K-key.
He had said he would keep quiet, but he no longer cared. The more he thought about it, the more flaws he saw in their plan. Black and White had been overly optimistic and were banking on good luck. Under normal circumstances, it was a laughable plan, not even worth considering. Only bad impulses could have driven them to carry it out. No, their nerves had probably snapped from the fear pervading them. Hearing what Gray said, the black-haired young man made a strange face and blinked a few times before casually lifting up the chain at his hip. Dozens of pieces of jewelry were on the chain, including 2 collars, just like the one on Gray's neck. Krai Andre clapped his hands as though something had just dawned on him. It was comically obvious, but, surprisingly, nothing about it seemed like an act. If Gray didn't know any better, he might have immediately judged this man to be an utter moron. With a strange smile, the Thousand Tricks turned around. Unlike him, Citri had an icy look in her eyes. Citri, it looks like they ran off. Is that going to be a problem?
No, not particularly. I can't imagine they've gone far yet. If they need to be stopped, I can put Lizzie to the...
No, it's fine. That's not what I meant. This isn't worth bothering Lizzie while she's on vacation. Yeah, we'll just make a small change in plans. By the way, just out of curiosity. Krai scratched his cheek, furrowed his brow, and looked at Gray. Gray could see his haggard face reflected in those eyes of pure black. The man's incomprehensible expression sent a shiver down his spine. This was an unbeatable man who had conquered a dragon, made people fend off vicious monsters, and showed no concern for human life. How come you didn't run? I screwed up. I was completely caught off guard by the news that those 2 ran away. It seemed unimaginable considering that I had already told them I would give them the key and set them free. Sure, it was stupid of me to not realize they had fled even after I found their collars in the locker, but I think my stupidity has been well established by this point. It was all because of that hot spring dragon. But this wasn't a fatal mistake. Their release just got expedited a tad. Citri didn't think it was a problem either, so there really was no need to go after those 2. If they had stolen a relic, then I might have sent Liz after them, but fortunately I brought all my relics into the hot spring with me. I just prayed that stealing that key was the last crime they would ever commit. But I still didn't understand why Gray alone stayed behind. When I blurted out that question, he looked at me with surprise. Maybe because he had been on lookout duty the entire trip, he looked emaciated around the eyes and cheeks. From the start, he didn't seem to be a vigorous person, but now he looked like a dead tree. When I voiced my question, he stumbled and fell on his rear. It was just a simple query, but for some reason he went pale and his teeth began to chatter. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. I didn't think anything of it as the words left my mouth, but when you think about it, stealing and fleeing aren't exactly good deeds. Anyone would be put in an uncomfortable spot if asked why they didn't do it. Gray looked up at me with wide eyes, his lips trembling. Sorry, you don't have to answer that. I was just a bit curious. I wasn't going to be bothered one way or another. This was just a vacation for me. I dropped the key right in front of Gray and let out a big yawn. This was just one less chore to have on my mind, so I considered it a stroke of good luck. Here's the key. You can head off whenever you feel like it, but since we're here, why not stay a bit and rest? Citri's paying for all this after all.
Indeed, and it's only costing me a trifling sum.
Even if they were a criminal, working someone to death was still a crime. Under Zabridian law, you could kill a criminal during an attempt to catch them, but once arrested you couldn't just off them on a whim. As I placatingly tapped a dissatisfied Citri on the shoulder, I felt obligated to give Gray a warning. Oh, right, don't go committing any more crimes, okay? Lady Luck must have been in a fine mood because Black and White's plan went off without a hitch. They had managed to remove their collars, left the inn without being spotted by the staff, and even made it out of town with the items they had stashed away. They were free to go abroad or return to the capital and lay low, but they couldn't breathe easy just yet. Taking off with the carriage with them would have been a bit much. That would have been too daring and given their captors one more reason to come after them. They had been running separately from the road for a while. Once the town faded from view, Black and White stopped. Their escape had gone perfectly, but they still had ghastly complexions. Breathing heavily, they took swigs from their canteens and looked in the direction of the town. They were both recalling the last thing the Thousand Tricks had said to them.
Why? What drove that man to let us go?
Don't ask me. How should I know what goes on in the head of a level 8? There might be thieves, he had said back at the main bath. That was clearly aimed at Black and White. Black couldn't tell whether that was meant to discourage them from stealing the key or to tell them he knew what they were up to. If they had made it this far, did that mean he was permitting them to get away?
Where should we go? Do we leave the country? Should we go back to the capital?
They were both natives of the imperial capital. Back there, they still had hideaways with items and they could easily keep a low profile. But the capital was also the home base of the Thousand Tricks. Who knew what might happen if they returned? He might have let them go, but the ignoble and the stifled shadow might not be so forgiving. We'll go abroad. Zeebrudia is too dangerous, as long as we've got their ire.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
If they left the Empire, even the stifled shadow probably wouldn't come after them. There was no reason for her to be that fixated on them. From the bag, White retrieved a map of the Empire and unfolded it. It was a simple map, but they could at least use it to figure out the shortest route out of the Empire. Black and White were both skillful hunters. Looking back on that brutal expedition, they felt they could now overcome any gauntlet that came their way. White's eyes glimmered with vitality. He looked ready to do whatever it took to take advantage of this opportunity to escape with his life. Black felt the same way.
Which way?
Sals was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Their best option was to leave via the road they came in on, but that was also an obvious choice. As she mulled over what might be the most feasible route, Black suddenly recalled a conversation the Thousand Tricks and his cohorts had in the carriage. She checked the map. She looked intently at a wide region that was near Sals, just a stone's throw away. It was near the border and belonged to a blade of the Empire which warded off monsters, phantoms, and invaders. It was home to an elite order of knights almost devoid of corruption, a bad place for anyone up to no good. It was also a place the Thousand Tricks had been determined to avoid. The Gladys Earldom. We'll pass through here. We're crossing the mountains. There's nothing better than being on vacation. My time in Souls simply flew by. The food was delicious and the hot spring was incredible. I think it was because of the incident with the hot spring dragon, but the inn staff all had a sort of reverence for me. But I got some stuff on the house, and I just ignored their idolizing eyes. At the end of every day, I would look back and regret all the time I wasted, and even that was pleasant. The main bath had been destroyed, leaving me with just our room's open-air bath. But I could enjoy that without worrying about any other guests, so that wasn't so bad. If I really wanted to go to a big bath, I could go to the hot springs outside. I had been a bit on edge, but there hadn't been any more dragon sightings after the first day. The only downside was that Luke and the others weren't there to join us. We hadn't gone anywhere as a party in a long time, but trips were something we usually did together. Perhaps they would gripe at me once we got back to the capital, but we can just all come together another time. When I see them, I'll boast as much as I please. I had heard from Citri that these hot spring waters had healing properties, and it seemed she was right. Not that I had any old wounds, but I still felt like I could soak in there forever. The water was a bit hot, but I solved that problem with a relic that enhanced heat resistance. I was idling about another day, my lower half submerged in warm water, and, as usual, I could hear Liz and Tino arguing. Liz had no sense of restraint. Once, when our whole party found a hot spring deep in some mountains, she unabashedly tried to join me, even after I told her no. She thought of me less as a man and more as a childhood friend. You'd often hear it said that among hunters the barriers between men and women were fairly low. Equipment getting destroyed and similar occurrences meant you couldn't be too bothered by nudity. But I thought there was something wrong with not showing any shame at all. I was indeed a man, and unlike Luke, I wasn't apathetic to everything unrelated to swords, so I couldn't just ignore it. Even though I was used to Liz's skinship, I was comfortable seeing all that skin, and I was even less comfortable with her wrapping her arms around me. Usually Lucia would do some fancy magic and keep Liz at bay, but with her nemesis absent, Liz was in high spirits. Even though I knew this might happen if we went here, I couldn't resist the call of the spring.
Master Run? And aren't you in there too much? How many times have you hopped in the bath today?
Cried Baby. I brought some booze! Wanna have a drink together?
Oh, fine. Go ahead, Liz. Just be sure to wash yourself before getting in. Accompanied by Liz and Tino, both in yukatas, I strolled through the town, feeling like a man doubly blessed. It seems the appearance of the hot spring dragon had caused a shock for the townsfolk, and they treated us like celebrities for defeating it. We already stood out plenty, as we were just about the only tourists in town. The hot spring dragon seemed to be one of the weaker varieties, but it was still a dragon, which meant it was a mythical beast that no average citizen could handle. Watching it laze about in our room's open-air bath, it was easy to forget that thing was dangerous. It was natural that we would be lauded for vanquishing it, even if we didn't kill it in the end. But Tino didn't seem accustomed to the attention and wore a very stiff expression. You should smile at times like these. Be proud. The minor fame will wear off soon enough.
Yes, Master!
I munched on a complimentary hot spring dragon manju as I strolled around. Being a hot spring town, Seoul's had a very relaxed atmosphere, which was to my liking. Our inn wasn't the only place with baths. There were a number of smaller springs located throughout the town. The quality probably didn't vary, but I still thought it might be fun to try out a few of the other baths. There was also something refreshing about seeing Tino and Liz in different outfits. The yukatas showed less skin than their usual gear, but they looked very nice on their slim figures. Perhaps due to the steam from the springs, their skin was redder than normal, giving them a vaguely erotic allure. Which reminded me of something Citri once told me. She said that yukatas are folded with the left side on top so one's right hand can reach in and fondle the chest. What a blatant lie. No way someone would make such a blatantly lecherous outfit. Near the edges of the town, Citri was talking business with a group of men all wearing fine clothes.
Between scenery and safety, safety should take priority. A barrier can ward off monsters, but not the strongest of them, or humans for that matter. With that in mind, why not purchase a cutting-edge golem?
Grinning and wearing a yukata, she spoke while pointing at the outer wall, which was only as high as her neck.
They may run a high price, but they can be used not only for combat, but also manual labor. Surely they're a bargain compared to human workers. Fortune won't place a level 8 hunter in your baths a second time. Krai has taken a liking to this town, and these golems are still in their test phase, so if you buy now, I'll slash the price by half. With weapons included, a set of 30 golems will come to 1 billion guild plus tax.
The old men who seemed to be in charge of the town talked among one another, while presumably being taken in by Citri's luscious figure. 1 billion guild seemed a pretty hefty sum for a town of this size. Could golems even win against a dragon? Why was Citri conducting business while we were on vacation? It all made zero sense to me.
City never misses a beat.
Nobody's better than her at finding weak spots.
With exasperation, both of them watched City, who simply did as she pleased. They had the right of it. But then, again, Liz was the girl who went off in search of a dragon on our first day here. Citri saw me and came running over, even though she was in the middle of negotiations. I couldn't help but look and notice that her robe was folded with the left side on top. You're working hard.
It would be a shame if another dragon appeared, and I could test the powers of my new weapons. I see this as 2 birds with 1 stone.
Is she a merchant of death? But Citri had a point. This town's defenses did come across as insufficient. It might only seem relevant to them as long as that bandit squad was around, but it mattered a whole lot to a temporary visitor like me. But still, 1 billion guild was a lot of money. It wasn't a price you'd agree to without some consideration. Just how much did those golems cost to produce? The town's bigwigs seemed to be giving up on the golems if they hadn't even seen them in action. Citri, why not drop the price just a bit?
How much should I set the price at?
How much? This is new. Are you really gonna sell it at whatever I say? I wasn't an alchemist, nor did I know the value of golems. This wasn't even something I would normally stick my nose in. This is for the town's safety. Here, how about you don't charge money, but let them pay with goods or something?
An exchange of goods, you say? But the only notable product in this town is its hot springs. Oh, I've got it. How about their sovereignty?
Also, I think if you want someone to buy something, you should let them see it first.
That's right.
What did she mean by sovereignty? I wasn't going to say, give the golems away for free, and she wouldn't do that even if I told her to. She greatly valued my opinion, but she wouldn't just do as I said. It was a bond of friendship that existed between us. Citri seemed to have gathered her thoughts as she clapped her hands and grinned. She went back to the townsfolk who were having a serious discussion.
I've reached a decision. If you're undecided, then I'll lend you all the golems completely free of charge for the duration of our stay. Consider it a gift from Krai. If another dragon appeared during our vacation, it would be quite a hassle. Remember, you can wait until after you've seen the golems at work, and it won't be too late to make a purchase.
Once her pseudo-volunteer sales pitch was over, I collected Citri and the four of us walked around town together. She hadn't brought any golems or whatever with her, but it seemed she could manufacture them out here. What a hard worker she was. Are you okay with the way that went?
I am. It's for your sake after all.
I was an amateur when it came to commerce, but it seemed Citri was getting a bad deal here. We had already encountered a hot spring dragon. I doubted any other threats would pop up during our stay, and those golems wouldn't sell if they didn't get a chance to show their power. And isn't this for the sake of the townsfolk, not mine? Citri didn't answer my question, but just took a half step, closing the distance between us. A faint, sweet aroma drifted from her hair. Probably her shampoo? I didn't comment on it, but I found myself wanting to bring my face closer. I began to feel woozy.
Cry baby, don't be fooled by her blatant attempts to score points with you. She's totally using her wiles so she can put you in her debt.
I'm doing nothing of the sort. Lizzie, you're absolutely paranoid. Right, Cry?
Yeah. Uh-huh. She's going to try the usual trap, the one where they say, oh yeah, I lent you money a while ago. Why not come over to my place sometime soon? Well, I have nobody to blame but myself, and I'll probably get by without paying her back. I took in the tranquility as the Smart Sisters bickered. Tino seemed to have become a bit more chipper again. All I had to do was buy time until the gathering of the White Blade was over. Our trip had its troubles, but all's well that ends well. I idly considered taking Liz and Citri somewhere so Tino could briefly be free from getting caught in their crossfire. But suddenly, I spotted an unadorned sign that looked out of place in a hot spring town. I read what it said and furrowed my brow. Construction?
It appears they were digging up a spring, but the project was paused due to the rumors of bandits.
A wide lot was surrounded with barbed wire and a large hole was dug in the center. I didn't know the specifics of unearthing springs, but apparently even this was affected by the bandits.
In all likelihood, they were probably borrowing a magus for this project. Said magus was probably evacuated just to be on the safe side.
I hope this bandit situation gets resolved soon. The construction site was huge. They were probably planning to build a fairly large inn. Construction equipment was piled up around the hole. Well, even without the interruption, it probably wouldn't have finished before our arrival. But if this continues, it might not be done when we come back with the rest of the party.
That reminds me. Earlier I heard that there are legends of more than just dragons in this area.
Legends? Legends? Nothing about this sounds good. I thought my attitude made it clear I didn't want to hear it, but Citri continued on.
I hear they sometimes come out nearby.
Simon, let's talk about something else. I wasn't proud to say it, but I couldn't handle ghosts. I had been chased around by all sorts of them, you see.
No. They're not ghosts. The legends mention a strange sapien.
Simon, let's talk about something else. I wasn't proud to say it, but I couldn't handle sapiens. I had been chased around by all sorts of them, you see. Citri sighed and smiled faintly when she saw my complete lack of passion.
Well, it is just a legend, and I hear there haven't been any recent sightings.
Right. Damn right. We've already run into enough trouble. If we run into anything more, we can pronounce my luck dead. For the time being, our concern was the bandit squad. I wonder if there are any nearby hunters who can deal with the bandits. Liz looked at me wide-eyed and smiled as she waved her hands. Of course, I meant any hunters besides her. If she went to battle, then Tino and I would be dragged along, and I wanted to be spared that. At the front gate, which could hardly be called a gate, a large, beat-up carriage was being pulled by lanky horses. The few barkers in the streets looked with curiosity at the abnormal sight. Are those new visitors? I watched absent-mindedly as the carriage door opened and a deathly pale man disembarked. I couldn't contain my surprise. It was Arnold getting out of the carriage. He had changed so much I didn't realize it was him at first, but there was no mistaking it. Arnold Hale. He was a level 7 hunter with the moniker the Crashing Lightning. He was also a man up for my head for some reason. He was covered in bandages, his hair was a mess, his cheeks sunken, but he was unmistakably the man who had recently caused me so many headaches. Following him were his party members and even Gilbert. They had a different aura about them. Some of them were in different gear. They didn't seem to be critically wounded, but their steps were uneasy and they seemed to be covered in cuts and scratches. The only one who seemed even somewhat all right was Chloe, who got out last. They must have really been hurt if they didn't notice me, even though I had noticed them. In their normal condition, it was unthinkable that I would spot them first. Could they be stalking me? But if that was their plan, they wouldn't appear before me in such a terrible state. They looked like they had just escaped mortal danger. I once came close to dying in the desert, so I knew exactly what that looked like. What a terrible thing to happen, and while we're on vacation to boot, God must have it out for me. Tino's eyes were bulging. A smile took form on Liz's face when she caught sight of Arnold. Citri's eyes went wide, but then she clasped her hands as if it all made sense to her now. I didn't like this development. We needed to get out of Dodge before we were noticed. Arnold and company didn't seem like they were watching their surroundings. I grabbed Liz's hand and pulled her back, but Citri stepped forward as though she were taking her place. I wasn't able to stop her before she gave a welcoming round of applause to Arnold. She didn't look surprised. She wore a wide grin as if she had seen this all coming.
Well, well. I bid you welcome to the town of souls. Should I say it took you long enough? Or perhaps your timing is perfect as usual? I grew tired of waiting. You took so long till you had to fight the dragon.
Citri, you knew this was going to happen? I didn't understand how she could have predicted all this, but if she had, I wish she had said something to me. Then we could have gone to a different hot spring. Arnold looked at Citri, then at me, and then his eyes opened as wide as they possibly could. His large body wobbled and, without saying a word, he fainted on the spot. I didn't have the slightest clue what was happening. Citri, however, didn't seem to notice, and as though it was the most natural thing in the world, walked up and took care of the new arrivals. She took control of the battered carriage and found a random inn to toss the group into. We were used to treacherous situations. We had faced peril in forests, mountains, deserts, and even at sea. Yet at the same time, we regularly met people just as accustomed to danger as we were. To tell you the truth, Grieving Soul's sole new member at the time, Eliza Beck, was a fellow peril pal who nearly died in a desert with us. From his lack of wounds, it seemed Arnold had passed out from exhaustion. Honestly, I didn't want any part in it, but Citri had seamlessly involved herself, so I saw no choice but to follow along. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Chukikaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. We've got Liz and Tino here, and Killiam's back at the inn. I'm sure Arnold won't be a problem. We sat down to talk with them at a dining hall attached to their inn. The contrast between Citri clad in a yukata and the beaten hunters was something incredible. The story told by Ruta, Leal Gilbert, and Chloe was an extraordinary one. Apparently, they had been following us and even went all the way to Night Palace. We did a 180 when we saw there wasn't a single carriage outside, but I guess Arnold and his entourage went in. That treasure vault was beyond the recommended level for grieving souls, a party full of moniker holders, but they entered it with a party that included level 3S and 4S. Did they have a death wish or something?
And then we managed to wait out the swarm by hiding under the mountains of corpses.
We were looking at certain death. We all would have died if not for Arnold's orders.
Leal Gilbert's friends all nodded vehemently. Something told me they might not have entered those mountains if Arnold hadn't ordered them to, but I kept that to myself. After listening to their tale with disinterest, Liz began to blink.
So what? Did you have a bonfire on top of the remains of ours?
We did not.
After all, in high-level treasure vaults, the mana material of phantoms is too strong and remains for long stretches. Perhaps in the future we should make sure to do a proper job wiping out remaining phantoms. What do you think, Krai?
She looked contemplative, but all I could feel was the shock of learning that my friends had a bonfire without me. Sure, we used to have bonfires all the time. But one in a vault they were underleveled for? Well, they enjoyed themselves, and that's what's important. From beginning to end, I failed to comprehend the story of Ruda and the other hunters. I understood the words they were saying, and I nodded along, and gave the occasional, yeah, huh, but my brain failed to process it all. After managing to evade a horde of phantoms by hiding under piles of corpses, they all escaped Night Palace by the skin of their teeth and retreated to a nearby town. During their retreat, they encountered numerous phantoms and suffered more wounds. Heavily fatigued, they headed for Sulce, a town famous for its healing waters. Apparently, the Gladys earldom being along the way also factored into that decision. It seemed they had been under the impression that's where I was headed. You can issue me a named quest, but no way am I going to take it. I don't think these guys understand what type of person I am.
Please forgive him, Krai. He might have been rude to you, but he saved our lives on multiple occasions.
She was leaning forward in a pleading manner. A thief's gear was supposed to be durable, but hers was tattered in multiple spots, and her complexion was awful. The dark rings beneath her large blue eyes told me she was exhausted, though maybe not as much as Arnold.
She's right. It may be the policy of the Explorers Association not to get involved in infighting among hunters, but I'd suggest burying the hatchet. Krai, I believe Arnold's, learned his lesson.
What are you talking about? I couldn't help but stare at Chloe. I didn't have any resentment towards Arnold, and I didn't plan on doing anything to him. Honestly, as far as I was concerned, I was running away from him. Animosity? I wouldn't say so. He burned through a bunch of my safety rings and bullied Tino, but we were fine in the end. I had learned from experience that you couldn't get by as a hunter if you let small things anger you. It would just stress you out. I figured you were better off just forgetting about it. Dissipating stress was what the hot spring did best. I blinked and put on a reassuring smile. Huh? I haven't even done anything to him, and I don't plan to. I gave my honest opinion, and it caused Gilbert to take a few steps back. The blood drained from Ruda's face, and the other hunters, I didn't know any of their names, all looked at me like some sort of freak. Even Chloe seemed taken aback.
And Prit, does this mean that all we've done so far?
Is this one of the famous...
I don't really know what you're all talking about. This is mostly just a vacation.
The matter of Arnold and his party is just something on the side.
I thought about saying something, but when I really thought about it, falling fog wasn't even a side matter, except saying that would only be adding oil to the fire. The vice leader of Falling Fog looked at me with a strained expression, but he didn't offer any objections, so I was certain that they also wanted to resolve this befuddling situation. Seatree looked up at me. Liz wasn't saying anything, meaning she was leaving things in my hands. Multiple nervous faces were turned towards me. This wasn't some scheme to make us drop our guard. They wanted a peaceful resolution. Without thinking, I grinned ear to ear and gave them my answer. Sure, I don't really understand what's going on, but I see nothing wrong with burying the hatchet. Since you've come all the way to Sulce, why not take a good long rest? The hot springs here aren't half bad. I couldn't figure out how Seatree had anticipated their movements, but I didn't really care. There was no use fighting in a hot spring area. The vice leader placed both hands on the table and lowered his head.
You've got my gratitude. We were wrong to look down on a level 8. Forgive us.
Yeah, huh? But I haven't done anything. I've had to apologize any number of times, but being apologized to for no reason wasn't common. I smiled and clapped my hands. Now this dispute should be settled for good. Ruda had no idea what that man was thinking. Krai's smile of relief made her feel like she was in a different reality. To her, Night Palace had been a death trap. If she had been by herself, she wouldn't have been able to bring herself to hide in one of those grotesque piles. She might have chosen to escape into the castle, and who knows what that might have resulted in. But nothing in Krai's demeanor suggested that he might be sparing the slightest consideration for them. This made it clear how accustomed he was to giving out his trials. It seemed incredibly devious to Ruta that Krai might have anticipated Arnold losing his resolve and choosing to leave the treasure vault. If this was what it took to reach level 8, she didn't see herself ever making it there. To think there were levels even beyond that. Whatever the case, they overcame the trial. Perhaps they should just be satisfied with that. After barely escaping Night Palace with their lives intact, they had traveled in fear of an encounter with Krai. The members of Falling Fog were covered in wounds. By comparison, Krai and his companions all looked to be in perfect health. Even Ruta's one concern, Tino, was wearing a yukata and seemed better off than the last time they had met. The original duty of Ruta and Scorching Whirlwind was to make sure Chloe successfully reached Krai. Their initial plan was to part ways with Falling Fog and Souls and head to the Gladys Earldom. You might say coming across Krai here was bad luck for Arnold's company, but good luck for Ruta's. Exhausted from her multi-trek, the hot springs of Souls were like heaven to Ruta. The blood and flesh stuck to her had faded after leaving Night Palace, but her fatigue remained. She had heard the spring water in Souls had healing properties, and she was all too ready to put that to the test. She took Krai up on his suggestion, and they saved the quest talk for another time. Ruta was ready to enjoy her first dip in a hot spring in some time. Tino decided to join her. Ruta had heard of a yukata, but this was her first time seeing one. She knew she was being unreasonable, but it still irked her to see Tino so clean while she was so disheveled. Their inn had been picked haphazardly, but the baths were quite spacious. Just the pleasant sensation of steam brushing against her skin made Ruta sleepy. She resisted the urge to take a nap as she gave herself an overdue cleansing. She knew that having few chances to wash off was just another part of being on the road, but, as a girl, she had trouble accepting it.
I'm so tired. I thought I might die back there. Haven't felt that way in a while.
White Wolf's den had been brutal, but she couldn't say if it had been worse than Night Palace. This time had involved stronger phantoms, but Falling Fog had been a reassuring presence.
I never doubted Master's judgment, but I'm still glad to see you're all right.
Honestly, it was worse than I had expected. I guess that's what happens when you enter a vault nobody else has been to in years.
It had been a trying experience for Ruta and the other hunters, but it must have been even worse for an employee of the Explorers Association, even if she had some talent with a blade. Perhaps making it this far without complaining was just par for the course for a relative of the war demon. Tino must have bathed a few times already because her pale skin was clean and sparkly. But something about her seemed a bit dissatisfied.
How have you been faring?
Tino paused.
I fought a dragon in a hot spring.
Who?
They heard the story while taking a leisurely soak. Ruta couldn't even be shocked. She just sighed. It seemed Tino had experienced her own fair share of troubles. She was probably the only hunter in the whole wide world who had been forced to fight a dragon in the nude. The lack of aid from Krai, Citri, and other nearby hunters was telling of how Spartan Tino's training was. Chloe looked baffled. Even as another woman, Ruta found Tino incredibly endearing as she bashfully told her story. If Ruta found herself in the same situation, she would be too preoccupied with the dragon to be feeling embarrassment. Even if someone were to comment on it out to her after the fight, she thought it would be best to stand proud, despite her embarrassment, and say the situation called for it. The girl in front of Ruta was an experienced hunter, but she still had a sense of shame at odd times. But then, an old memory of Ruta's resurfaced.
Wait, didn't you once say something to Krai about positions?
What of it?
It was when she battled Gilbert at the training grounds. At the time, Ruta just guessed. That was just the sort of person Tino was, but that wasn't a line you might casually hear from a girl who got embarrassed over a bit of exposed skin. Ruta furrowed her brow.
That was just something Lizzie taught me. Flexibility is important. Sometimes you have to fit into small spaces. It's standard practice for a thief, and I was just showing my skills to Master. What of it?
I don't think that's what your mentor was getting at.
What do you mean?
It would appear Tino had just been mimicking her mentor. Lizzie did come across as the kind of person who might be completely fine saying that sort of thing. Most people wouldn't describe flexible joints in terms like, "You can put me in any position you like."
Well, for now, just don't talk like that in front of too many people.
The long overdue dip in the hot spring was invigorating. It was like all her fatigue was just being drained away. She had completed her job when she safely delivered Chloe to her destination, but maybe staying in cells a bit longer might not be such a bad idea.
It was a good experience, I think, but I don't want to undergo another trial ever again. Hey, Tino, do you think you could tell that to Krai?
Tino briefly sat in silence before saying something quite unexpected.
I don't think this trial is over quite yet.
Huh?
Hey! 1,000 tricks! Is this really a training method?
Yeah, 100%. Luke did the same thing, and he became really strong. It's my recommended training method.
Oh, for real? It seems a little weird, but if you recommend it, then it must be good. Who would have thought you could train in a hot spring? Is this what it means to reach level 8? Hey, here I go. Gurgle! Gurgle!
Leal Gilbert boldly stood beneath the waterfall pouring into the hot spring. His party members watched from the side with odd looks of amazement. I suppressed a grin and looked the other way. It seemed he had the same sort of one-track mind as Luke. After getting out of the bath, Chloe, also just out of the water and wearing a yukata, approached me and handed me an envelope bearing the insignia of the Explorers Association. Apparently, this was the reason they came all this way. That's right. Gark said he'd send along an employee of the association. So that was Chloe. It couldn't have been easy, coming all this way and whatnot. I accepted the envelope and handed it right off to Citri.
Why won't you look at it?
Because I don't need to. I don't plan to accept the quest.
Huh.
She was absolutely bewildered, but this was all Gark's fault. I clearly said I didn't know whether or not I would accept it. Even if it was a named quest issued by a noble, a hunter still had the right to decline. It was truly mind-boggling that Gark thought a semi-retired coward like myself might accept a named quest. With a grin, Citri removed a letter opener from her pocket and broke the seal on the envelope. I guess she figured she might as well take a look. Just as I had Eva to help me carry out my duties as clan master, I had Citri help me be a hunter.
Dee, do I need to remind you that's a named quest from the Lord Gladys? It'll improve your reputation and your success might make Lord Gladys more amiable towards other hunters.
Yeah, It was wrong of me to only give her tepid responses and then chase her off. But that wasn't what this was about. I couldn't do a named quest by myself, and even if I did, that would just increase my chances of getting dragged into noble nuisances. There was nothing to gain for a man aspiring to retire, but Chloe had a job to do. She couldn't simply accept that sort of excuse. Oh man, can't you tell? I'm not the hunter you all seem to think I am.
What are you looking at us like that for?
Citri placed the quest brief on the table and nodded at me knowingly.
I understand now. There's no need for us to pursue this.
Wow.
I had the same reaction as Chloe, but I didn't say it aloud. A hard-boiled man is a man of few words.
The quest is a joint effort extermination of Bandit Squad, Beryl. They're a troublesome bandit squad. They're large, powerful, and clever. They came from the east, consist of about 100 members, and are coordinated enough to trouble even professional militaries.
All of their members are capable, but their top brass are exceptional. They only recently came to Zeebruddia, but due to their ransacking in other countries, the Explorers Association has a bounty placed on them. I think they're pretty high on the list. That sounds really bad. Hunters typically formed parties of 6. No matter how powerful they were, 6 hunters weren't enough to take on nearly 100 bad guys. If these bandits were enough to rout even professional militaries, then it was safe to assume they were formidable. If they were near the top of the Explorers Association bounty list, then they must be a fair bit stronger than the average hunter. No need to pursue. You've got that right, Citri. Eliminating bandit squads is the state's responsibility. To hell with the named quest. What are they doing trying to shove that off on me? If it was a joint effort, then it was probably with Lord Gladys's knights. But they weren't fond of hunters, so why go throwing out named quests now of all times? I swore to myself I'd have a word with Gark later on. I pay my taxes. Go ahead and turn these scary requests down.
And why is there no need to pursue it? It's simple. They've gotten away with terrorizing a number of different countries because they have more than simple strength. They're quite intelligent and won't fight an opponent they can't win against.
The name of this bandit squad wasn't ringing any bells for me, but Citri recognized the name and even knew their history. Grieving souls mainly focused on clearing treasure vaults, but they had considerable experience with bounty hunting. They would usually come to us, leaving us And by us, I meant my friends, no choice but to take them out. All the while, Citri built up a considerable database regarding bounty targets.
These bandits have terrorized many regions. They've lasted as long as they have by retreating every time a stronger force is sent after them. They aren't dumb enough to stick around if a level 8 hunter's been dispatched.
I see.
Citri spoke fluently. Her confident tone made it easy to believe her words.
They know how to sense out strong opponents and would have begun preparing to pull out the moment they learned who was being enlisted to hunt them down. I don't believe they're still within the Gladys Earldom.
Her explanation had a certain logic to it and was easy to understand. The leader of Leal Gilbert's party let out a groan. Similarly, it seemed like such a possibility had never occurred to Chloe. I let out a silent cheer. My inflated level was coming in handy for once. Not that I ever planned to accept the named quest, but I couldn't be liable for any sort of blame if the enemy had already run off. There was no way Lord Gladys was going to tell me to chase the bandits even after they had left his domain. I gotta thank Citri for this later. Brimming with confidence, I crossed my arms. That's the gist of it. We can go after them, but I don't really see any need to. I have my own way of doing things.
Of course.
It was inevitable that Bandit Squad, whatever it was, would run when Lord Gladys issued the named quest. It happens. I'm sure Lord Gladys will be satisfied by this. Oh, and thank you for the explanation, Citri.
Oh, you flatter me, Krai.
Citri's explanation probably contained a bit of conjecture on her part, but she was rarely wrong. And it didn't matter, even if she somehow happened to be wrong, because I wasn't obligated to accept the named quest. Now I could cast aside my worries and kill time until the gathering of the White Blade was over. I could bathe in the hot springs, I could snack on the famous hot spring dragon manju and hot spring dragon eggs, and I could browse the souvenir shops. I've got it. I can peruse the sweet shops with Tino. She can be my guard, and even I don't know much about the confectionaries out here. I began to grin.
Master, is the trial really over?
Yeah, absolutely. Finito. Finito.
Master.
There was something poignant about her voice. No trials or anything. All that's left is paradise. I hid it with my hand, but I couldn't keep a grin off my face. As I stifled my voice, Gilbert and his party all looked at me as though I were doing something creepy.
Damn it! What a miserable display for a level 7.
Arnold was in the depths of despair. He no longer knew what to do. He was in terrible condition and his body felt like a sack of bricks, but his spirit was suffering most of all. When he regained consciousness, a deep sense of disappointment overcame him when he realized he had fainted upon seeing the face of the Thousand Tricks. That disappointment was directed at no one but himself. It might have been the face of a level 8, the face of someone who had caused him all sorts of suffering, but to pass out from merely seeing it was inexcusable. 1 month prior, talk of something like this would have elicited scornful laughter from Arnold. What gave him the greatest shock was what he heard from A.
You're a bit exhausted, Arnold. You've been through a lot, and all while we were weighing you down. I think the burden got the better of you. Take some time to rest in the hot springs here.
He had shown consideration for Arnold. That wasn't too extraordinary. Arnold was the party leader, and his party members had shown concern for him many times before, but never had he heard them speak to him with words tinged with sympathy or make attempts to protect his feelings. He had considered this proof that he was a strong leader. To faint just because he saw the face of his nemesis, it was a sorry display. Yet none of his party members showed any hints of wanting to abandon him. Even Jaster, a hunter who had managed to tag along with Arnold despite being the party's youngest member, didn't show a hint of disapproval. This was no doubt a product of the confidence Arnold had instilled in his members. He understood this, but he still couldn't forgive himself for being frail enough to faint after seeing his enemy. His capabilities shouldn't have changed. He was extremely fatigued, but his powers were still intact and his sword was in fine condition. In fact, his mana material had increased after visiting Night Palace. And yet, Arnold now felt weak. Total confidence was one of the necessary pillars of strength. Should that pillar wobble, even someone of superb fortitude could lose strength. Arnold needed to regain his confidence, but he didn't know how.
Remembering what A had said, he went by himself to the main bath so he could both rejuvenate and reflect. But when he saw the wide bath, warm and steaming, he felt nothing.
This is a wound. A fatal wound for a man of supreme might. A crack had formed in his hunter's spirit. An early retirement might await him if he failed to regain his confidence. Over and over, he told himself he should use this humiliation as a chance to spring back better than ever, but he just couldn't muster his spirit. He felt like he had become someone else the moment he fainted. He didn't understand how he had once been able to fight or be angry. He understood the principles, but his heart wasn't in it. He clicked his tongue just like he used to. He walked with his chest puffed out, just like he used to. But it was a hollow performance. He was still managing to look strong, but like metal plating peeling away, Arnold would eventually become a weakling.
There was no one else in the main bath. It occurred to Arnold that he hadn't walked alone in some time. After forming his party, there had almost always been a party member nearby. Something about it was lonesome. That, too, was another feeling his previous self never would have felt. Everything he did felt uncharacteristic. Everything felt disjointed. He was afraid to swing his sword again. He was afraid his party's concern would morph into disappointment. Most of all, he was afraid to run into the 1,000 tricks again, because he didn't know how he might react. Once this thought crossed his mind, he realized how far he had fallen.
A had apologized to the 1,000 tricks while Arnold was unconscious. Arnold had thanked A for doing that, but was the crashing lightning really the type to approve of such behavior? No. The answer was a flat no. Arnold always took A's words into consideration, but the final say always fell to him. Arnold was the one who shouldered responsibility for the party. Even if A had already apologized, Arnold still would have gone and done it himself. That was how he envisioned a powerful leader. That was the man that was the crashing lightning. So what did it mean if it took him so long to realize something so simple? Another wave of despair assailed Arnold. Despite his realization, his body wouldn't move, and that created a sense of self-loathing. He heaved a sigh that felt like it was taking all his strength with it. He couldn't do it. It wasn't even worth considering. In his current state, Arnold was unfit to be responsible for the lives of his party members. Falling Fog had no option but to disband. He would have to talk to A once he was out of the bath. He had an obligation to those who had once followed the crashing lightning.
Dragging his weary body, he made for the tub at a slow pace, almost as though trying to buy time. Then, as he was about to lower himself into the wide bath, something strange flitted across his field of view. His mind went blank. He slowly rubbed his eyes and took a good look. Contrary to what he expected, he felt no fear. He didn't faint or even tremble. The 1,000 tricks, he was doing the breaststroke across the hot spring. With graceful movements, he cut through the warm water and barely made a sound as his body moved across the surface. The shock of it all wiped away his earlier unease, and he managed to speak in a strained voice.
What are you doing?
This was no hallucination. The 1,000 tricks hastily tried to get on his feet, but stumbled spectacularly. Water splashed high into the air, and a dopey face looked up at Arnold. I was enjoying myself, gracefully doing the breaststroke in the otherwise unoccupied main bath, when Arnold suddenly appeared. I was taking it easy, so I had completely failed to notice him coming in. For a second, I thought I was having a bad dream. The open-air bath in my room was too small, and the main bath of the inn I was staying at was undergoing repairs, so I went to the trouble of going to the baths of another inn. And yet I ran into Arnold of all people. Unbelievable. Unlucky beyond belief. Was he stalking me? After stumbling in the tub, I quickly looked up and saw Arnold staring at me with a tense look on his face. Panicking, I tried to show him I meant no harm by smiling and waving my hand. Looking at it under proper lighting, I could see that Arnold had a body tempered for combat. What sort of power a hunter desired would affect how mana material changed their body. Simply put, if you desired muscular strength, then your muscles would develop. If you desired speed, then your body would become more nimble. In cases such as Liz's, many female hunters developed their muscles without it becoming visibly apparent. This was thought to happen because they desired both strength and beauty. I didn't have much of an eye for these sorts of things, but even I could tell the crashing lightning had a body stronger than mine in every possible way. His limbs must have been at least twice as thick as mine. His armor-like muscles probably wouldn't have even flinched if they took a hit from someone like me. Humans were generally considered to have weaker bodies than monsters, but it was hard to believe that while looking at the man before me. My fingers instinctively brushed against my safety rings. How unfair it was that Arnold was still at such an advantage even when I was the only one of us wearing any equipment. Habitual misfortune had made me accustomed to these kinds of mishaps. Not to mention, I didn't think he would attack me after our dispute had more or less been resolved after chatting with Falling Fog's vice leader. I figured that showing fear here might actually provoke Arnold. For reasons unclear to me, he stood there shaking. Heh, what a coincidence.
Sakaka!
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Oops. Accidentally saying things that I wanted to was a bad habit of mine.
Call this a coincidence! What are you after, you bastard?
Red in the face, Arnold stomped the ground. Arnold began to scratch wildly at his head. The water droplets on his skin were warmed and went up in steam. I had seen Liz do this as well. It wasn't a rare phenomenon with the sort of inhuman powers hunters had. Calm down, Arnold. I was here first. You arrived after me.
Ha! You call this a coincidence? I entered a hot spring, and by coincidence, there was a level 8 hunter swimming laps.
Arnold was broken. I had always thought of him as someone stalwart, but it looked like his experience in Night Palace had changed him significantly. But when said out loud, it was strange. Which was more shocking, this or running into a dragon in an open-air bath. The thought made me grimace.
What have you come to laugh at me? To belittle me? To mock me?
Calm down. Here, deep breaths, okay? I wouldn't have started swimming if I knew someone else might be coming. I know it's bad etiquette to swim in a hot spring, but I made sure nobody else was around and I'm not getting the water dirty. I was just having a nice swim.
A level 8 doesn't swim in a hot spring.
Arnold's shouting echoed throughout the baths. He was quite right. I would definitely get an earful from Eva if she heard about this. It's a tough life. We're paying for this, so can't you cut me some slack? Arnold, this is all a misunderstanding. I wasn't just swimming. Bent forward slightly and slowly, backing away. I tried to placate Arnold. He looked like he might attack me if I said the wrong thing.
If you've got a reason, then let me hear it.
I was, training?
Triple AH.
As he let out a bellowing roar, he smashed his head against a dragon statue from which water was flowing. It appeared that a level 7 hunter's head was sturdier than stone. How terrifying. Talk about being emotionally unstable. But this wasn't a new sight for me, and I quickly returned to my senses. Arnold must have cut his head because a crimson liquid flowed into the water. Yet he still didn't stop hitting it against the statue. I understand, I really do. You've just lost your temper a bit. I'm sure you're tired. It's pretty reasonable considering you went to Night Palace with Chloe and an underleveled party. If something's bothering you, then I'll lend an ear. Hearing my benevolent words, Arnold stopped bashing his head and with both hands ripped the statue out of the floor.
Ah! There's nothing for us to talk about.
My eyes bulged. I heard something cracking and a geyser of hot water sprung up. Caught off guard, I instinctively took a step back. It was a sight to behold. Standing boldly with a stone statue held above his head, Arnold looked like something out of a nightmare. But I had witnessed sights like this before, so my sanity managed to stay with me. Maybe I should start carrying a camera around with me. I can make photo albums of all the crazy stuff I've seen and sell those so I can pay off a portion of my debt.
Ha 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 ha! I won't accept it. I can't accept it. 1,000 tricks. I haven't lost and I won't bear the shame of an early retirement.
Ha! Yeah! Uh-huh!
I'll try again. Count on it! I'll try as many times as it takes. How long can you stay complacent? I'll make you regret making fools of us.
Why's he talking like I made a fool of him? I wasn't interested in Arnold and his party, and they didn't seem like the type you wanted to make an enemy of. I tried to smile at Arnold, show him that I didn't want to fight him, but even I could only manage a strained smile under these circumstances. Hold on. Let me say, I wasn't making a fool of you guys. Don't get the wrong idea. I see a lot of potential in you guys. I'm your ally. For a response, I didn't receive words but a stone statue. Flying with incredible speed, the statue bounced off the barrier created by one of my safety rings and sunk into the bath. Water splashed on my face and caused my bangs to cling to my face, which wasn't a very pleasant feeling. If he chose to throw something else, then even I might have been able to make a run for it. However, when my vision cleared up, I saw Arnold had his back to me as he stomped out of the baths. It was scary. I was used to stuff like this happening, but it didn't get any less scary. This was why I kept relics on me at all times. I pissed him off. This is my last chance. Something. I have to say something. Arnold, don't you want to get in the baths? No response. It's a vacation after all. Take some time to rest. In the end, I failed to say anything useful. It's no good. Not saying anything, Arnold closed the door with a deafening slam. Silence returned. Sitting in the half-destroyed bath, I hugged my knees and sighed.
Arnold felt like his head was on fire. He strove to keep a placid mind, but this was too much even for him.
He was so strong it interfered with everyday activities. He made sure to always keep his power in check, but today he was unable to hold back. As he walked with footsteps that threatened to break the floor, Abe poked his head out from his door. His eyes widened when he saw his party leader's face. This was most likely because Arnold wore an expression quite unlike the one he had before leaving his room.
Hey! We'll remake ourselves! We can't let that clown continue to get the better of us. We'll show him what a true high-level hunter looks like. Training twit now. He called it cockadoodle-doer, he said. He dares treat me like a chicken.
Huh. Roger. We were caught off guard at Night Palace, but you put up a fight. If we go through all necessary treasure vaults and if everyone gets stronger, I'm sure we'll eventually clear Night Palace.
The other party members lounging in the room looked frightful but vaguely cheerful at the same time. Arnold slammed his fist against the wall and forgot all about his earlier ideas of quitting hunting.
Of course we can. We can't let a man like that stand above us. He says he's our ally. This anger won't subside until we've surpassed him. We can't rest in a place like this. We're leaving tomorrow. Get ready.
Tomorrow? Another brief rest, I see.
Following A, the other hunters began to pipe up with complaints.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be here long, but one day... Man, I haven't even gotten in the hot spring.
There's really nothing better than a hot spring. Maybe I'll spend the rest of my life here.
What? Places like this are fine once in a while, but I'd die of boredom if I lived here. I'd grow soft.
She and Luke were both the type that couldn't be happy if they weren't constantly moving their bodies. I liked to pass the time in leisure, but she had a point. Living in a place like this would turn you into a layabout. Not that I minded becoming a layabout. This is a nice place. I like it here. It's got everything I look for.
Everything you look for?
I could delight my taste buds with the bounties of the land and sea. I could soak away in a hot spring. Arnold's appearance might have been unexpected, but this place had the sort of serenity I dreamed of. Something about Souls made it feel warm and cozy, even outdoors. Even a hermit like me couldn't help but go out on an occasional stroll, and the streets were lined with stalls selling delicious things. It was so good, I decided I had to buy some souvenirs. The best were the hot spring dragon eggs, actually a chicken egg, and hot spring dragon man. Seeing them in different outfits than usual gave Liz, Seatree, and Tino a seductive allure. I'd be nice if there were more guests besides us.
It seems like there's usually many more.
Well, the circumstances are what they are. Being near Bandit's squad barrel or whoever it was would be terrifying for anyone who couldn't fight. I would know. I didn't know what I'd be doing if I didn't have strong friends at my side. Lying on my side, I looked at the open-air bath.
Roar. Meow.
Kill!
The non-humans of our group, Killiam, Drink, and the Hot Spring Dragon, were having a get-together in the open-air bath. An interspecies get-together. Perhaps because it was the newcomer to the group. The Hot Spring Dragon seemed a bit reserved, but they all got along better than I had expected. It's anyone's guess why we haven't been stopped by the authorities. And hold, why are they doing this in my room? The sun set and night followed. Everyone left my room reluctantly, and silence reigned. Normally, we would share, but Tino was with us, and Seatree had kindly arranged for us to have separate rooms. No matter how close we were, alone time was still important. Silver light filtered through a large glass window. A beautiful full moon was shining in the sky. I got out of the bath. I had lost count of how many times I had gotten in that day, and dived into a fluffy futon. Most rooms in Zabrudia were furnished with beds, so it was rare to sleep directly on the floor. I was fond of both arrangements. The hot spring had put me at ease. Of course, I still wore a number of relics, but that was inevitable. I couldn't bear the thought of sleeping by myself at an inn in a region with bandits. A pleasant drowsiness overtook me as I got under the covers and wondered about what to do tomorrow. I held off the urge to sleep and enjoyed the moment of bliss. Suddenly, I heard a door opening. Something swiftly lifted up the blankets and slipped in.
Pardon me.
I made a dumb-sounding groan. The low voice belonged to Liz. I couldn't see well in the darkness, but the arms and legs pressed against me had the same warmth they always did. Why is Liz here? Not now, Liz. They'll get mad at us. Hadn't I locked the door? For most road-bound hunters, there was nothing unusual about men and women sleeping in close proximity, but sneaking into the same bed was a different matter altogether. We weren't a bunch of kids having a sleepover, and when Liz pulled stuff like this, I was the one who got yelled at. Standing my ground, I forced my weary body into action and rolled over.
Swan, it's just us. What's the matter? Let's play.
It's already so late. Do you have any idea what time it is? It wasn't the middle of the night or anything, but I was all washed out. I tried to show my refusal by turning my back to her, but then I felt a warm, soft sensation pressing against me. Smooth, warm skin rubbed against my back. I heard an electrifyingly sweet voice just below my ear.
Fine, you can stay like that. I'll just do as I please.
Liz's feral behavior was very characteristic of her. It appeared she was in the mood to be indulged. She was always dancing to her own tune, doing things like going out in search of dragons. I wondered how she ended up like this when her older brother and younger sister were both so well behaved. While I was thinking it over, 2 arms stretched out and wrapped around me from behind. I began to feel a bit too hot because of her high body temperature. I felt her arms against the palms of my hands. They were smooth, slender arms. Liz's hands tapped against my chest and she trembled as she let out a shrill cry. It felt nice just to brush against her warm skin. My hands drowsily followed her arms, and my fingertips eventually brushed against her dainty shoulders. Is she not wearing any pajamas?
Ah! How naughty!
No, it's fine. She's wearing underwear. Wait, nothing about that is fine. Her arms intertwined, her fingertips brushed against my body. Her cheek rubbed against the back of my neck, and I could distinctly feel her heartbeat against my back. Her fingers slid down the collar of the yukata I was sleeping in. It was almost unimaginable that those same fingers could pierce through armor. Stop that. It tickles. And hold on. Aren't our positions mixed up? I felt like I was having a strange dream. If it was Tino behind me, then it certainly could be just that, but with Liz, it was safe to assume this was actually happening. In my drowsy state, I tried to hold her hand down, but she giggled and patted my chest. As with her arms, she began to wrap her legs around and rub against me. She was acting like we were total lovers or something. Lucia, with her tendencies of temperance, probably would have blown a fuse if she had seen us. I couldn't let it go on like this. At first I thought I could just fall asleep, but she was getting carried away.
Hey! Crybaby! Touch me more!
I'm not touching you at all. You're the one doing all the touching. I turned around and was about to fend off Liz and her devious whispers, but then the door flew open. The light was mercilessly switched on, and the blankets ripped off us. It was Citri. She thrust out her pink water gun and looked down at us with a tense expression, something I only rarely saw on her face in those days. Behind her, and ready for combat, were Killiam and a red-faced Tino.
Lizzie, you never show any self-control. You said you forgot something and I believed you.
Ha! I can do what I want. Now quit interrupting. Things were getting good.
How salacious.
Her lips trembled as she looked at the unbelievable state of Liz. It turned out that Liz had indeed snuck into my futon in just her underwear. She wasn't even wearing her usual relic. It's all the same to me. Can you all just get out and let me sleep?
City, he's mine! Scram!
Liz grabbed a pillow and flung it at light speed. It hit Tina square in the stomach, and she made a funny sound as it sent her flying backwards. I could remember having pillow fights as children, but something about this seemed a bit different.
Oh, how could you do such a thing to T? Krai, did you see that? Lizzie! She murdered the lovely darling T.
Citri didn't spare a single glance in Tino's direction when she said this. Killiam retrieved a number of pillows from somewhere and handed them to Citri. She punched the pillow experimentally and slowly raised it over her head. You guys sure look like you're having a good time.
Today will be the day I make my message clear to you, my indiscreet, immoral imbecile of a sister.
You're calling me immoral? Which one of us used the dragon as a pretense for mixed bathing? I know all about what you did. Told me.
The pot was calling the kettle black, and I didn't know what to say. My precious childhood friends were destroying my precious tranquility. Yeah, I like pillow fights too. But could you not do it in my room?
Behold, Krai. I'll drive my sister from this room, and then I'll give you a massage.
Wait for me, Crybaby. I only need a minute to send this one packing.
I longed for Ansem and Lucia, the usual peace brokers in these situations. Luke was no good at times like this. He would just become another participant. Eliza, by the way, lived life at her own pace, and would usually sit still and become part of the scenery. After getting knocked back a distance that shouldn't have been possible with a pillow, Tina wobbled back onto her feet.
I will protect you, Mast. How?
A pillow slammed into her face. I couldn't even tell who threw it. So commenced the hostilities.
Damn it! Why do you have to always get in my way? Can't even go on a simple date.
Press a hand to your flat chest and I'm sure it'll be apparent. Besides, Krai has a financial debt to me.
Kill! Kill!
The two sisters seemed very childlike as they shouted and hurled pillows at each other. I figured this was their true form. It might have been an endearing sight if the pillows were being thrown at just a slightly lower velocity. Pillow fights weren't supposed to sound like shootouts. In terms of physical strength, Liz had the upper hand, but Citri had the mighty monstrosity Killiam at her side. I couldn't guess who might win. And what did my debt have to do with anything? Not even I could manage to sleep in a situation like this. I got up, let out a big yawn, and put on the relics I kept near my pillow. I thought I'd step out and wait for them to cool off. I evaded the flying pillows by crawling on my hands and knees. This wasn't my first gauntlet of this sort.
I'm going to the baths. Take care, everyone.
The Smart Sisters continued their attempts at exterminating each other as I snuck out of the room. In front of me, I saw the hot spring dragon cowering in the open-air bath. What kind of girls strike fear into a dragon? The night wind brushed against me as I stepped outside. I was only wearing my yukata, but I had my relics. This was a hot spring town, and security had been increased after the incident with the hot spring dragon. I figured I'd probably be fine. A perfect sphere in the sky, I gazed up at the full moon as I stumbled along. Perhaps because of the geothermal energy, even the wind was fairly warm and felt pleasant as it blew against me. It was like I was in a dream. My level 10 sleepiness had receded during the pillow fight, but now it was coming back at me. Which hot spring should I go to? It's night, so maybe the place I went to earlier today? That's where Arnold's staying, but he probably won't attack me. Not after we had our naked conversation. I yawned as I strolled down the moonlit street. It wasn't even midnight, but there were very few people out and about. The solitude was nice, but it felt like a waste for such a nice town. As I wobbled along, I reached the construction site we'd come across earlier in the day. Illuminated by moonlight, there was something otherworldly about the hole in the ground. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but there was a white mist rising from the hole. I had been told the construction was being put on hold, but maybe they had already hit hot water? Then all of a sudden, during my aimless pondering, something extended up from the hole. I stopped dead in my tracks. I rubbed my eyes. It looked like a gray rope. Bathed in moonlight, it shone with a strange luster. I couldn't tell how long it was. What could it be? Maybe it was because of my drowsiness, but it hardly felt real. I watched with an absent mind as something silently gripped the edge of the hole and pulled itself out. I had no trouble seeing it in the ample moonlight. I wrinkled my brow. My brain failed to keep up with the developing situation. The thing that appeared from the hole, it was human. That is, if you could still call someone human if they had gray skin, and their hair was long, gray, tipped black and writhed like tentacles. But they had a very human-like silhouette. They were even wearing clothes, though they were just rags. Could this be one of those golems Citri was trying to sell? Was it modeled after Killiam? The skin's the same color. The mysterious creature pulled themselves out of the hole and briefly looked up at the full moon before abruptly turning towards me. Their finely shaped eyes widened, but I was just as surprised as they were. The gray person slowly approached. They stepped under the barbed wire and stopped only a few inches away. They were considerably shorter than me. Their skin was smooth as porcelain, and their features were attractive, but not quite human. The inexplicable life form walked right up to me and looked at me with eyes like glass. A pattern reminiscent of a circlet was drawn on their forehead, but that wasn't nearly as striking as their wriggling hair. I had never seen something like the creature before me, but I was used to dealing with things that weren't human. I just thought they seemed a lot less freakish than Drink, the hot spring dragon, or Killiam. That's right. Citri said something about a legend, about some Sopian species in this area. Supposedly there haven't been any recent sightings, but maybe this is one of them? This sucks. Why is my timing this bad? Blinking, the creature hesitantly outstretched their hand and patted my arm. They didn't seem hostile. They appeared to be intelligent, I let myself relax just a bit. I've been running into non-humans a lot lately. Shame I'm not really into them. With a strange expression on their face, the humanoid opened their mouth and spoke with a melodic voice.
Ryu.
Sorry, I'm on my way to a hot spring. If this isn't one of Citri's golems, then doesn't that mean Souls is surrounded by just a few too many weird creatures? I tried to turn around, but the creature let out a bizarre cry. Ha! Their tentacle-like hair spread out and wrapped around my body. I was wearing safety rings, but they weren't always effective against binding attacks. Old. What? Aren't we friends?
Evie!
With just their hair, the creature lifted me up and triumphantly swung me about. I was instantly shaken from my drowsy state. The hair bound me with incredible force, but it didn't feel like the creature was trying to crush me to death. I tried to move my arms, but it seemed resistance was futile. Still holding on to me, the creature began to run. It was at this point that I began to regret walking alone at night. My captor bounded over the barbed wire with ease. Knowing what was on the other side, I began to scream. Hey, wait! Bathroom! I gotta go to the bathroom! Without hesitating, the bizarre lifeform jumped right into the hole, taking me with them. What in the world?
Lizzie Master still hasn't come back.
Lizzie was curled up, sleeping on the pillow-strewn tatami floor. The pillow fight was unlike anything Tino had ever seen. Being high-level hunters, even sisterly bickering turned into an ordeal. Flying like comets, the pillows had enough force behind them to send Tino flying if they landed a direct hit. By the time morning arrived, the room was a complete mess. She thought Lizzie was wrong to sneak into her master's futon, but she hadn't expected City to lose her usual cool and turn quite so violent. Hearing Tino's voice, Lizzie sat up and rubbed her eyes.
What? Morning already?
Never mind that, Master said. He went to a hot spring, but he hasn't come back yet.
What about it?
Tino was quite taken aback by her indifference.
T, could it be that you're concerned that something happened to Krai if he hasn't come back yet?
Huh?
That was exactly right. She was quite concerned. But when she thought about it, it wasn't her place to be worrying about someone as powerful as her master.
I had the whole night ahead of me and City went and ruined it all. Maybe I'll go hop in a hot spring.
You too, Lizzie. Aren't you worried about Master just a bit?
This was unimaginable for someone always clinging to Krai. Lizzie, however, let out a small sigh.
I believe in Crybaby. I'm sure he has a good reason if he hasn't come back yet. You're a weakling, T. If you have time to worry, then worry about yourself.
In the empty inn, Tino walked alongside Lizzie and City. Unlike the buildings of the imperial capital, this one was made of wood, and its interior had a foreign feeling to it. There was even a courtyard with a waterfall fed by a hot spring. But where had her master gone? Tino found herself looking for him, but no results. She had been dazed after taking a pillow to the face, but Tino was certain he had said he was going to a hot spring. At the time, she thought he was leaving because he wasn't thrilled by the pillow fight. But could he have had other intentions? The Thousand Tricks was a hunter who calculated all his actions and masked their significance. Suddenly, Lizzie stood still. She looked around and blinked a few times.
That's weird.
What's the matter?
There shouldn't have been anything strange happening. But then, City made a peculiar face, an expression troubled and exasperated.
Goodness, Krai's always so abrupt, and I had made it clear I wasn't at all finished preparing.
What were these two sisters on about? Seeing their stern looks, Tino couldn't help but raise her guard. Then one of the inn employees walked towards them. It was a woman in the gray kimono worn by all the inn staff. She had thick makeup and close-cropped hair. Tino was caught off guard. She didn't recognize this woman. The employee smiled when she saw them, moved to the side and bowed with one smooth movement. The employee smiled when she saw them, moved to the side and bowed with one smooth movement. It had taken Tino a minute to notice, but something felt off. The inn, it was eerily quiet. It was still early in the morning, but there should have been activity. It seemed unlikely that the staff of a high-class inn for merchants and nobles would be absent at a time so many guests normally departed.
Is something happening?
As she struggled to understand what might be causing the silence, Lizzie nonchalantly approached the staff member. With a smile on her face, the staff member tilted her head curiously. Lizzie grinned and then instantly drove a fist towards the woman's solar plexus. It was a merciless strike. There was a rule among grieving souls, in fact, this went for all members of First Steps, forbidding the harming of civilians. Rules established by Krai were one of the few things that could bind the free-willed Lizzie. But what shocked Tino wasn't Lizzie's sudden attack. It was the staff member, a supposed civilian who had blocked the attack. A look of agony briefly passed across her face, but no civilian should have been able to survive blocking an attack that could puncture armor. Lizzie followed up with a kick. It was a kick even Tino struggled to track, but the woman dodged it with the ease of a drifting leaf. Not only that, she managed to counterattack. In an instant, a plethora of metal rods flew at Liz from multiple angles. They were fast as bullets, but Lizzie knocked them all out of the air. With her legs still raised, she smiled.
I get it now. You're a shinobi, aren't you? One of those scouts from the east?
On the ground were short metal stakes. They lacked any distinctive features besides their sharpened points. It must have required intense training to learn how to utilize them with ease and strike at a target in the blink of an eye.
Where's the 1,000 tricks?
Lizzie smiled. She returned the favor and didn't answer.
And how can I tell you were a shinobi?
The air around Lizzie began to warp. The energy of her body was being turned to heat. She disappeared. In the same instant, the mysterious woman flew into the air.
You see, I've always wanted to fight a shinobi.
Cracks formed in the wooden floor, even though she was in a yukata, not an easy garment to move around in. Each punch and kick from Lizzie made it clear why she had the moniker Stifled Shadow. The woman in the kimono was completely on the back foot. In a flash, she drew a short blade while narrowly avoiding Lizzie's attacks. Lizzie was clearly the stronger of the two, but it took a formidable opponent to even dodge her attacks. If nothing else, the woman must have been regularly absorbing mana material if she was capable of something like this. With specialized techniques, she moved silently, with the same momentum as a falling leaf. Lizzie tried, but she couldn't get a hit in. Then, without making a sound, multiple silhouettes appeared behind the woman.
What?
Tino couldn't help but gulp. The silhouettes all looked like civilians. None of them carried anything that looked like a weapon, and they had the faces of mellow people unaccustomed to violence. But that was a disguise. No normal human could keep a calm face while watching Lizzie fight. The new arrivals all drew weapons. They had jet black kodachi, the same weapon as the woman in the kimono. Their movements were synchronized, so much so that it was unnerving. From all directions, black rods cut through the air. At the same time, a few of the new attackers struck at both Lizzie and City. Tino frantically threw herself into the fray. She didn't have a weapon, but she couldn't just sit around and watch. The woman in the kimono had shown extraordinary talent, but the others weren't quite so strong. However, even Lizzie wouldn't be able to easily manage multiple attackers at once. Tino dodged a blade and closed the distance. Fighting armed foes meant she would have to get up close. More and more silhouettes came dashing in. They weren't allies of Tino's. They were reinforcements for the intruders. Just how many were there? As the thought crossed Tino's mind, one of City's assailants and 3 of Lizzie's all collapsed like cut string.
Oh my, to think I only hit 4. No shortage of talent among this lot.
She had at some point drawn her pink water gun. This was a relic of hers. It was a terrifying weapon, capable of automatically loading any potion she was carrying. Apparently, she had managed to get in a counterattack while evading her assailants.
Have you gotten rusty? It's 'cause you're messing around too much.
And what would you have me do? Our recent treasure vaults have been filled with enemies unaffected by potions.
Take out the ignoble first.
A handful of the reinforcements closed in on City, but she didn't panic in the slightest.
A shame. You're just a tad late.
Tino's gaze was drawn to the source, and what she saw caused her eyes to bulge. The serene waterfall in the courtyard was taking the shape of a human. A spherical object was inside its transparent body. A thin mist rose from the stout figure as it approached the assailants.
This is my new golem. It's easily transported and can be activated in seconds as long as you have water. You simply need to toss it in.
Apparently, she had thrown golem cores in the waterfall at some point. She had only been planning on visiting the baths, yet she kept golem cores on her person. City was always prepared for everything. Following the first, more golems began to rise up. The formerly calm and collected shinobi began to step back. The freshly formed hot spring golems came at them at once.
Bah, you're really heading out already, old man. You came all this way to a hot spring town. Why not stay and enjoy it a bit more?
Shut up! Arnold's busy. We only arrived in Zeebrudia not too long ago. We don't have time to fool around.
After resting for a night, the members of Falling Fog were all completely refreshed. Ready to depart, they had gathered by the Soul Gate in Souls. At the checkpoint near the almost defenseless gate, a group of people who looked like hunters were being processed. Perhaps they were here as tourists? The appearance of Falling Fog had changed drastically during the trip. Their equipment and carriage had been replaced multiple times after their grueling battles. They looked shabby, not at all like a party led by a level 7. Their faces, however, weren't so gloomy. As long as their leader Arnold was still going, Falling Fog would never die. That no one had left the party even after witnessing the might of the 1,000 tricks was proof of this. Chloe looked with admiration at the crashing lightning now that he was back on his feet. Treasure hunting was a harsh job. Experiencing battle after battle wore down the heart. Sometimes hunters without any physical injuries would never again pick up a sword due to ailments of the spirit. No small number of hunters retired after seeing the brilliant shine of a genius and losing confidence in themselves. Chloe hadn't worked for the Explorers Association for very long, but she had seen many such cases. The sight of Arnold fainting when he saw Krai's face had made her all but certain he would be retiring. Noticing the gaze of Ruda and some of the others, Arnold scowled. There was a shine in his narrowed golden eyes.
I made a sorry sight of myself back there. But now I understand how that man operates.
So you're not giving up?
Was he being obstinate? No. Perhaps this was just a hunter as they were meant to be.
Of course we're not getting up. Arnold's not going to accept defeat just like that. After all, our goal is to be the best hunters out there, and I think we can do it. The 1,000 tricks showed mercy to Arnold Hale for no reason, and he's going to regret it.
There was conviction in Ade's voice. Chloe thought she understood why, if only just a bit. The 1,000 tricks was lauded for being ingenious, but he had a defect that was obvious even to an amateur: complacency. During their trip, he had never once discarded his complacent attitude. He had lured Arnold along by leaving blatant tracks, and later he had waited for Falling Fog and Souls, almost as though to mock them. Before this trip, Chloe hadn't even been aware of this defect of Krai's. Krai was looking down his nose at Arnold. He might have an overwhelming advantage at the moment, but any gap in Krai's defenses was an opportunity for Arnold to catch up. The crashing lightning was yet to clear more than a few of Zeebrudia's treasure vaults. He had plenty of room to grow. Without exception, 1,000 trials made people stronger. Unless Arnold's renewed vigor and determination were all part of Krai's calculations?
Gonna have to think of a good provocation, right, Arnold?
Fool! I'm not like that man.
Am I bad?
By the sound of it, the 1,000 tricks had said something that really got under Arnold's skin. Control over one's emotions was practically necessary for high-level hunters, and as a result, it wasn't easy to piss off a competent one like Arnold. A looked at Ruda, and then all the hunters of Scorching Whirlwind. They had formed something of a bond after their travels together, and now they had come to see Falling Fog off. A shook hands with each one of them and offered some parting words.
Well, then we'll see you all in the Imperial capital. If you plan to stay here a while, keep an eye on that man.
It's fine. Even Krai won't. Are you suggesting he might pull something out here?
Hell if I know, but it can't hurt to be cautious. Isn't that right, miss?
Yes, I suppose so.
Even she couldn't say for certain that nothing would happen. Insofar, Krai had done as he pleased, almost as though he was simply playing around. She had watched over many hunters, but after witnessing the 1,000 tricks in person, she found him completely inscrutable. She got a headache just thinking about what she might say to Gark when he asked for her report. With not a single cloud in the sky, it was an ideal time to hit the road. A yawned and turned towards the gate. Going by carriage, the Imperial capital would take a few days to reach. Now that they were free of the 1,000 tricks' machinations, they surely had a leisurely journey ahead of them. With Arnold leading the way, Falling Fog began to walk to the gate. Being a tourist destination, the gate didn't seem like a very sturdy one. There were only a few guards stationed nearby, and they couldn't hold a candle to the knights who guarded the imperial capital. They had heard that the number of sightseers had fallen on account of the bandits, but they saw a few tourists, so perhaps the situation had changed. Their journey had a profound impact, not just on Arnold, but on everyone in Falling Fog. They had changed out all their gear and items. They had the benefit of experiencing a high-level treasure vault. Their coffers were almost entirely empty, in part because of the fines for the hot spring Arnold destroyed, meaning they probably wouldn't have much time to rest for the foreseeable future. But once they overcame this setback, Arnold Hale in Falling Fog would be better than ever. There were still hints of fatigue in Arnold's movements, but he seemed at ease, which was the exact opposite of how he had been when he arrived at Sul's. Likewise, his party members all wore looks of determination. A had a flippant expression, and Arnold responded sternly just like they always did. Chloe watched them go with a smile. Then a party of hunters, men and women, 5 in all, appeared at the other side of the gate. They were dressed awfully lightly, like they had come to rejuvenate in the hot springs. They were all on foot as well. They at least had swords at their hips, but not armor. They wore coats, preventing Chloe from making any certain judgments, but they seemed formidable enough, which made it all the more mysterious that they didn't have a carriage. With a bow, the easygoing man at the front of the group cleared the path for Arnold. A thanked him, and their nearly bottom-tier carriage rumbled along the path. Then, as Arnold was about halfway down the path, it happened. Before Chloe's very eyes, the man spun around. It was a fluid, beautiful movement. A's eyes widened. Gilbert and Ruda were speechless. The man, however, had a relaxed smile, just like when he had made way for Arnold. His hand darted out from his coat, a sword in his grip. The drawn blade cut an arc through the air. All Chloe could do was gasp. The polished blade was headed straight for Arnold's neck. One specialty among alchemists was the creation of golems. Citri's hot spring golems were a weapon without precedent. Obeying her orders, they attacked the shinobi. The assailants were strong enough to somehow hold their own against Liz. The woman who made the first strike was their best, but that didn't mean the rest were easy foes. Whether it be technique, strength, or experience, the golems were inferior in every way. Their selling point was the convenience of only needing water to take form and their ability to persist as long as their core remained intact. Citri had hawked the hot spring golems as guards, but they were nothing more than walls. That, however, changed when you had enough gathered in one place. The golems shot projectiles formed from the hot water that composed their bodies. Each individual shot wasn't particularly powerful, but a torrent of them was enough to restrict a target's movements. There wasn't any real chance Liz would get hit, and if she did, well, they could worry about that when the time came. The number of assailants continued to increase, but it wasn't too much for Liz and Citri to handle. The stifled shadow excelled at breaking through crowds. If she could just get rid of that slippery leader, then Citri and her golems could take care of the rest. Taking note of her surroundings, Citri held her fingers in her mouth and let out a whistle. While she did this, she tried to identify her attackers. She had very little to go off of, but she got a hint from their ability to keep the stifled shadow busy. They seemed to have high levels of mana material, but they weren't hunters. Shinobi, or ninjas, as the class was called, were extraordinarily rare in this part of the world. And if they had this many gathered under one banner, the still increasing swarm of attackers began to ignore Tino and focused on overwhelming Citri. The golems formed a protective wall in front of her and swung their large, powerful arms. But their opponents knew the apt countermeasure. They aimed their jet-black Kodachi straight at the golem's cores. There should have been at least some resistance, but the shinobi pierced the cores with ease and the golems dissipated. It seemed there was still room for improvement.
I've got it. You're from Beryl, aren't you?
The woman attacking Liz maintained an unshakable facade, but the attackers right before Citri briefly tensed up. She took this as a sign her supposition was correct. Citri had learned through years of experience that her party leader's actions could have any number of results. If there was a named quest for the extermination of Bandit Squad Barrel, then it was a given that they would appear.
Your reputation precedes you. I can see how you cause so much trouble for the Knights of Lord Gladys.
Quiet.
They had already taken down multiple assailants, but they kept coming like an unrelenting forest fire. The quest brief had estimated a high number of combatants. Their losses so far were probably still within an acceptable range. That was no surprise. They were known for being a large band after all. Tina was fighting with everything she had. Liz had a threatening glint in her eyes. A few attackers broke through Citri's wall of golems and came for her. One raised their blade, but they were crushed by a gray brute.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Citri's pawns had responded to her whistle and now stood around her protectively. Unlike the still-developing hot spring golems, these were her masterpieces.
My apologies. I'm quite weak. Would you allow me to rely on these darlings?
What the hell are these?
Killiam roared and Drink's eyes bulged. The ninjas all began to back away warily. Ninjas excelled at fighting humans, but they weren't so strong against stalwart monstrosities. Kicking aside the ninja it had crushed beneath its feet, Killiam followed Citri's orders and swung at the other attackers. With its sharp three-pronged tail, Drink kept their Kodachi at bay. Meanwhile, the leader was still locked in combat with Liz. She puffed her cheeks slightly, then opened her lips slightly, and a pillar of fire shot out. The flames instantly engulfed Liz. The underlings all stepped back. Katon, a veil of fire. Ninjas were scouts who utilized specialized spells. Katon was mainly a technique used for making an escape, but it looked like it could also be used to attack. Fighting off two attackers, Tino's face twisted when she saw what was happening to her mentor. The leader of the ninjas turned her gaze toward Citri. But then a flame-encompassed leg came right for her. There was a heavy sound, unlike any other so far. The woman was knocked off her feet, flew through the air, and bounced across the floor before coming to a halt. The other ninjas began to waver. A dark silhouette engulfed in flames simply shook her body and out went the flames. Her robe had been burned to a crisp, but her skin and hair weren't even singed.
Attacking with an escape move? Do you take me for some sort of shit for brains? I finally get a chance to move my body and I'm left bored out of my goddamn mind.
The stifled shadow's finely shaped eyebrows twitched as she stepped forward.
Hell's gonna freeze over before anyone gets one up on me with a magic trick.
Are you genuinely attempting to fight grieving souls with nothing more than this?
They came from a party that had no shortage of hard-earned power. The flames created by the ninja were a party trick compared to the offensive spells used by the avatar of creation. Citri wondered what state the rest of the town was in. Fortunately, she had already handed out a set of golem cores. If they were put to good use, the town should be able to hold out for a bit. The town's guard was lax, but it had been strengthened after the incident with the hot spring dragon. With any luck, Arnold and his band would still be around. But there was one thing puzzling her. Why would the famously prudent Bandit Squad Barrel challenge grieving souls? While she thought it over, yet more reinforcements arrived. Liz stopped her relentless onslaught. The new arrivals were more shinobi, dressed like the others, but these ones were restraining a familiar face. It was one of the inn employees, and a blade was being held to their throat. Pallid and dripping in sweat, their eyes begged Citri for help.
Stifle shadow! Ignoble. Don't move a muscle. Every staff member we've captured is still unharmed, but that can change. If you resist, we'll kill them one by one.
Arnold's body moved of its own accord. Luckily for him, his wariness of the 1,000 tricks meant he was still alert. But it wasn't lost on him that it was largely a coincidence that he avoided being struck fatally. A stinging pain erupted across his neck muscles. The man smiled. He seemed impressed that Arnold had managed to rapidly contort his body and evade an attack from his blind spot.
Oh, come on. You managed to dodge even in that stance? It was a perfect surprise attack, but I suppose dealing with a hunter, a freak after all. Good thing I went for the strongest one first.
Who are you?
The man was of medium height and build. He didn't carry much on him and didn't look like a hunter, but his bearing wasn't that of anyone ordinary. Arnold was a level 7 and strengthened with a high amount of mana material, yet his overwhelming presence didn't seem to have any effect on the man. The man's comrades immediately spread out and surrounded the carriage. Their faces bore tacked-on smiles, but their movements were refined. They drew their swords and stood at the ready, not letting anything distract them. It was simple luck that it allowed Arnold to dodge that attack. But thanks to that luck, he had gotten by with receiving only a shallow wound. Even without medical attention, the cut would heal with time. This, naturally, wasn't enough to hinder Arnold's ability to fight. The man was clearly quick on his feet, but he wasn't a match for a level 7 hunter. And the other hunters had drawn their weapons and were ready to fight. Yet the man kept his cool. Arnold didn't know who he was. He didn't recall earning the ire of anyone in Zabrudia.
You're not the 1,000 tricks, are you? I heard you was a powerful man. Ah, this is some shit luck. Never expected there to be other high-level hunter out here. Hate to tell you this, but it's our policy to not let anyone slip away when we attack towns.
The 1,000 tricks? Could this be another one of his schemes? The dull pain Arnold felt was drowned out by anger. But even amid his rage, he still had a strong feeling that something was off. It was strange. Not only was it strange that they were attacking in the middle of the day, it was stupid of them to attack Arnold and his party in the first place. The man and his lackeys seemed formidable enough, but still inferior to the crashing lightning. Not to mention Ruda and Scorching Whirlwind were also present. Even though they were inexperienced, they could still put up a fight. These attackers weren't mere bandits, surely they knew what they were up against. Arnold's train of thought was interrupted by a shaking sensation. For a moment, he thought it might be an earthquake, but this was different. He angled his sword downward and thrust it into the ground, stabilizing himself. The unidentifiable tremors battered every part of him, sapping his strength.
Arnold?
It really took this long to kick in. You're a tough one. That was potent stuff, the type meant for mythical beasts.
Poison. A poison strong enough to work on a level 7. With mana material, it became easier for hunters to improve their strength and speed, but at the same time, one tended to more readily neglect resiliences. Even still, Arnold could shake off most ordinary poisons, but the one afflicting him wasn't your everyday concoction. The heat left his body. He didn't feel any pain, but that itself was fairly discomforting. What could it have been? Was the man acting so sure of himself because he was just waiting for the poison to take effect? Arnold wondered. He clenched his teeth and summoned the strength to look up. The man was peering at him as though he were a rare creature. The other nearby tourists had all gathered around Falling Fog's carriage at some point. There were upwards of a dozen of them, most of them not carrying any notable weapons, some even dressed like merchants. Every one of them was looking at Arnold and his party with deep interest. For a moment Arnold wondered why none of them were saying anything, but he quickly pieced it together.
They have no reason to say anything. They're all...
Ruda and Scorching Whirlwind had realized something was wrong and drew their weapons while getting into a circular formation. The man twisted his lips into an unnerving smile.
Allow me to offer some introductions, not that there's any point to it. We live in the shadows, but every now and then I get the urge to spread our name, just like you hunters do.
Everyone in the crowd drew weapons that had been hidden under their clothes. There was no sign of the town guards coming to help.
We're barrel, we fleet about like shadows. People, objects, we take everything with the avarice of an inferno. We are the strongest bandit squad out there, and we're here to bag the biggest prey. Remember that? Not that it'll do you much good.
Tino felt like time had come to a stop. The declaration delivered by the newly arrived ninjas sent a chill down her spine. The Smart Sisters both seemed unaffected, but they did come to a halt and looked at the man through glaring eyes. They were sizing him up.
This isn't good.
Tina wasn't concerned about what the attackers might do. It was Lizzie and City who had her worried. Bandit Squad Barrel, City had said. If she was right, then before them were members of a large bandit organization that had bounties in a number of countries. They were calculating, prudent, and barbarous. With an estimated 100 members, they were less a bandit squad and more an army. And now they were even creating trouble for the renowned Knights of Lord Gladys. Considering the strength of every individual, it was clear they weren't your average gang. It was true Tino had never fought a ninja before, but even their weakest members weren't far behind her. This wasn't like any of the bandit squad she had taken down in the past. If they had this many members with strengths comparable to a level 4 hunter, then attacking a whole town didn't seem beyond their capabilities. And if some of them were a match for Lizzie, then the lax guards at the inn wouldn't have even slowed them down. All in all, they didn't seem like the type to make empty threats. However, the issue was that the Smart Sisters weren't the type to cave to threats. Grieving souls were a fearsome party. They were not bringers of justice. These tactics might work on Krai or on Sem, but it took more than a hostage to restrain Lizzie and City. City would write them off as a tragic sacrifice. Lizzie would say it was their fault for not being strong enough. Sure enough, they looked completely unperturbed. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. The Black Kodachi was pressed against the hostage's throat, causing them to let out a short scream. Lizzie was fast as lightning, but they weren't dealing with amateurs. Solving this without bloodshed wouldn't be easy. For all they knew, there could be even more hostages.
Tino racked her brain trying to think of a way to resolve the situation without anyone dying. She came up empty-handed. The attackers weren't paying much attention to her, but she didn't see herself turning things around, even if she had her master's mask.
Lizzie made her move. She dropped the ninja she had been precariously holding in the air.
I surrender.
Who?
Tino hadn't expected this. The attackers seemed equally surprised.
City ignored Tino's bewildered cry and let out a small sigh as she set down Perfect Frolic.
If they've got hostages, then I guess that's that. Don't want to piss off Krai baby.
Awfully noble of you. Be sure to restrain them well.
Tino never would have expected those two to do something so conscionable. She felt like she had just witnessed something unbelievable. The assailants restrained Lizzie and City, then placed handcuffs on Tino. She hadn't expected this to happen, but Tino sure wasn't going to keep fighting if her mentor was standing down. As she felt the surface of the cuffs, she wondered if this might be some sort of training. She guessed they were made of steel. Lizzie might have been able to break through handcuffs like these, but it would be impossible for Tino. The situation was dire. It frustrated her that she wasn't in something easier to move around in. She did what she could to grasp the situation and look for opportunities, but even she, the weakest link, had plenty of guards keeping an eye on her.
Don't worry. We won't kill you immediately. You'll be useful when negotiations begin.
His arms were crossed and he carried himself with absolute confidence. Restraining high-level hunters with mere handcuffs was the height of carelessness. Just what gave this man his confidence? Despite their restraints, Lizzie and City both seemed completely unconcerned. With narrowed eyes, City watched as Drink and Killiam were thoroughly restrained with chains and collars. Then the man said something unbelievable.
We'll put you with your friends soon enough. We've already got 2 of your party. Even among bandits, grieving souls have created waves, but your end is approaching.
Tino was taken aback. Even the Smart Sisters looked surprised. The man smiled cruelly when he saw their reactions.
2 of your party? It was almost hard to believe. Tino was familiar with everyone in Grieving Souls. Lizzie and City were both powerful treasure hunters, and the rest were just as capable. Not one of them seemed like the type that a bandit squad could capture. Even if they were captured, it would only be after a grueling battle. It didn't make any sense that this man had such a self-assured smile.
When we had your allies surrounded, before we even captured them, they began to beg for their lives.
Did they?
She blinked a few times, clearly confused. There were things not even she could comprehend.
Tino was of the same mind. There weren't any grievers who seemed like they would be captured without a fight, and there certainly weren't any who would beg for their life.
A large group appeared from further within the inn. They weren't in kimonos, but instead wore black outfits that seemed easy to move in. The bandits must have split into 2, a diversionary unit that would disguise themselves as the inn staff and an attacking unit.
We had fierce resistance, but we succeeded in apprehending the 1,000 tricks, just as planned.
Even she couldn't hear that phrase without reacting.
Impossible. Krai was a level 8. As far as Tino knew, he surpassed his party members both in level and talent. He might not come out on top if judged solely on combat prowess, but in terms of overall talent, he was sure among the top 5 hunters even in the treasure-hunting Holy Land, but he had gone off to bathe in a hot spring and hadn't come back. How could they have found him in the inn?
The numerous possibilities swirling through her mind vanished in an instant. As Tino stood about vacantly, a man with his mouth gagged was brought before her. She looked at him with wide eyes. The man was bound much more thoroughly than Tino or the Smart Sisters had been. His hands were bound behind his back with metal locks that had a bizarre sheen to them. His entire body was wrapped in chains. He was blindfolded and had a gag in his mouth. Cold sweat dripped off his pallid cheeks. The surrounding bandits marched him forward by lightly kicking him as he stumbled along. The shinobi who had ambushed Tino and the Smart Sisters gave him a scrutinizing look.
That didn't take long. The target's a level 8. Ah, you sure you got the right guy? Don't be fooled. He might look scrawny, but he's powerful. Besides, there wasn't anyone else in the inn. Remember what the second-in-command said. All the rumors about the 1,000 tricks mention his ingenious plotting. There's nothing about his strength. He might be more than just a brilliant mind. We'll check later.
Bewildered, Tino desperately tried to grasp the situation. He was gagged, blindfolded, and wrapped in chains, but there was no mistaking it. The person brought forward was one she had been working with recently. The man called Gray. It seemed the bandit squad didn't know the face of the 1,000 tricks. That wasn't unreasonable. The symbol of grieving souls was a mask, and Krai did everything he could to avoid showing his face. Photos of him never got out, not even in magazines and newspapers. But even if he was a bit strong, how could this man possibly be mistaken for the 1,000 tricks? Tina was 50% dismayed and 50% irritated, but that didn't mean she could just go and tell the bandits the truth, no matter how frustrated she was.
Meanwhile, City's pink eyes began to fill with tears.
Oh, how could this happen? Leader, please save us. I told you didn't look well, but I never thought you might be captured by a bunch like this.
City, not only is she calm, she plans to go along with this.
Even Lizzie must have been caught off guard as she was looking at City as though she had lost her mind.
Surely this is a ploy so the hostages might be rescued while we're being captured. But what good is that if you've been captured, you dunce, moron, idiot, philanderer?
City was expositing, but her acting was impeccable. One after another, she said a number of things she'd never say to Krai. The two leaders of the bandits exchanged glances.
Who are you going to choose? Don't avoid the question, is it me or one of those other two? I've given you plenty of massages and lent you so much money. You got in the hot spring with me and didn't even brush against me. The nerve! You said we'd get married. How many years are you going to make me wait?
Huh? City, that was 15 years ago. You promised you wouldn't bring it up because it didn't count.
The faces of the bandits twitched as they listened to City's and Lizzie's very convincing shouting.
A lover's carol? Nothing ingenious about pissing off a woman as scary as her.
And is this why that other lot was desperate to get away? Let's hurry up and bring them to the second in command.
The apprehension had faded from their faces.
City, that was an incredible performance. I could never hope to match such a... That was a performance, right? Tino harbored a shred of doubt as she watched as City expertly stomped her feet on the ground.
Until recently, Saul's had the cheery bustle of any hot spring town. Now it was enveloped in a strange atmosphere. It was quiet, like the whole town was holding its breath. Noise from anyone or anything was sparse. The only sounds came from the birds, the occasional voice, and the hot water in the canals. There was just one source of activity. A sizable camp was set up not far beyond the town's rudimentary gates. A massive barrel was placed in front of the gates, almost as though to block the way. Sitting atop that barrel was a large, burly man. His armor was leather made from a high-tier monster. He had a set of sharp black eyes, and a deep scar ran across his cheek. This man was the founder of Bandits Squad Barrel, Geoffroy Barrel, a man who had run rampant across numerous countries and had a number of bounties placed on his head. He smiled with satisfaction when he saw his forces were ready to move in. The subordinates he had sent to infiltrate the town returned with their report. Being thoroughly trained ninjas, they didn't say anything more than they needed to.
Cardon have secured and sealed off Souls.
Carden Barrel. He was one of the founders of Bandit Squad Barrel. With Carden as the brains and Geoffroy as the brawn, they were the pillars that supported the growth of their bandit squad. Technically, Geoffroy was higher up on the chain of command, but that didn't mean Carden was any less vital. What had started as just two people had become a bandit squad capable of challenging even large countries. Their strength came from accomplishments like absorbing an Eastern organization that employed a number of ninjas and contacting a magic syndicate to order poisons that worked even on high-level hunters. Strong leadership kept their greed from getting out of hand, and they had developed a level of pride and coordination that surpassed any professional army. It wasn't long before the name Barrel, adopted from the first good they stole, was reverberating all across the land. They had become something that couldn't be stopped, not even by the Empire's strongest.
Any resistance?
He had an angular face and blonde hair.
There were 4 high-level hunters, including those from Grieving Souls, 1 lower top-tier party, and 1 intermediate party. 1 high-level hunter was captured after being poisoned to surrender on account of the hostages, and we captured a man who appears to be the 1,000 Tricks.
An ideal outcome. A single high-level hunter with enough mana material was capable of defeating an entire army. The subordinates trained as shinobi were strong, but most of them were clearly not enough for the best of the best. On the other hand, this meant that as long as they sealed off the high-level hunters, they could even slaughter the whole town.
It appears you were right, Carbon. The Thousand Tricks is a man who relies on his mind. He wasn't as strong as the rumors suggested, so just to be safe, I've come to request that you verify his identity.
Rumors often take on a life of their own. I'll confirm it later. Don't let your guard down, no matter what.
Everything was going smoothly, but Cardin's face didn't show a hint of complacency. Bandit Squad Barrel was making the gamble of a lifetime. Eyes that were cold and calculating were a reassuring sight.
Have you finished questioning the Thousand Tricks' allies?
No, everything they say is incomprehensible. We've gotten nothing from his closest allies, but is that really necessary at this point? As you ordered, we've bound the Thousand Tricks with Soul Sealer.
Soul Sealer was a chain relic that bound one's soul. Even a level 8 hunter couldn't break free from it.
Continue your questioning. We can't fail here.
Nearly everyone in Bandit Squad Barrel had been mobilized for the attack on souls. In order to conduct a quiet but brutal attack, they were drawing on every resource they had, including poisons acquired from magic syndicates and flying mythical beasts. Everything had gone well so far, but should they fail, then the squad they had spent the last 20 years building would come to ruin. At the start, Geffroy's eyes hadn't been set on the throat of the Thousand Tricks. When the bandits infiltrating the Knights of Lord Gladys informed Geffroy that a named quest had been issued to the Thousand Tricks, the bandit leader made plans to pull out and move on to a different country. A level 8 was a freak. Geffroy wasn't lacking in confidence, and his subordinates weren't neglecting their training, but a level 8 had the might of 1,000 men. He didn't think his forces would lose, but he didn't need to consult with Cardin to know that a direct confrontation wasn't how they operated. It was during their retreat from the Gladys earldom that their plans began to change. They were crossing the mountains and trying to be as discreet as possible when they came across two travelers. Geffroy saw this as a stroke of luck and easily captured the pair, who then said they were members of Grieving Souls. He considered that the two might be bluffing, but that didn't seem likely. After all, Geffroy had decided to retreat when he heard about the named quest. The timing was too convenient for a bluff, and there was no reason for them to tell such a lie. Very few people were aware that the Thousand Tricks was headed for the Gladys earldom. The two travelers were fairly strong, at least a bit more so than an intermediate hunter, but nothing Geffroy couldn't handle by himself. And that caused ambition to take root in Geffroy and Cardin. They would claim the head of the Thousand Tricks. They had their misgivings. The Thousand Tricks was accomplished and known for his foresight, but there was almost nothing known about his combat prowess. For Geffroy, who had traveled many lands and learned of many hunters, that sort of ambiguity was the definition of unnerving. There was no silencing people, and strength wasn't something that could be entirely hidden, no matter how hard you tried. After catching the two grievers, Geffroy's suspicions turned to certainty. The Thousand Tricks was likely a hunter, whose strength rested in his thorough preparations. And if he had captured a portion of his party, then now was the time to strike. Be prudent, but sometimes bold. Accomplishments were necessary to spread one's name, and all high-level hunters had enemies. If he took the head of a level 8, the bandit squad would expand even further. Geffroy could even see himself taking over a country and making himself a king. It was truly fortunate that they had managed to take the high-level hunters prisoner. If Geffroy's forces hadn't had any major losses so far, it must have been because their targets had their guard down. Just the head of the Thousand Tricks would have been a major prize, but having him alive was even better. The name Bandit Squad Barrel was going to carry even greater weight. They had surrounded the town and occupied it without any major commotion. The Thousand Tricks had fallen into their hands. They had plenty of hostages, and no one stood to oppose them. No doubt, the Knights of Lord Gladys would lose heart once they heard that their reinforcements had been taken out while they were still en route. But the subordinate had more to report.
Although one woman got away, we are currently pursuing her.
What was that?
It appears she was being escorted by the high-level hunter who was headed towards the gate. She doesn't seem to be a hunter, but we're pursuing her nonetheless.
Cardin narrowed his eyes. This was unanticipated, but mistakes were bound to happen no matter how careful you were. Had the hunter been determined to protect his client, even at the cost of his own life, surely it wouldn't prove an issue. They were camped out by the only gates in and out of Souls. If the escapee wasn't a hunter, then she shouldn't have a chance of getting away. However, the walls encompassing Souls were relatively low.
Not much else we can do. Deploy the barricade.
We don't have many uses left.
It doesn't matter. Gifroy ordered it. Deploy the barricade immediately.
They didn't plan on sticking around Souls for very long, but things would get complicated if someone somehow managed to call for help. A squad of magi stepped forward. They had sticks of silver chalk, which they held to the ground as they ran off. A large wall appeared where their chalk passed over. It took only an instant for it to grow into something much taller and sturdier than the original bulwarks around Souls. Bandit Squad Barrel was always thorough. Chalks were valuable relics, and these ones were already halfway used up. They would be little more than stubs by the time the town was completely surrounded, but it would be worth it if their plan succeeded. Even if reinforcements arrived, they had the whole town as their hostage. Gifroy stood up and gripped the enormous battle axe brought before him.
We're going in. Use your usual disguises and don't let a soul into the town. If anything happens, report it immediately to me or Carden. Glory to Bandit Squad Barrel.
Silently, burning determination ignited within his comrades. There had been no large, unexpected twists. The enemy wouldn't be getting reinforcements. On the off chance they did, it would have to be something more powerful than a professional army if they wanted to win against Bandit Squad Barrel. But if all went well, Geffroy and his comrades would be celebrating with drinks in another country before reinforcements could even arrive.
What in the world? Confused and breathing heavily, Chloe desperately darted down a narrow road. She was an adept runner, but too nervous to keep her breath steady. Moving silently and trying to remain inconspicuous, she picked a small alley and dashed through it.
The town had changed, albeit subtly. There should have been people in the streets and buildings, but the place was almost deserted. Anyone she caught sight of was an armed member of Bandit Squad Barrel. The bandits had completely locked down Souls. Chloe was awestruck by the speed and discretion of their work. They were unlike any bandits she had ever heard of. At this point, they were closer to a disciplined military than a bunch of criminals. Fortunately, she couldn't smell any blood or see any signs of destruction. The townsfolk weren't being killed. Most likely, they were being rounded up in one spot so they could be held hostage. But even if she found their location, there wasn't much she could do to help. She still had her sword, but was out of practice and would be up against far too many bandits. She had been counting the bandits as she spotted them, and it was clear they were more numerous than suggested by the named quest issued by Lord Gladys. Arnold had been immobilized by a poison and surrounded by bandits. Chloe had only been able to escape because falling fog, Arnold included, and scorching whirlwind had been willing to put their lives on the line to protect her. Chloe desperately tried to think of a way to turn the situation around. At first, she had considered going to the town guard for help, but there wasn't much they could do. To make things worse, the vanguard of Bandit Squad Barrel was patrolling the streets in search of her. Luckily, they didn't appear to be familiar with the layout of Souls, but this wasn't a large town. It was a matter of time before she was found, but at least she was free. Arnold and the others had all been captured. There was no time to waste. She looked up at the sky. Squinting, she could make out high in the sky winged mythical beasts, unlike any she had ever seen. Barrel was keeping watch from above.
I never expected these bandits to be this dangerous.
Even across the whole Zebrutian Empire, very few people were capable of riding flying beasts. For one thing, they were rare. But even harder than finding them was befriending them. Bandit Squad Barrel had moved with purpose. They entered the town disguised as tourists and other civilians, locked down the town quietly and without permitting any opposition, and took Arnold out with a single hit, even if that was a surprise attack. Their strength was terrifying, and she could see it even in the bearing of the bandits walking the streets. It must have required immense power and charisma to lead such a bandit squad. The names of the two men at the top were Geffroy Barrel and Carden Barrel. Only a scant number of people had ever encountered them and come back alive. But Chloe knew a bit about them. Carden would come up with plans and Geffroy would do the stomping. Their might was no doubt on par with that of high-level hunters. More than a few treasure hunters had been sent to take them out, and all had failed. Geffroy in particular seemed to be of consummate strength. If anyone here could defeat him, it was probably only Arnold, Liz, or the Thousand Tricks. The leaders of Bandit Squad Barrel were already plenty powerful, but if even their lower ranks were this formidable, then they were in all likelihood a match for the Knights of Lord Gladys. The man who attacked Arnold had said he was out to bag the biggest prey. That undoubtedly referred to the Thousand Tricks. Krai was the strong hunter of the Zebrutia branch of the Explorers Association. His combat prowess was unknown, but he had completed a number of challenging quests. Chloe didn't think he would be easily defeated, but she worried when she saw what Bandit Squad Barrel was capable of. Normally, bandits followed a typical pattern when attacking a town: loot and destroy. But that wasn't happening this time. Not one bandit was giving in to greed and breaking formation.
Ah, no dice. They've got eyes everywhere.
The bandits were prepared for everything. The inn Krai was supposed to be staying in was being watched from every angle. Even looking at it from a distance, Chloe could tell there was nothing she could do on her own. The guards were in groups of no fewer than 3, meaning she couldn't ambush or slip by any of them. She took deep breaths as she tried to calm her pounding heart. Now that it had come to this, her only choice was to seek help from the outside. Even in Zeebrugge, there was a limited number of powerful hunters. She didn't imagine there were any hunters nearby who might be able to resolve the situation, but it was better than trying to do something like cause a diversion. If Chloe were a hunter, then she might have risked taking them on. But she wasn't a hunter. She was an employee of the Explorers Association. The situation was dire, and that was all the more reason to be cautious, even if it didn't make her happy to acknowledge it. Keeping to the shadows cast by the stalls and buildings, she pressed onward. Bandit Squad Barrel was well trained, but it seemed they didn't have enough manpower to lock down every nook and cranny. Beads of sweat flowed down her cheeks. She was nervous. Her mouth felt dry. Keeping a low profile, she somehow managed to get to a spot where she could see the town walls. What she saw caused her to gulp. Just beyond the 1.5-meter tall wall that encompassed Sulls was another wall, one that towered above the first. The new wall must have been close to 4 meters tall and wrapped around the town's entire perimeter. Chloe did some calculations. It might be easy for a high-level hunter, but getting over the wall would be fairly difficult for her. If she failed, she would be apprehended by the bandits. This was a wall meant to seal off escape. Bandit Squad Barrel didn't want even a single person getting away. And if it had come up in such a short time frame, then the bandits must have some excellent magi working for them. The hopelessness of the situation caused Chloe's head to spin. It didn't seem possible, but if this turned out to be one of his 1,000 trials, she would never be able to look at Krai the same way again. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around on instinct. Sprinting towards her was a member of Barrel. There was no time to hesitate. She had to act. She took off.
I found her. Over here. Don't let her get away.
Chloe was certain. Her legs had never in her life moved as fast as they were moving at that moment. Other patrolling bandits began to close in on her from both sides. A black metal rod, a bow shuriken, was flung at her, and she dodged it miraculously. Right in front of Sol's original wall, she jumped with all her strength. Chloe had aspired to become a swordsman. She couldn't move like a thief. Nonetheless, she leaped wildly and flew through the air. She made it over the first wall with ease, and then a smooth wall devoid of any handholds filled her vision. Each second felt like 10 a full minute even. She felt gravity pull at her. In front of her was a wall.
It won't work. I'm not going to make it.
Chloe extended her right arm as far as she could. Her fingertips latched onto the top of the wall. She let out a gasp. She was probably more surprised than the bandits chasing her. But once she had her other hand on the wall, escape became just a short hop away. She pulled herself up and over the wall. She felt a Boshorkin pass over her head, but she landed on the other side unharmed. There were no guards on the other side of the wall. She was right. They were short on manpower. She might not be able to move like a thief, but she was confident in her physical strength. Chloe steadied her breath and dashed off before her pursuers could catch her. A tense atmosphere permeated the square by the town gates. The man was feared not only by the hostages, but by his own comrades as well.
Ha! What about this looks like the 1,000 tricks? This one's completely unremarkable. I send you louts off to capture the 1,000 tricks and you get the wrong guy. Tell me how that happens. This is worse than if you had simply lost to him.
The man lying before Gefroy was nothing like how he had pictured the 1,000 tricks. There were dark bags under his eyes and he had a tired complexion, and that was to say nothing of his lanky body. But most of all, he was unremarkable. He had mana material, but his glow was all wrong. Gefroy entrusted most of the organizational management to Carden, but the brute still believed he had an eye for people.
This is a grunt at best. The serpent wouldn't fall to a man like this.
Gefroy knew the accomplishments of the 1,000 tricks. The hunter had crushed entire criminal organizations and was now both feared and loathed by a number of criminals. Serpent was once one of the biggest criminal organizations around. They even rivaled Fox. They had been a force of over 300, which was massive even compared to Bandit Squad Barrel. And yet they had been defeated. The boss and their top brass were taken down, and the whole organization fell with them. An organization of the same name was still going, but their influence had become a shadow of what it once was.
Calm down, Jeffroy. The discipline can wait.
His voice was quiet, but his eyes showed the same murderous wrath that was in Geoffroy's. This was a major shock after everything had proceeded so smoothly.
Sorry, boss, Mr. Carden. But he was the only one in the...
Carden narrowed his eyes, his face intense as an inferno. Had their plans been found out ahead of time? Impossible. If they had been discovered, they wouldn't have been able to take control of Sewell's so easily. They had already gathered all the hostages in one spot. Carden wanted to avoid wasting both people and valuables, but he would destroy them all if Geoffroy gave the order. The Thousand Tricks was an ally of justice. If he were to ignore the hostages and resist, Geoffroy and his allies could just slaughter their captives and make their escape. That alone would destroy the reputation of the Thousand Tricks. Geoffroy tried to imagine how they might be pushed from their advantageous position, but he didn't see it happening. The look of confidence on Carden's face suggested he had reached the same conclusion.
The Steffel Shadow and the Ignoble are both genuine. It's not over yet.
He was right. Their mistake wasn't a fatal one. They could draw out the Thousand Tricks by holding his party members hostage. No matter how ingenious he might be, Bandit Squad Barrel consisted of over 300 individuals stronger than intermediate hunters.
Go back and conduct another search. Take whoever you need. We can't stick around here long. Seeing as he hasn't shown himself yet, I think it's clear the Thousand Tricks isn't as powerful as the rumors say he is. Taking down the Thousand Tricks will be a major boon for us. Increase security on the hostages, but also get ready to abandon the town, just in case.
Having received their orders, the subordinates all quickly dispersed. Geoffroy closely observed their coordinated movements.
We're up against a level 8. You might have to get personally involved.
His voice contained traces of fear. This was something that had almost never happened once their bandit squad had grown to a considerable size. Geoffroy snorted. Fighting was his job, and he hadn't once neglected his training.
I don't care what level he is, I'm not gonna lose. Nobody's stronger than Bandit Squad Barrel.
When I came to, I was lying on the ground in total darkness. The first thing I felt was heat and humidity. It was like a jungle I had once explored. I sat up and yawned. After rubbing my eyes, I began to feel like I had returned to reality. That's right. I was captured. Give me a break, what's even going on? The situation was pretty bad, but everything that happened was just too strange. I couldn't find it in myself to feel a sense of danger. It seemed my relics hadn't been confiscated. I activated the ring on my finger owl's eye, and the room slowly came into view. I was in a cell. I was surrounded by dirt walls and flooring, except for the wall of metal bars in front of me. I thought back to the previous day. A strange creature had suddenly appeared, captured me, and dragged me down the hole at the construction site. There had been a long floating sensation, almost like I had been falling for an eternity. After falling for a while, something came into view, a massive underground city. Why something like that underneath Souls? I was ready to barf. I couldn't see very well, but the life forms living in the gigantic cavern clearly weren't human. But they weren't just monsters, they had clearly developed a form of civilization. They had built a prison after all. Cave people? No, that's absurd. I came to Souls for a vacation, not so I could be abducted by cave people. I sighed heavily as I shook the metal bars. They rattled a bit and didn't seem too strong. Liz might have been able to break them, but I sure couldn't. I wonder if Liz is going to come and save me. I had said I was headed off to a hot spring. She knew how weak I was. Surely she would come searching for me once she realized I hadn't returned. She was a thief, which meant she could find me so long as the slightest trail remained. Not to mention Citri was with her. I don't even know how long I was out. They may already be searching for me. This shred of hope began to reinvigorate me. I thought about what I could do under my current circumstances. I could keep myself alive. I would use every means I could to buy myself time. I checked my relics. Since I had slipped out for a dip, I didn't have much on me besides my safety rings. I didn't have any weapons. I had a few shooting rings and my night vision relic, Owl's Eye. I also had Red Alert, which informed me of dangers, and Mirage Form, the bracelet that created mirages. Last, I had the 2 aspiration manifests. One was the pendant Chris had restocked with a spell after I had unleashed Lucia's spell. The other was the mysterious ring Citri had given me as a souvenir. The former seemed like the more solid option of the two, but Chris was a level 3. Noble spirits struggled to raise their levels due to their personalities. Regardless, she wasn't much compared to Lucia. Not that I was even considering trying to fight my way out.
Ryu?
It sounded an awful lot like the voice of the cave person, if that's the right word, that had caught me. But it was much deeper, and then I heard more voices. This was bad news. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but that one had pounced on me the moment we came face to face. I had to do something, but I couldn't destroy the iron bars. If I released Chris's spell, then I might take down a few cave people, but that was something I could only do once. Calm down, Craindry. Look at it the other way around. They've locked you up, but they haven't killed you or even taken your equipment. It's possible that among cave people culture, this isn't a form of imprisonment. It could be a way of welcoming a guest. I calmed myself down as I stuck my neck through the metal bars and looked in the direction of the voices. Coming towards me were large cave people. In some ways, they looked like the vaguely charming one that captured me. In other ways, they were totally different. Like the one I met in Sul's, they had thick hair. The difference between her and them was sort of like the difference between Liz and Gark. Large claws protruded from their hands. I was certain they were going to kill me. My chest hurt. I wondered what I had done in a past life to deserve this. I had a bad feeling about this. I desperately looked around the room and tried not to think about the situation. I was searching for a way to resolve the situation without having to fight. There's gotta be something. I've got it. I had a revelation. Without even needing to think about it, I activated one of my relics. The sun was shining brightly on the land below, perhaps because the town was dotted with hot springs. Every bit of Sul's was warm and toasty, but now the comforts of that warmth were notably absent. Bound with chains and forced to walk, Ruda and the other hunters were brought to a large inn situated in the center of Sul's. The elegant buildings had a much more unsettling atmosphere now that they were being occupied by armed bandits. Arnold was approaching his limit. Falling fog, scorching whirlwind, and of course, Ruda herself had all fought valiantly. But they had been outnumbered. They had been completely surrounded. It was a miracle that Chloe had managed to get away. Ruda was fine, but some of the other hunters had been wounded. However, the fact that no one had been killed was a good indication of the strength of their captors. They were strong enough to warrant a named quest being issued to a level 8 treasure hunter. It was no surprise that they were trouble, but this was more than Ruda or anyone else had expected. Would Krai really be able to do something about this?
If Ruda and the other hunters were being kept alive, then it must mean the bandits had some use for them. Maybe they planned to hold them hostage and negotiate with the Explorers Association, or maybe it was Krai they planned to negotiate with. Or maybe the bandits planned to turn them into playthings as a show of strength. Nothing good awaited hunters who were captured by bandits. Ruda hoped that Chloe had at least made it out alive.
Bandit Squad Barrel was really something to be reckoned with. As captives, they had no hope of changing the tide of battle. Their only threads of hope were Chloe and the 1,000 tricks. The reason Ruda and the hunters were still calm was because Krai was out there. The skill he had displayed in White Wolf's den and the foresight he had used to manipulate Arnold both made him scary, just in a different sense than Bandit Squad Barrel. His foresight was so superb that Ruda couldn't stop herself from wondering if perhaps even this was all according to plan. By the looks of it, the townsfolk had been gathered in a different spot. This was just a place for those who could fight. This was most likely done to prevent any sort of uprising. These bandits really weren't taking any chances. The few town guards of Sul's had been blindfolded, tied up, and knocked on their side. Even if they had weapons, any of the stronger bandits could have easily dispatched them. Still, the bandits chose to be as thorough as possible. It was then that Ruda noticed someone in the center of the room. Someone who shouldn't have been there.
Huh? Why are you…
What? They got you guys too? That's what happens when you don't train enough.
Huh?
It was the stifled shadow. With an astounded look in her eyes, she sat, all tied up. Sitting quietly next to her was another member of Grieving Soul's Citri. Behind her was a familiar chimera and that gray monstrosity, both bound in chains. Ruda almost couldn't believe her eyes. The stifled shadow wasn't even the type to just sit still, even if she had been defeated. Gilbert, who had met her at White Wolf's den, was now battered and bruised, and A, who she had caused all sorts of trouble. Both looked at the stifled shadow with amazement. Tino's complicated expression was particularly notable.
Just sit still and don't even think about trying to escape. We've got hostages.
They were violently forced to the ground. Having already lost consciousness, Arnold collapsed and A ran to his side. A number of guards were watching Ruda and the other hunters. It seemed only natural that they were wary of the stifled shadow, but it seemed Beryl didn't plan on messing with Ruda or her comrades. However, Liz and Citri looked like their usual selves. Unlike Scorching Whirlwind and Falling Fog, they didn't seem at all nervous in spite of their certain peril.
Poison. And it took down a level 7?
Normally, high-level hunters were resilient to poisons and paralysis attacks. Ruda had a fair amount of resistance, but someone of Arnold's level should have resilience far surpassing her, and therefore be unaffected by most poisons.
Give us the antidote. Arnold's gonna die at this rate.
It was probably thanks to Arnold's large body that he had made it this far. One of the guards sneered at A's pleas.
There's no antidote. That's the latest product of Akashic Tower.
Among the numerous criminal magic syndicates, Akashic Tower was the most prominent. Recently, they had caused a stir when it became known that the man formerly lauded as the Master of Magi had been conducting experiments in White Wolf's den. It made sense that a poison capable of incapacitating the crashing lightning was made by an organization that sought out even forbidden knowledge. With her hands and feet still bound, Citri managed to scoot over to Arnold and a very pallid A. She pressed her hands against the ground, pushed her body off the floor and spun around, her feet driving into Arnold's waist.
Yeah!
Arnold's body made a dull noise that no human body should make, and he was briefly knocked into the air. Still unconscious, Arnold let out a groan and coughed up a profuse amount of blood. Citri deftly evaded the red liquid.
The hell are you doing?
I used acupressure to stimulate his immune system. Unfortunately, I can't cure him under our current circumstances, but this should buy him some time.
A's eyes bulged at this unexpected response. What Citri had done seemed a bit violent to simply be called acupressure, but Arnold was twitching, an improvement compared to his earlier state.
You can cure him?